Chapter 7, Part 1 of His Excellency Eugene Rougon by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 7, Part 1 At Court. Toward 7 o'clock on the evening of her arrival at Compiègne, Clorinde was engaged in conversation with Monsieur de Plougère near one of the windows in the gallery of the maps. They were waiting for the Emperor and Empress before entering the dining room. The second batch of the season's guests had scarcely been more than 3 hours at the chateau, and all of them had not yet come down from their rooms. Clorinde occupied herself by briefly criticizing them as they entered the gallery, one by one. The ladies, in low dresses and wearing flowers in their hair, put on smiles as soon as they reached the threshold, while the gentlemen, wearing white cravats, black knee breeches, and silk stockings, preserved a solemn air. "Ah, here comes the Chevalier," muttered Clorinde. "He looks very nice, doesn't he? But just look at Monsieur Boulanger, godfather. Doesn't he look as though he were going to bark? And good heavens, what legs!" Monsieur de Plougère began to grin, much amused by this backbiting. Chevalier Rusconi came up and bowed to Clorinde with the languid gallantry of a handsome Italian. Then he made the round of the ladies, swaying to and fro with a series of gentle rhythmical reverences. A few yards away, Delestin, looking very serious, was examining the huge maps of the forest of Compiègne, which covered the walls of the gallery. "Whereabouts in the train were you?" Clorinde continued. "I looked out for you at the station so that we might travel together. Just fancy, I was squeezed up with a whole crowd of men." Then she stopped and stifled a laugh with her fingers. "How demure Monsieur Larouquette looks," said she. "Yes, indeed, he's like a simpering schoolgirl," rejoined the senator sarcastically. Just at that moment a loud rustling was heard by the door, which was thrown wide open to admit a lady wearing a dress which was so lavishly adorned with bows and flowers and lace that she had to press it down with both hands in order to get through. It was Madame de Combelot, Clorinde's sister-in-law. The latter stared at her and murmured, "Good gracious!" Then, as Monsieur de Plougère glanced at her own dress of simple tarlatan, worn over an ill-cut underskirt of rose silk, she continued with an air of complete unconcern, "Ah, I don't care about dress, godfather. People must take me, as I am." Delestin, however, had quitted the maps, and after joining his sister, led her to his wife. The two women were not particularly fond of each other, and exchanged rather stiff greetings. Then Madame de Combelot walked off, dragging her satin train, which looked like a strip of flower garden, through the clusters of silent men who stepped back out of the way of this flood of lace flounces. Clorinde, as soon as she was alone again with Monsieur de Plougère, referred playfully to the lady's great passion for the Emperor. And when the old senator had told her that there was no reciprocal feeling on the Emperor's part, she continued, "Well, there's no great merit in that. She's so dreadfully lean. I've been told that some men consider her good-looking, but I don't know why. She has absolutely no figure at all." While talking in this strain, Clorinde nonetheless kept her eyes upon the door. "Ah, this time it must surely be Monsieur Rougon," she said, as it opened again. But almost immediately she resumed with a flash in her eyes, "Ah, no, it is Monsieur de Marcy." The minister, looking quite irreproachable in his black dress coat and knee breeches, stepped up to Madame de Combelot with a smile, and while he was paying compliments to her, he glanced round at the assembled guests, blinking his eyes as though he recognized no one. But as they began to bow to him, he inclined his head with an expression of great amiability. Several men approached him, and he soon became the center of a group. His pale face, with its subtle, cunning air, towered over the shoulders clustering round him. "By the way," said Clorinde, pushing Monsieur de Plougasne into a window recess, "I have been relying upon you for some information. What do you know about Madame de Lorentz' famous letters?" "Only what all the world knows," replied the old senator. Then he began to speak of the famous 3 letters which had been written, it was said, by Count de Marcy to Madame de Lorentz nearly 5 years previously, a short time before the Emperor's marriage. Madame de Lorentz, who had just lost her husband, a general of Spanish origin, was then at Madrid looking after her deceased husband's affairs. It was the heyday of her connection with Marcy, who, to amuse her, and yielding to his own sportive proclivities, had sent her some very piquant details concerning certain august personages with whom he was living on intimate terms. It was asserted that Madame de Lorentz, who was an extremely jealous beauty, had carefully preserved these letters and kept them hanging over Monsieur de Marcy's head as an ever-ready means of vengeance, should he presume to wander in his affections. "She allowed herself to be talked over," continued Monsieur de Plougasne, "when Marcy had to marry the Wallachian princess. But after consenting to their spending a month's honeymoon together, she gave him to understand that if he did not return to her feet, she would some day lay the 3 terrible letters on the Emperor's desk. So he has taken up his fetters again, and lavishes the most loving attention upon her, in the hope that he may get her to give these letters up." Clorinde laughed heartily. The story amused her, and she began to ask all sorts of questions. If the Count should deceive Madame de Lorentz, would she really carry her threat into execution? Where did she keep those letters? Was it really in the bosom of her dress, stitched between 2 pieces of satin ribbon, as some people said? Monsieur de Plougasne, however, could give no further information. No one but Madame de Lorentz herself had ever read the letters, but he knew a young man who had vainly made himself her humble slave for nearly 6 months in the hope of being able to get a copy of them. "But look at Marcy," he continued. "He never takes his eyes off you. Ah, I had forgotten. You have made a conquest of him. Is it true that at the last soirée at the ministry he remained talking to you for nearly an hour?" The young woman made no reply. Indeed, she was not listening, but stood majestic and motionless under Monsieur de Marcy's steady gaze. Then, slowly raising her head and looking at him in her turn, she waited for him to bow to her. He thereupon stepped up, and she smiled upon him very sweetly. They did not, however, exchange a word. The Count went back to the group he'd left, in which Monsieur La Rouquette now was talking very loudly, perpetually speaking of him as His Excellency. The gallery had gradually filled. There were nearly 100 persons present, high functionaries, generals, foreign diplomatists, 5 deputies, 3 prefects, 2 painters, a novelist, and a couple of academicians, to say nothing of the court officials, the chamberlains, and the aides-de-camp and equerries. A subdued murmur of voices arose amid the glare of the chandeliers. Those who were familiar with the chateau paced slowly up and down, while those who had been asked there for the first time remained where they stood, too timid to venture among the ladies. The want of ease which for the first hour or so prevailed among these guests, many of whom were unacquainted with one another, but who found themselves suddenly assembled in the antechamber of the imperial dining-room, gave to their faces an expression of sullen reserve. Every now and then there were sudden intervals of silence, and heads turned anxiously round. The very furniture of the spacious apartment, the pier tables with straight legs, and the square chairs, all in the stiff First Empire style, seemed to impart additional solemnity to this spell of waiting. "Here he comes at last," murmured Clorinde. Rougon had just entered and stood still for a moment, blinking. He had donned his expression of good-natured simplicity. His back was slightly bent, and his face had a sleepy look. He noticed at a glance the faint tremor of hostility which thrilled some of the guests at his appearance. However, in quiet fashion, shaking hands here and there, he steered his way so as to come face to face with Monsieur de Marcy. They bowed to one another and seemed delighted to meet, and they began to talk in very friendly fashion, though they kept their eyes on each other like foes who respected each other's strength. An empty space had been cleared around them. The ladies watched their slightest gestures with interest, while the men, affecting great discretion, pretended to look in another direction, though every now and then they cast furtive glances at them. Much whispering went on in different corners of the room. What secret plan had the emperor got in his head? Why had he brought those two men together? Monsieur La Rouquette felt sorely perplexed, but fancied he could sense some very grave business. So he went up to Monsieur de Plougasne and began to question him. But the old senator gave rein to his jocosity. "Oh," said he, "perhaps Rougon is going to upset Marcy, so it is as well to treat him deferentially. On the other hand, perhaps the emperor merely wanted to see them together, in the hope that something amusing might happen." However, the whispering ceased, and there was a general stir. Two officers of the household went from group to group, saying something in low tones. Then the guests, who had suddenly become serious again, made their way towards the door on the left, where they formed themselves into a double line, the men on one side and the ladies on the other. Monsieur de Marcy posted himself near the door, keeping Rougon by his side, and the rest of the company ranged themselves in the order of their rank. Then, keeping perfect silence, they continued waiting for another 3 minutes. At last the folding doors were thrown wide open. The emperor, in full dress, and wearing the red ribbon of the Legion of Honor across his chest, came into the room first, followed by the chamberlain on duty, Monsieur de Combalot. He smiled slightly as he stopped before Monsieur de Marcy and Rougon, swaying slightly, and slowly twisting his long moustache, as, in an embarrassed tone, he said, "You must tell Madame Rougon how extremely sorry we were to hear that she was ill. We should have much liked to see her here with you. We must hope that she will very soon be well again. There are a great many colds about just now." Then he passed on. After taking a few steps, however, he stopped to shake hands with the general, asking him after his son, whom he called "my little friend Gaston." Gaston was of the same age as the Prince Impérial, but was already much more vigorous. The guests bowed as the emperor passed them. When he had got to the end of the line, Monsieur de Combalot presented to him one of the two academicians, who'd come to court for the first time. The emperor spoke of a recent work which this writer had issued, and declared that certain passages of it had afforded him the greatest pleasure. By this time the Empress Eugénie had also entered the room, attended by Madame de Lorraine. She was dressed very simply in a blue silk gown with a tunic of white lace, and she advanced with slow steps, smiling towards the ladies and graciously inclining her bare neck, from which a diamond heart was suspended by a ribbon of blue velvet. The ladies curtsied to her with much rustling and spreading of their skirts, from which rose strong perfumes. Madame de Lorraine presented a young woman who seemed deeply moved, whereas Madame de Combalot put on an air of affectionate familiarity. When the sovereigns had reached the end of the double line, they retraced their steps, the emperor now turning towards the ladies and the empress towards the men. There were some more presentations. No one spoke. Respectful embarrassment kept all the guests face to face in silence. However, when the adjutant general of the palace entered to announce that dinner was served, the lines broke up, remarks were exchanged sotto voce, and there came little bursts of cheery laughter. "Ah, you don't want me any longer now," said Monsieur de Plougasne in Clorinde's ear. She smiled at him. She'd kept in front of Monsieur de Marcy in order to compel him to offer her his arm, which he did with a gallant air. There was some little confusion. The emperor and empress went out first, followed by the guests who were to sit on their right and left. That day 2 foreign diplomatists, a young American lady and a minister's wife, had been selected for this honor. After these came the other guests in such order as they chose, each gentleman giving his arm to the lady he'd been pleased to select. And thus the procession got slowly under way. The entry into the dining hall was very pompous. 5 cut-glass chandeliers sparkled above the long table, illumining the silver centerpieces, which represented such hunting scenes as the starting of the stag, the horns sounding the view-hallo, and the hounds seizing the quarry. Silver plates were disposed round the edge of the cloth like a border of glittering moons, and the silver warmers reflecting the blaze of the candles, the glass with its quivering coruscations, the fruit stands and the bright pink flower vases gave quite a splendor to the imperial table, a sheeny brilliance which filled the whole huge room. The procession slowly crossed the hall of the guards before entering the dining room, whose folding doors stood wide open. The men bent down and said a word or two, and then drew erect again, feeling secretly vain of this triumphal march, while the ladies beamed radiantly, their bare shoulders steeped in the brilliant light. Their long trains, sweeping the carpets at regular intervals between each successive couple, lent additional majesty to the procession, the rustling of all the rich tissue sounding like a soft accompaniment. As the threshold of the dining room was reached, and the superb array of the table came into sight, a military band, hidden from view in an adjoining gallery, greeted the company with a flourish like a signal for some fairy gala, and at the sound of it, the gentlemen, who felt somewhat ill at ease in their short breeches, involuntarily pressed their partners' arms. However, the empress passed down the room on the right and remained standing by the center of the table, while the emperor, going to the left, took a position opposite to her. Then, when the selected guests had taken their places at the right and left of their majesties, the others glanced round for a moment and chose what places they liked. On that particular evening covers were laid for 87. Some 3 minutes elapsed before everyone had entered the room and chosen seats. The satiny sheen of a lady's shoulders, the bright flowers in their dresses, and the diamonds sparkling in their piled-up hair, lent, as it were, living mirth to the full light of the crystal chandeliers. At last the footmen took the court hats, which the gentlemen had hitherto carried in their hands, and then everyone sat down. Monsieur de Plougain had followed Rougon. After the soup had been served, he nudged him and inquired, "Have you commissioned Clorinde to bring about a reconciliation between you and Marcy?" Then, with a glance, he pointed out the young woman who sat on the other side of a table beside the count, to whom she was talking with an air of tender interest. Rougon seemed much annoyed, but he merely shrugged his shoulders and pretended to look in another direction. In spite, however, of his attempt at indifference, his eyes strayed back to Clorinde, and he began to observe her slightest gestures, and even the movement of her lips, as though he were anxious to discover what she was saying. Just then, however, he was spoken to. "Monsieur Rougon," said Madame de Combelow, who had got as near to the emperor as she could, "do you recollect that accident when you got a cab for me? One of the flounces of my dress was completely torn away." She was trying to make herself interesting by relating how her carriage had been nearly cut in halves by the landau of a Russian prince. Then Rougon was obliged to reply, and for a short time the incident became the subject of conversation among those placed near the middle of the table. All kinds of accidents were quoted, and among others one which had happened to a woman, a well-known dealer in perfumery, which had fallen from her horse during the previous week and had broken her arm. The empress, on hearing this, raised a slight exclamation of pity. The emperor said nothing, but listened with a profound expression, while eating very slowly. "Where's Delestan got to?" Rougon now asked of Monsieur de Plougasne. They looked about, and the senator at last caught sight of him at the end of a table. Seated next to Monsieur de Combalot among a row of men, he was listening to the broad conversation which was there carried on under cover of a general talk. Monsieur La Rouquette had been relating a somewhat free story about a laundress of his native place, and now Chevalier Rusconi was favouring the others with some personal criticisms of the women of Paris, while one of the two artists and the novelist, a little lower down the table, bluntly passed judgment on the ladies whose lean or over-fleshy arms excited their mockery. And Rougon angrily transferred his gaze from Clorinde, who was growing more and more amiable in her manner towards the Count, to her imbecile of a husband, who sat smiling in a dignified way at the rather strong anecdotes with which his ears were being regaled. "Why didn't he come and sit with us?" muttered the great man. "Oh, I don't pity him. They seem to be amusing themselves down there," said Monsieur de Plougasne. And he continued in a whisper, "I fancy they are making merry at Madame de Lorraine's expense. Have you noticed how indecently she's dressed? Just look at her bodice, how low it is." However, as he turned to get a better view of Madame de Lorraine, who was on the same side of a table as himself, some 5 seats away, his face suddenly became very grave. The lady's countenance, she was a beautiful, plump blonde, had assumed a furious expression. She was white with suppressed rage, and her blue eyes seemed to be turning black as they glowered fiercely on Monsieur de Marcy and Clorinde. "There's going to be a row," muttered the old senator between his teeth, in such wise that even Rougon could not tell what he was saying. The band was still playing, the hidden distant music sounding as though it proceeded from the ceiling. Every now and then, at some sudden blare of the brass instruments, the guests raised their heads, as though seeking to identify the strain which was being played. But the next moment they could hear nothing distinctly, for the light notes of the clarinets mingled with the jingling of the silver plate, which the servants carried about in piles. The big dishes gave out a clanking sound like so many cymbals. All round the table there was much silent hurrying to and fro. A whole army of servants flitted hither and thither without speaking a word, ushers in swallow-tails and bright blue breeches, with swords at their sides and cocked hats under their arms, and footmen with powdered hair and full-dress livery of green cloth laced with gold. The dishes were brought in, and the wines circulated in proper order, while the heads of the different household services, the controllers, the chief carver, and the chief custodian of the plate stood round and superintended all the intricate manoeuvring which marked the seeming confusion at which the roles of the most insignificant footmen had been carefully arranged beforehand. And behind the emperor and empress were their majesties' own private valets, who waited upon them with an air of decorous dignity. When the roasts arrived and the great wines of Burgundy were poured into the guests' glasses, the chatter of voices grew louder. Among the men at the end of a table, Monsieur La Rouquette was now discoursing upon culinary matters, notably with regard to the amount of cooking which the haunch of venison then being served had received. The previous dishes had comprised cressy soup, salmon au bleu, filet of beef with shallot sauce, pullets à la financière, partridges with cabbage, and oyster patties. "I'll bet that we shall have stewed cardons and vegetable marrow with melted butter," said the young deputy. "I have seen some crayfish," remarked Delestan politely. However, as the cardons and vegetable marrow were just then served, Monsieur La Rouquette was loud in his expressions of triumph. He knew the emperor's tastes, he declared. But the novelist glanced at the artist and said, with a cluck of the tongue, "The cooking's rather poor." The artist pouted his assent. Then, when he'd taken a sip from his glass, he said, "The wines are exquisite." Just at that moment, however, a sudden laugh from the empress rang so loudly through the room that everyone became silent, and craned forward to discover what had given rise to it. The Empress was talking to the Prussian ambassador who sat on her right. She was still laughing and uttering broken words which the guests could not catch. But amidst the silence caused by the general curiosity, a cornet à piston, softly accompanied by some bassoons, began to play a pretty sentimental air. Then the general murmur of conversation arose once more. Chairs were turned half round and elbows rested on the table as sections of the guests began to chat together, as if they were at some luxurious table d'hôte. "Will you have a rote cake?" asked Monsieur de Plouguer. Rougon shook his head in refusal. For a moment he'd been eating nothing. The servants had replaced the silver plate by Sèvres porcelain, beautifully decorated in blue and pink. Then the whole dessert went in procession past Rougon, but he would only accept a small piece of camembert. He'd ceased to exercise any restraint over himself, and gazed openly at Monsieur de Marcy and Clorinde, in the hope, probably, of being able to intimidate the young woman. But she affected such familiarity with Marcy that she seemed to have forgotten where she was, and to fancy herself in some private room where a light supper had been served for two. Her beautiful face sparkled with tenderness, and as she munched the sweetmeats which the Count handed to her, she tranquilly prosecuted her conquest with never-failing smile and superb assurance. The people near them had begun to whisper. However, the general conversation turned upon the subject of fashion, and Monsieur de Plouguer mischievously asked Clorinde about the new shape of bonnets. Then, as she pretended not to hear him, he turned round in order to address the same question to Madame de Lorentz. But when he saw her angry, threatening face, with its clenched teeth and tragic expression of furious jealousy, he did not dare to carry out his intention. Clorinde, as it happened, had just surrendered her hand to Monsieur de Marcy, on the pretext of letting him look at an antique cameo which he wore on a finger ring. And she let the Count hold her hand while he took off the ring and then put it back again. This seemed to be going too far. Madame de Lorentz, who was nervously playing with a spoon, upset a wine-glass and broke it. One of the servants immediately removed the fragments. "They'll be tearing each other's hair by and by," the senator whispered to Rougon. "Have you watched them? But the deuce take me if I can understand Clorinde's game. What's she up to, eh?" This ends Chapter 7, Part 1. Chapter 7, Part 2 of His Excellency Eugene Rougon by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 7, Part 2. Then, as he raised his eyes to his neighbor, he was quite taken aback by the strange change which he noticed in Rougon's face. "What's the matter with you? Aren't you well?" he asked. "Oh, yes," Rougon replied, "but it's so close here. These dinners last so long, and then there's such a strong scent of musk." The dinner, however, was now at an end, though a few ladies were still nibbling biscuits as they leant back in their chairs. No one moved, but the Emperor, who had hitherto preserved silence, suddenly raised his voice, and the guests at either end of the table, who had completely forgotten His Majesty's presence, suddenly strained their ears to catch his remarks. He was replying to a dissertation from Monsieur Boulain d'Orcher against the practice of divorcing married people, which at that time did not prevail in France. And after pausing and glancing at the very low bodice of the young American lady who sat on his right hand, His Majesty said in a drawling voice, "In America, I never knew of any but plain wives being divorced." At this, a laugh ran through the guests. The remark seemed one of such fine and delicate wit that Monsieur La Rouquette pondered over it in the hope of being able to discover some hidden meaning. The young American lady, however, appeared to think it a compliment, for she bowed to the Emperor in pleased confusion. Their Majesties now rose from their seats. There was a loud rustling and tramping round the table, and the ushers and footmen, standing gravely in line against the wall, alone preserved an attitude of decorum amidst the scramble of all these people who had dined so well. However, the procession was formed anew, their Majesties at the head, followed by the guests in double file, with the various couples parted by the ladies' spreading trains. They passed through the guard-room with somewhat panting dignity, while behind them, in the full light of the crystal chandeliers, over the litter of the disordered tables, there resounded the big drum of the military band, which was finishing the last figure of a quadrille. Coffee was served that evening in the gallery of the maps. One of the prefects of the palace presented the Emperor's cup on a silver gilt salver. Several of the guests, however, had already gone off to the smoking-room, while the Empress had retired with a few ladies to her private drawing-room on the left of the gallery. It was whispered that she had expressed much displeasure at the peculiar manner in which Clorinde had behaved during dinner. During the yearly visits to Compiègne, she tried to introduce something like homely decorum into the habits of the court, with a taste for innocent amusements and rural pleasure, and she displayed a strong personal antipathy to certain eccentricities. Monsieur du Plougain had taken Clorinde aside to preach her a little sermon in the hope of worming a confession out of her. But the young woman affected great surprise. How had she compromised herself with Count de Marcy? They had only joked together, nothing more. "Well, look there, then," said the old senator. And forthwith he pushed back a door which already stood ajar, and showed her Madame de Lorraine storming away at Monsieur de Marcy in a little adjacent salon, which he had previously seen them enter. Wild with rage, the beautiful blonde was assailing Marcy in the most unmeasured language, quite regardless of the fact that the loud voice in which she was speaking might bring about a terrible scandal. The Count, although a little pale, was smiling and trying to appease her, talking to her rapidly in low, soft tones. Sounds of the quarrel had, however, reached the gallery, and the guests who heard them prudently retired from the neighborhood of the little room. "Do you want her to publish those famous letters all over the chateau?" asked Monsieur de Plougain, who had begun to pace up and down again after giving his arm to Clorinde. "It would be fine fun," she exclaimed with a loud laugh. Then the old senator, squeezing her arm like some young gallant, began to scold her again. She must leave all eccentric behavior to Madame de Combalot, he told her. And he went on to say that Her Majesty appeared very much annoyed with her. At this, Clorinde, who cherished a sincere devotion for the Empress, seemed quite astonished. What had she done that could have displeased her? Then, as they reached the entrance of Her Majesty's private drawing-room, they stopped for a moment and peeped through the doorway, which had been left open. A circle of ladies had gathered round a large table, and the Empress was patiently teaching them ring puzzles, while a few gentlemen stood behind the chairs and gravely followed the lesson. In the meantime, Rougon had been disputing with Delestang at the end of the gallery. He had not ventured to speak to him about his wife, but was reproaching him for the indifference with which he had allowed himself to be stowed away in a room which overlooked the courtyard of the chateau, and he tried to induce him to claim one with a view over the park. However, Clorinde came towards them, leaning on Monsieur de Plougain's arm. "Oh, don't bother me any more about your Marcy," she said loudly enough to be heard. "I won't speak to him again this evening. There, will that satisfy you?" This remark quieted everybody. Just at that moment, Monsieur de Marcy came out of a little room looking quite gay. He stopped to joke for a moment with Chevalier Rusconi, and then entered the private drawing-room, where soon afterwards the Empress and miladies could be heard laughing at some story he was telling them. 10 minutes later, Madame de Lorentz also reappeared. She looked weary, and her hands were trembling. Observing, however, the curious glances which took note of her slightest gestures, she boldly remained in the gallery, conversing with the various guests. There was a growing feeling of weariness among the company, who began to yawn slightly behind their handkerchiefs. The evening was the most trying time. The newly invited guests, not knowing how to amuse themselves, went up to the windows and gazed into the darkness. Monsieur Boulanger continued his dissertation against divorce laws in a corner of the room, while the novelist, who felt greatly bored, asked one of the academicians in a whisper if it was permissible to go to bed. Every now and then, however, the Emperor made his appearance and lounged through the gallery with a cigarette between his lips. It was impossible to arrange anything for this evening, Monsieur de Combelot explained to the little group in which Rougon and his friends were gathered. Tomorrow, after the stag hunt, the offal will be given to the hounds by torchlight. Then, on the day after tomorrow, the artistes of the Comédie Française are coming to play Les Plaideurs. There is a talk, too, of some tableaux vivants and a charade, which will be performed towards the end of the week. Then he gave them details. His wife was going to take a part, and the rehearsals would soon begin. He also spoke at length about an excursion which the court had made 2 days previously to a druidical monolith, in the neighborhood of which some excavations were being carried on. The Empress had insisted upon getting down into the pit which had been dug. "And do you know," continued the Chamberlain, in tones of emotion, "the workmen were lucky enough to turn up 2 skulls in Her Majesty's presence. No one was expecting such a thing, and it caused great satisfaction." So saying, he stroked that black beard of his, which had been the source of so much of his success among the ladies. There was a somewhat sawney look about his handsome face, of which he was evidently vain, and he lisped as he spoke. "But I was told," said Clorinde, "that the actors of the vaudeville were coming down to perform their new piece. The women wear the most wonderful dresses, and it's excruciatingly funny, I hear." Monsieur de Combelot assumed a prudish expression. "Yes," he said, "it was talked of for a moment." "Well?" "The idea has been abandoned. The Empress doesn't like that kind of piece." At this moment there was a general stir in the gallery. All the men had come down from the smoking room again, and the Emperor was going to play his game at table quoits. Madame de Combelot, who prided herself upon being a very skilful player, had just asked him to give her her revenge, for she recollected having been beaten by him during the previous season. As she spoke to him, she assumed an air of such humble tenderness and such a meaning smile that His Majesty, ill at ease and rather alarmed, was obliged to turn his eyes away from her. The game began. A large number of guests gathered round and admiringly criticized the play. Standing at the end of a long table, which was covered with a green cloth, the young woman threw her first quoit, which alighted near the white point representing the pin. Then the Emperor, showing even greater skill, dislodged it with his own quoit, which slipped into its place. The spectators softly applauded. However, it was Madame de Combelot who won in the end. "What have we been playing for, sire?" she boldly inquired. The Emperor smiled, but made no reply. Then he turned round and said, "Monsieur Rougon, will you have a game with me?" Rougon bowed and took up the quoits, while apologizing for his unskilfulness at the game. A thrill of excitement ran through the spectators, who stood on either side of the table. Was Rougon really coming into favor again? The latent hostility which had encompassed him ever since his arrival now melted, and the guests bent forward and watched his quoits with an air of sympathy. Monsieur Larouquette, feeling still more perplexed than he'd been before dinner, drew his sister aside to ask her what was the true state of affairs. But she was apparently unable to give him any satisfactory information, for he returned to the table making a gesture of perplexity. "Ah, very good," murmured Clorinde, as Rougon made a skilful cast. She darted meaning glances at those friends of the great man who were present. The opportunity seemed a favorable one for helping him back into the Emperor's good graces. She commenced the onset herself, and for a moment or two there was a burst of laudatory remarks. "The deuce!" exclaimed Delestan, who could think of nothing else to say, though he was anxious to obey the mute command of his wife's eyes. "And you pretended that you were a very poor player," said Chevalier Rusconi delightedly. "Ah, sire, pray don't play for France with him." "But Monsieur Rougon would treat France very well, I'm sure," interposed Monsieur Boulain d'Orcher, with a meaning expression on his dog-like face. It was a direct hint. The Emperor deigned to smile, and he even laughed good-naturedly when Rougon, quite embarrassed by the compliments, modestly explained, "Well, I used to play at pitch and toss when I was a boy." On hearing His Majesty laugh, all the company did likewise, and for a moment the gallery rang with merriment. Clorinde, with her sharp wits, had realized that by admiring Rougon, who was in fact a very poor player, one really flattered the Emperor, who was incontestably his superior. Monsieur du Plouguer, however, had not yet come forward, feeling a touch of jealousy at Rougon's success. So Clorinde went up to him and nudged his elbow as if by accident. He understood her meaning and warmly praised his colleague's next throw. Then Monsieur Larouquette made up his mind to risk everything and exclaimed, "Yes, that was beautiful, a delightfully soft throw." As the Emperor won the game, Rougon asked for his revenge, and the quoits were again gliding over the green cloth with a faint rustling sound like that of dry leaves, when a lady attendant appeared at the door of a drawing-room, holding the Prince Impérial in her arms. The child, who was then some 20 months old, was dressed in a plain white robe. His hair was in disorder, and his eyes were heavy with sleep. When he awoke of an evening in this way, he was generally brought to the Empress for a moment so that she might kiss him. He looked at the light with the serious expression characteristic of little children. However, an old man, a great dignitary of the empire, came forward dragging his gouty legs, and bending down with a senile tremor of his hand, he took hold of the baby prince's soft little hand and kissed it, saying in quavering accents as he did so, "Monseigneur, Monseigneur." But the child, alarmed by the other's parchment-like visage, hastily recoiled, clinging to the lady who carried him, and venting cries of fear. Still the old man did not let go his hold. He continued to protest his devotion, and it was necessary to release the little hand, which he held tightly to his lips, from his adoring grasp. "Go away! Take him off!" cried the Emperor impatiently to the lady attendant. His Majesty had just lost the second game, and the deciding one began. Rougon, taking the praises which he received in serious earnest, exerted all his skill. Clorinde was now of opinion that he played too well, and just as he was going to pick up his quoits, she whispered in his ear, "I hope you do not mean to win." Rougon smiled, but all at once a loud bark was heard. It came from Nero, the Emperor's favorite pointer, which, taking advantage of an open door, had just bounded into the gallery. His Majesty ordered the dog to be taken away, and a servant had already caught hold of its collar, when the aged dignitary again sprang forward and exclaimed, "My beautiful Nero! My beautiful Nero!" He almost knelt upon the carpet in order to take the dog in his tremulous arms. He pressed his head to his breast and kissed it as he said, "I beg of you, sire, do not send him away. How handsome he is!" The emperor consented that the dog should remain, and the old man went on with his caresses. Unlike the little prince, Nero showed no sign of fear, but licked the withered hands that fondled him. Rougon, meantime, was blundering in his play. He had just thrown a quoit so clumsily that the leaden disc, faced with cloth, flew into the corsage of a lady who, with a deal of blushing, drew it from amidst her lace. The emperor won the game, and the company delicately gave him to understand that he had gained a real victory. His Majesty seemed quite affected by it, and went off with Rougon, chatting to him as though he wanted to console him for his defeat. They strolled to the end of the gallery, leaving the body of the room free for a little dance which was just then being arranged. The Empress, who'd left the private drawing-room, was trying to relieve the increasing boredom of her guests. She had proposed a game of consequences, but it was getting late and the company seemed to prefer a dance. All the ladies were now assembled in the gallery of the maps, and a messenger was sent to the smoking-room to summon such gentlemen as were still hiding there. As the dancers took up their positions for a quadrille, Monsieur de Combalot obligingly seated himself at the piano-organ, the handle of which he gravely began to turn. Footnote. "Monsieur Rougon," said the emperor, "I have heard some talk of a work you are engaged upon, a comparison of the English constitution with our own. I might be able to supply you with some useful documents." "Your Majesty is very kind, but I am contemplating another design, a very great one indeed." Rougon, finding his sovereign so kindly disposed, was desirous of profiting by it, and he thereupon unfolded his plan, his dream of reclaiming and cultivating the lands, of clearing several square leagues of soil, founding a town, and conquering, as it were, a new country. As he spoke, the emperor looked at him, and in his eyes, usually so expressionless, there now shone a glistening light. For a time, however, he said nothing, merely nodding every now and then. But when Rougon at last finished, he rejoined, "Yes, perhaps. It is to be thought over." Then turning towards Clorinde, her husband, and Monsieur de Plougerne, who stood in a group near at hand, he said, "Monsieur de Lestang, come and give us your opinion. I have retained the most pleasant recollection of my visit to your model farm of La Chamade." De Lestang stepped forward. However, the little group which was clustering round the emperor now had to retreat into one of the window recesses. A waltz was being danced, and as Madame de Combalot passed by, reclining in Monsieur La Roquette's arms, she had just swept her long train round his Majesty's silk stockings. At the piano, Monsieur de Combalot seemed to be quite enjoying the music he was calling forth, for he turned the handle more rapidly than ever, swaying his handsome head, and every now and then glancing towards the body of the instrument, as though surprised at the deep notes which came from it at certain turns he gave. "I have bred some magnificent calves this year, by a fresh crossing of strains," said de Lestang. "Unfortunately, when your Majesty visited me, the stalls and folds were under repair." Thereupon the emperor began to speak slowly and spasmodically of agriculture, cattle breeding, and manures. He had entertained great esteem for de Lestang ever since his visit to La Chamade, and was particularly pleased with the system which the latter had introduced, whereby his farmhands lived in common, shared certain profits, and became entitled to old age pensions. Napoleon and Clorinde's husband had ideas in common, certain humanitarian principles which enabled them to grasp each other's thoughts at a word. "Has Monsieur Rougon spoken to you about his plan?" the emperor asked. "Oh, yes," answered de Lestang. "It is a magnificent scheme, and affords a chance of experimenting on a very grand scale." He evinced genuine enthusiasm. He was greatly interested in pig breeding, he said. The best breeds were dying out in France. Then he remarked that he was perfecting a new plan for the improvement of meadowlands, but to make it fully successful, Large tracts of country would be necessary. However, if Rougon should succeed, he would join him and put his system to trial. Then, all at once, he stopped short, for he had just noticed that his wife's eyes were earnestly fixed upon him. Ever since he'd begun to express his approval of Rougon's scheme, she'd been biting her lips, looking pale and wrathful. "Come, my dear," she said to him, motioning towards the piano organ. Monsieur de Combelot's fingers had now grown cramped, and he was opening and shutting his hands to remove the stiffness. Nevertheless, with the smile of a martyr, he got ready to begin a polka, when Delestan hastened forward and offered to take his place, an offer which he accepted politely, as though giving up a post of honor. Then Delestan turned the handle, and the polka began. But somehow the music now sounded differently. He lacked the chamberlain's flexible, supple wrist. Rougon, however, was anxious to get some definite expression of opinion from the emperor. His Majesty, who really seemed impressed, asked him if he contemplated establishing some large industrial colonies over yonder, and added that he should be glad to grant a strip of land, water supply, and tools to each family. Moreover, he promised to show Rougon some plans of his own, which he had noted down on paper, for the establishment of a place of the kind where the houses would be of uniform construction and every want would be provided for. "Certainly, I quite enter into your Majesty's ideas," said Rougon, though, truth to tell, Napoleon's vague socialism made him impatient. "We can do nothing without your Majesty's assistance and authority. It will doubtless be necessary to expropriate certain villages, and it will have to be stated that this is done for the public good. I shall also have to launch a company to provide the requisite funds. A word from your Majesty will be necessary." The emperor's eyes grew dim, but he went on nodding. Finally, in an indistinct voice, he said, "We will see. We will talk about it." Then he walked away, passing with heavy steps through the quadrille party. Rougon put on a cheerful countenance, as though he felt sure of obtaining a favorable answer. Clorinde, however, was radiant. By degrees a report spread among the grave, staid men who did not dance, that Rougon was going to leave Paris and place himself at the head of a great undertaking in the south of France. Then they all came to congratulate him, and he was smiled upon from one end of the gallery to the other. Not a trace remained of the hostility which had been shown him when he first arrived. Now that he was voluntarily going into exile, they all felt that they could shake hands with him without risk of compromising themselves. This was genuine relief for many of the guests. Monsieur La Rouquette, quitting the dancing party, discussed the matter with Chevalier Rusconi, with the delight of a man completely set at his ease. "It's the right thing he's doing. He will make a great success down there," said the young deputy. "Rougon is an extremely able man, but in politics he is deficient in tact." Then he waxed quite emotional over the emperor's kindness. His Majesty, he said, showed as much regard for his old servants as if they were old mistresses. He felt affection for them even after the most violent ruptures. It was some secret softening of the heart, no doubt, that had prompted him to invite Rougon to Compiègne. And La Rouquette cited other incidents which did honor to His Majesty's kindness of nature. He had given 400,000 francs to pay the debts of a general who'd been ruined by a ballet girl. He'd bestowed 800,000 upon one of his old accomplices at Strasbourg and Boulogne as a wedding present, and had laid out nearly 1 million for the benefit of the widow of a high functionary. "His purse is at everyone's disposal," he said in conclusion. "He only allowed himself to be chosen emperor in order that he might be able to benefit his friends. It makes me shrug my shoulders when I hear Republicans reproaching him for his big civil list." Footnote: he would exhaust 10 civil lists in doing good. All the money he gets comes back to France again. While chatting in an undertone after this fashion, La Rouquette and Chevalier Rusconi continued to watch the emperor. He was just completing his round of the gallery. He adroitly threaded his way through the dancers, silently crossing the clear spaces which their respect opened out for him. Whenever he passed behind a lady who was sitting down, he slightly inclined his neck and cast an oblique glance at her bare shoulders. "And he has such a mind, too," said Chevalier Rusconi in a whisper. "He is an extraordinary man." This ends Chapter 7, Part 2. Chapter 7, Part 3 of His Excellency Eugene Rougon by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 7, Part 3. The Emperor was now quite close to them. For a moment he lingered where he stood, hesitating and gloomy. Then he seemed inclined to approach Clorinde, who was looking very merry and beautiful. But she suddenly fixed her eyes on him so boldly that he seemed frightened, so he went on again, holding his left arm behind his back and twisting the ends of his waxed moustache with his right hand. At last, seeing Monsieur Boulin d'Orcher in front of him, he approached him sideways and said, "You are not dancing." The judge confessed that he could not dance, that he had never danced in his life. Then the Emperor replied encouragingly, "Oh, that doesn't matter. That needn't keep you from dancing now." Those were his last words for the evening. He quietly made his way to the door and disappeared. "Yes, indeed, he is an extraordinary man," said Monsieur Larouquette, repeating Chevalier Rusconi's phrase. "They think a great deal of him abroad, don't they?" The Chevalier, with diplomatic reserve, nodded vaguely. He admitted, however, that the eyes of Europe were fixed upon the Emperor. A word spoken at the Tuileries made neighboring thrones tremble. "He is a prince who knows how to hold his tongue," he added with a smile, the subtle irony of which escaped the young deputy. Then they returned to the ladies and invited partners for the next quadrille. For the last quarter of an hour an aide-de-camp had been turning the handle of the piano organ. Both Delestang and Monsieur de Combelot now sprang forward and offered to take his place. The ladies, however, cried out, "Monsieur de Combelot! Monsieur de Combelot! He does it much the best!" The chamberlain thanked them for the compliment with a bow, and began to turn the handle with professional vigor. It was the last quadrille. Tea had just been served in the private drawing-room. Nero, having made his appearance from behind a couch, was glutted with sandwiches. The guests gathered in little groups and chatted familiarly. Monsieur du Plouguer, who had carried a little cake to a side table, ate it and sipped his tea, while explaining to Delestang how it was that he, so well known to hold legitimist opinions, had come to accept invitations to Compiègne. The reason was very simple, he said. He could not refuse his support to a government which rescued France from anarchy. Then he broke off to say, "This cake is very nice. I didn't make a very good dinner this evening." His caustic tongue was always ready to wag when he found himself at Compiègne. He spoke of most of the ladies present with a bluntness which called blushes to Delestang's face. The only one for whom he showed respect was the Empress. She was a saint, he said, a woman of exemplary devotion. He asserted, too, that she was a legitimist, and would have recalled Henry V to the throne had she been free to do so. Then for a moment he dwelt upon the delights of religion. Just as he was sliding off into an indelicate story, the Empress retired to her own rooms, followed by Madame de Lorentz. On reaching the threshold of a salon, she made a low curtsy to the company, who bowed to her in silence. The rooms now began to get empty. The remaining guests talked in louder tones and exchanged parting shakes of the hand. When Delestang looked for his wife to go upstairs with her, he could not find her. At last, Rougon, who helped him in his search, discovered Clorinde sitting with Monsieur de Marsay in the little room where Madame de Lorraine had so violently upbraided the Count after dinner. The young woman was laughing loudly. When she saw her husband, she rose up. "Good evening, Monsieur le Comte," she gaily said to Marsay. "You will see tomorrow at the hunt, if I don't win my bet." Rougon glanced after her as her husband led her away on his arm. He would have liked to accompany them to their door, to ascertain what bet it was that she had spoken of, but Monsieur de Marsay, evincing the greatest politeness, detained him, and he could not get away. When he was at last free, instead of going up to his room, he took advantage of an open door to slip into the park. It was a very dark October night, without a star or a puff of wind, a black, dead night. Lofty plantations arose far away like promontories of darkness. He could scarcely distinguish the paths in front of him. Holding his hat in his hand, he let the cool night air play on his brow for a moment. This freshened him like a bath. Then he lingered there looking at a brightly lighted window on the left front of the chateau. The other windows gradually became black, and this was soon the only gleaming spot in the sleeping pile. The Emperor was sitting up, and Rougon fancied he could distinguish his shadow passing across the blind, a huge head beyond which projected the ends of a long moustache. It was followed by two other shadows, one very slight, and the other so big that it shut off all the light. In the latter, Rougon clearly recognized the gigantic silhouette of an agent of a secret police, with whom His Majesty frequently closeted himself for hours. Then, as the slimmer shadow again passed before the window, Rougon thought it seemed like a woman's. However, nothing more appeared. The window glowed in all quietude, like some large bright eye gazing into the mysterious depths of the park. Perhaps, thought Rougon, the Emperor was now considering his scheme for clearing the lands and founding an industrial center, where the extinction of pauperism might be attempted on a large scale. He knew that Napoleon frequently came to important determinations at night time. It was at night that he signed decrees, wrote manifestos, and dismissed his ministers. But presently Rougon began to smile. He had recalled a story of the Emperor wearing a blue apron and hanging wallpaper at 3 francs apiece in a room at Trianon, where he intended to lodge a mistress. And he pictured him now, in the silence of his study, cutting out woodcuts and sticking them neatly in a scrapbook. But all at once Rougon found himself raising his arms and involuntarily exclaiming aloud, "Ah, his friends made him!" Then he hurried back into the chateau. He was beginning to feel very cold, especially about the legs, which his knee breeches left uncomfortably exposed. A little before 9 o'clock on the following morning, Clorinde sent Antonia, whom she'd brought with her, to ask Rougon if she and her husband might breakfast with him. He had already ordered a cup of chocolate, but did not touch it till they came. Antonia preceded them, carrying a large silver salver on which their coffee had been brought to their bedroom. "Ah, this will be more cheerful," exclaimed Clorinde as she entered. "You have got the sun on your side. You are much better off than we are." Then she began to inspect the suite of rooms. It consisted of an antechamber, on the right of which there was a little room for a valet. Then there was the guest's bedroom, a spacious apartment hung with cream-colored chintz, having a pattern of big red flowers. There was a large square mahogany bedstead, and an immense grate in which some huge logs were blazing. "Of course, you ought to have complained," said Rougon. "I would not have put up with a room looking on to the courtyard. Ah, if people don't assert themselves! I was talking to Delestang about it only last night." The young woman shrugged her shoulders and replied, "Oh, he would raise no objection if they wanted to lodge me in a garret." However, she now wished to examine the dressing-room, all the fittings of which were of Sèvres porcelain, white and gold, with the imperial monogram. Then she went to look out of the window, and a faint cry of surprise and admiration came from her lips. For leagues in front of her, the lofty trees of the forest of Compiègne spread out like a rolling sea, their huge crests rising and falling in gentle billows, till they faded from sight in the distance. And in the pale sunlight of that October morning, the forest glowed alternately with gold and purple, with the splendor of a gorgeously embroidered mantle spread out from horizon to horizon. "Come, let us have breakfast," said Clorinde. They cleared a table on which were an inkstand and a blotting pad, finding it rather amusing to wait upon themselves. The young woman, who was in a very merry mood, declared that on waking that morning it had seemed to her as if she were in an inn kept by a prince, at which she had alighted after a long journey through dreamland. This haphazard kind of breakfast, served upon silver salvers, delighted her like some adventure in an unknown country. Meantime, Delestan gazed in wonder at the quantity of wood which was burning in the grate. And at last, with his eyes still fixed upon the flames, he muttered thoughtfully, "I've been told that they burn 1,500 francs worth of wood every day at the chateau. 1,500 francs worth! Don't you think it's rather a high figure, Rougon?" Rougon, who was slowly sipping his chocolate, just nodded his head by way of reply. He was disturbed by Clorinde's gay animation. She seemed that morning all aglow with feverish beauty, her eyes glistening as with the fire of battle. "What was the bet you were talking about last night?" Rougon asked abruptly. She began to laugh, but as he pressed his question, she replied, "You will see presently." Then, by degrees, Rougon grew angry and spoke harshly to the young woman. It was an outburst of real jealousy, and veiled allusions soon developed into direct accusations. She had made a perfect exhibition of herself on the previous evening, he said. She had let Monsieur de Marcy hold her hand for more than 2 minutes. Delestan listened to all this, but instead of showing any concern, quietly steeped some strips of toast in his coffee. "Ah, if I were your husband!" Rougon cried at last. Clorinde had just risen, and standing behind Delestan, with her hands resting on his shoulders, she responded, "Well, supposing you are my husband, what then?" And stooping down, she stirred Delestan's hair with her warm breath as she added, "He would behave properly, wouldn't he, dear, just as you do?" Delestan turned his head, and by way of answer, kissed the hand that lay on his left shoulder. He looked at Rougon with an expression of emotion and embarrassment, blinking as though he wished him to understand that he was really going a little too far. Rougon nearly called him a fool. However, when Clorinde made a sign to him over her husband's head, he followed her to the open window, on the handrail of which she leant. For a moment she remained silent, her eyes fixed on the far-spreading prospect. Then she abruptly asked him, "Why do you want to leave Paris? Don't you care for me any longer? Listen now, I will be quite steady and follow your advice, if you will give up that plan of exiling yourself to that horrid, outlandish place." Rougon became very grave at this proposal. He began to dwell on the great motives which influenced him. Besides, it was impossible now, he said, for him to withdraw. While he was speaking, Clorinde vainly tried to read the real truth in his face. He seemed quite determined to go. "Very well, then. You don't care for me any longer," resumed the young lady. "So I am at liberty to follow my own inclinations. Well, you will see." And she left the window and once more began to laugh. Delestan, who still seemed to find the fire a source of great interest, was trying to calculate how many grates there might be in the chateau. Clorinde, however, broke in upon his meditations, saying that she had only just time to dress unless she was to miss the hunt. Rougon accompanied her and her husband into the corridor, a long conventual passage with a thick green carpet. and as Clorinde went off, she amused herself by reading the names of the guests, which were written on small cards in wooden frames which hung from the different doors. When she had got to the very end of the corridor, she turned, and thinking that Rougon looked perplexed, as if he wished to call her back, she halted, and for a moment waited, smiling. But he went back into his room, slamming the door behind him. The second breakfast was served early that morning. There was much conversation concerning the weather, which was all that could be wished for the hunt. There was a good clear light, and the atmosphere was calm. The court carriages set out shortly before noon, the meet being at the King's Well, a large open space where several roads met in the middle of the forest. The imperial hunting train had been waiting there for more than an hour, the mounted huntsmen in crimson breeches and great laced hats, the dog keepers wearing black shoes with silver buckles to enable them to run with ease among the brushwood, while the carriages of the guests invited from the neighboring chateau were drawn up in a semicircle in front of the hounds, and in the center were groups of ladies and gentlemen all in court hunting dress, like figures out of some old picture of the time of Louis XV. The emperor and the empress did not follow the hunt that day, and as soon as the hounds had been slipped, their majesties' charabancs turned down a by-road and came back to the chateau. Many others followed this example. Rougon had at first tried to keep up with Clorinde, but she spurred on her horse so wildly that he was left behind, and thereupon, in disgust, determined to return, infuriated at seeing the young woman galloping in the distance down a long avenue, with M. de Marcy by her side. Towards 5:30, Rougon received an invitation to take tea in the private apartments of the Empress. This was a favor which was usually granted to men of interesting and witty conversation. He found M. Boulain-Torchère and M. de Plouguerne already there. The latter was relating a somewhat improper story in carefully chosen words, and his narrative achieved enormous success. Only a few of the hunting party had as yet returned. Madame de Combelot came in, saying that she felt dreadfully tired, and when the company asked her how matters had gone off, she replied with an affectation of semi-technical jargon, "Oh, the animal beat us off for more than 4 hours. For a time he unharbored in the open, but at last he turned to bay near the Red Pool, and the death was superb." Then Chevalier Rusconi mentioned another incident with some uneasiness. "Madame de Lestang's horse bolted," he said. "She disappeared in the direction of Pierrefonds, and nothing has since been seen or heard of her." He was at once overwhelmed with questions, and the Empress seemed much distressed. He said that Clorinde had kept up a tremendous pace all the time, and had excited the admiration of the most experienced riders. All at once, however, her horse had bolted down a side lane. "She had been dreadfully whipping the poor animal," interposed M. La Roquette, who was burning to get a word in. "M. de Marcy galloped off to her assistance, and he also has not been seen since." At this, Madame de Lorentz, who sat beside her Majesty, rose from her seat. She fancied that some of the company were looking at her and smiling, and she became quite livid. The conversation had turned upon the dangers of hunting. One day, said one of the guests, the stag had run into a farmyard, and had then turned and charged the hound so suddenly that a lady had her leg broken amidst the confusion. Then the company began to indulge in various suppositions. If M. de Marcy had succeeded in checking Madame de Lestang's horse, they had, perhaps, both dismounted for a few minutes' rest. There were a large number of shelter places, huts and sheds and pavilions in the forest. However, it seemed to Madame de Lorentz that this suggestion prompted more smiling, and that the others were stealthily eyeing her jealous anger. As for Rougon, he kept silent, but beat a feverish tattoo on his knees with his fingertips. The Empress had given orders that Clorinde should be asked to come and have some tea as soon as she returned, and all at once there was a chorus of exclamations. The young woman appeared on the threshold with a flushed, smiling, radiant face. She thanked Her Majesty for the concern which she showed about her, and then calmly continued, "I am so sorry. You really shouldn't have made yourselves uneasy. I made a bet with Monsieur de Marcy that I would be in at the death before he was. And so I should, if it hadn't been for that provoking horse of mine." Then she added gaily, "Well, we neither of us lost, after all." However, they made her tell them her adventure in detail, which she did, without the least sign of confusion. After a mad gallop of 10 minutes or so, her horse had fallen, she said, but she herself had sustained no hurt. Then, as she was trembling a little from the excitement, Monsieur de Marcy had taken her for a moment into a shed. "Ah, we guessed that," exclaimed Monsieur La Rouquette. "You said a shed, didn't you? I myself mentioned a pavilion." "It must have been a very uncomfortable place," said Monsieur de Plougane mischievously. Clorinde, without ceasing to smile, replied slowly, "Oh, dear, no, I assure you. There was some straw, and I sat down. It was a big shed full of spiders' webs. It was growing dark, too. Oh, it was very droll." Then, looking in Madame de Lorentz's face, and speaking with still more deliberation, she added, "Monsieur de Marcy was extremely kind to me." While Clorinde had been narrating this story, Madame de Lorentz had kept 2 fingers closely pressed to her lips, and on hearing the conclusion she shut her eyes as if dazed by anger. She remained thus for another minute, and then, feeling she could contain herself no further, she left the room. Monsieur de Plougane, curious as to her intention, slipped away after her. As for Clorinde, when she saw Madame de Lorentz disappear, an involuntary expression of victory appeared upon her face. The conversation now turned upon other subjects. Monsieur Boulain d'Orcher began to speak of a scandalous lawsuit which was exciting a deal of public interest. It was a wife's application for a judicial separation from her husband, and he gave certain particulars of the affair in such delicately couched language that Madame de Combalot did not fully understand him, but asked for explanations. Chevalier Rusconi then afforded the company much pleasure by softly singing some popular Piedmontese love songs, which he afterwards translated into French. In the middle of one of these songs, Delestang entered the room. He had just returned from the forest, which he'd been scouring for the last 2 hours in search of his wife. His strange appearance excited a general smile. The Empress seemed to have taken a sudden friendship for Clorinde, for she'd made her sit beside her and was talking to her about horses. Piram, the horse which the young woman had been riding, was a hard goer, said the Empress, and she promised that she should have César on the following day. On Clorinde's arrival, Rougon had gone to one of the windows, feigning great interest in some lights which were gleaming in the distance to the left of the park. As he stood there, no one could detect the slight quivering of his features. He remained thus, looking out into the dark for a long time, only turning when Monsieur de Plougane came back into the room and stepped up to him. Rougon remained quite impassive as the other whispered in his ear, in a voice feverish with satisfied curiosity. "There has been a terrible scene. I followed her out of the room. She met Marcy at the end of the corridor. They both went into a room together, and I heard Marcy tell her roundly that she bored him to death. She rushed out again like a madwoman and went off towards the Emperor's study. I feel sure that she went to lay those famous letters on his desk." Just at that moment, Madame de Lorentz reappeared. She was very pale, some of her hair strayed over her brow, and she panted. However, she resumed her seat behind the Empress with the despairing calmness of one who has just performed on herself some terrible operation which may have a fatal result. "I am sure she's taken the letter," said Monsieur de Plougane, examining her. Then, as Rougon did not seem to understand him, he left him, and stooping behind Clorinde began to tell her his story. She listened to him with delight, her eyes sparkling. It was not until the approach of the dinner hour, when the company quitted the Empress's private room, that she appeared conscious of Rougon's presence. Then she took his arm and said to him, as Delestang followed on behind,
"Well, now you see.
If you had been more amiable this morning, I shouldn't have nearly broken my legs." That evening the offal of the stag was distributed by torchlight to the hounds in the courtyard. As the guests left the dining room, instead of immediately returning to the gallery of the maps, they dispersed through the reception rooms in the front part of the chateau, where the windows were all wide open. The emperor took up position on the central balcony, which afforded accommodation for a score of other personages. Down below, on either side of the courtyard, a row of footmen in full livery and with hair powdered was ranged from the steps to the gate. Each held a long staff surmounted by a blazing cresset, in which tow had been steeped in spirits of wine. The lofty greenish flames seemed to dance in the air, glaring through the darkness without illuminating it, brightening nothing except the scarlet waistcoats, to which they lent a purplish tinge. Behind the footmen, on both sides of the courtyard, there were numerous middle-class people of Compiègne, whose dim faces swarmed in the darkness, the flaring tow every now and then revealing some hideous verdurous countenance. In the center, in front of the steps of the chateau, the offal of the stag lay in a heap. Over it was stretched the skin of the animal, the head and antlers lying in front. At the other end, near the gate, were the hounds in charge of the huntsmen, and some dog-keepers in green livery and white cotton stockings were waving torches. In the bright, ruddy glow, broken by clouds of smoke which rolled away towards the town, the hounds could be seen crowding together and panting heavily with distended mouths. The emperor remained standing. Every now and then a sudden flash of torchlight showed up his blank, impenetrable face. Clorinde had watched his every movement during dinner without detecting anything more than a melancholy weariness, the moodiness of an invalid who suffers in silence. Only once had she fancied that she saw him casting a faint side-glance at Monsieur de Marcy. And there on the balcony he still remained moody, stooping a little and twisting his moustache, while behind him the guests rose upon tiptoe in order to get a better view. "Come, Firmin," he said almost impatiently. Then the huntsman sounded the royale. The hounds threw tongue, straining their necks and rearing on their hind legs with uproarious efforts. And as the keeper held up the stag's head in sight of the maddened pack, Firmin, the chief huntsman, who stood upon the steps, let his whip drop. The hounds, which had been waiting for this signal, bounded in 3 great leaps across the courtyard, quivering and panting with hungry excitement. Firmin, however, had picked up his whip again, and the hounds, suddenly checked within a few yards of the offal, squatted upon the pavement, while their backs shook with excitement and their throats seemed like to burst with barks of desire. But they were obliged to retreat, to return across the courtyard and assume their previous position by the gate. "Oh, the poor animals," said Madame de Combalot, with an air of languid compassion. "Splendid!" cried Monsieur La Rouquette. Chevalier Rusconi applauded loudly. Several of the ladies were leaning forward in their excitement, while their lips quivered and their hearts throbbed with desire to see the hounds devour their prey. Would they not be allowed to have the bones at once, they asked. "No, not just yet," said several voices. Firmin had again twice dropped and then raised his whip. The hounds were exasperated and foamed at the mouth. But the third time, Firmin did not raise his whip again. The valet rushed away, carrying off the stag's head and skin, while the dogs leapt forward and seized the offal. Their furious barking subsided into a low, quivering growl of enjoyment. Bones could be heard cracking. Then general satisfaction was expressed upon the balcony and at the windows. The ladies smiled in chilly fashion and clenched their white teeth, and the men looked on with glistening eyes, while twisting the toothpicks they had brought from the dining room. In the courtyard came sudden brilliance. The huntsmen sounded a flourish on their horns. The dog-keepers waved their torches, and a blaze of colored lights arose, setting the night aflare and then raining sanguinously on the placid heads of the townsfolk on either hand. The emperor, however, turned his back upon the scene, and on noticing Rougon close to him, he seemed to awake from the moody reverie in which he'd been absorbed since dinner. "Monsieur Rougon," he said, "I've been thinking about that scheme of yours. There are difficulties in the way, many difficulties." Then after a momentary pause he opened his lips to speak again, but closed them without saying anything. However, as he went away, he added, "You must remain in Paris, Monsieur Rougon." Clorinde, who heard him, made a gesture of triumph. The emperor's remark immediately spread through the company, and the guests once more became grave and anxious, as Rougon slowly made his way through their midst towards the gallery of the maps. Down below in the courtyard, the hounds were finishing their bones. They flung themselves wildly atop of one another in order to reach the prey. With their writhing backs, white and black, all jumbled together, they were like a living wave, surging and struggling and roaring hungrily. Their jaws snapped, and they bolted mouthful after mouthful in their feverish eagerness to devour all. Quarrels, brief and sudden, ended in a loud howl. One large hound, a magnificent creature, finding himself too far away from the quarry, stepped back and then sprang into the very middle of the pack. He forced his way through the others and soon gulped down a great strip of the stag's entrails. This ends Chapter 7, Part 3. Chapter 8, Part 1 of His Excellency Eugene Rougon by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 8, Part 1. Recalled to Power. Some weeks went by. Rougon had relapsed into his life of lassitude and an ennui. He never referred to the emperor's order that he should remain in Paris. He only spoke of his disappointment and of the alleged obstacles which stood in the way of his clearing some portion of Valence. Upon this topic he talked continually. What obstacles could there possibly be, he asked. For his part, he could see none. He even went so far as to show some irritation against the emperor, from whom it was impossible, he complained, to obtain any explanations. Perhaps, however, his Majesty felt afraid lest he should be obliged to come forward with a subvention for the proposed expedition. As the days went by, Clorinde's visits to the Rue Marbeuf increased in frequency. She seemed every afternoon to expect some great news from Rougon, and she gazed at him in surprise on finding him so silent. Ever since her visit to Compiègne, she'd been living in the hope of a sudden triumph. She had pictured a series of dramatic scenes: furious anger on the part of the emperor, M. de Marcy's utter fall and disgrace, and the great man's immediate restoration to power. She no doubt imagined that her feminine wiles would have this result, and so her astonishment was unbounded when, at the end of a month, she still saw the Count in office. She began to feel contempt for the emperor, who seemed incapable of avenging himself. What could he be thinking about in the everlasting silence he preserved? However, Clorinde had not yet abandoned all hope. She had an intuition that some unforeseen turn of the wheel of chance would bring round the triumph she desired, for M. de Marcy's influence was certainly shaken. Rougon now treated her with all the watchful attention of a jealous husband. Ever since his strange outbreaks at Compiègne, he had exercised the most fatherly surveillance over her, had plied her with moral dissertations, and expressed his desire to see her every day. The young woman smiled, feeling certain now that he would not leave Paris. Towards the middle of December, however, after weeks of drowsy listlessness, he again reverted to his great scheme. He had consulted some bankers and had hopes of doing without the emperor's assistance. And once more he buried himself in maps and plans and technical treatises. Gilquin, he said, had already enrolled more than 500 workmen who were willing to go out with him. They would form the first installment of his future people. At this, Clorinde, feeling quite provoked, again set the whole coterie of friends in motion. It was a tremendous undertaking. Each of them took some special role, and whispered councils were held in the corners of Rougon's own drawing-room on Sunday and Thursday evenings. They portioned out the various difficult matters, and every day they scattered through Paris, invincibly determined upon gaining some influence or other to their cause. No assistance was too insignificant for their acceptance. The most trifling help might be useful. They availed themselves of everything. They drew whatever advantage they could from the most trivial incidents, and worked from the first thing in the morning until the last thing at night. They enlisted their friends as accomplices, and their friends enlisted others. All Paris seemed to share in the intrigue. In the most out-of-the-way districts, people began to yearn for Rougon's triumph, without being able to say why. The little band, though it only comprised some 10 or 12 persons, was influencing the whole city. "We are the coming government," said Du Poisat in all seriousness, and establishing a parallel between themselves and the men who had made the Second Empire, he added, "I shall be Rougon's merci." A pretender by himself was a mere name. A band of supporters was needed to establish a government. 20 stout fellows of ambition are stronger than a mere principle, and when they can combine a principle with their ambition, they become invincible. Such were Du Poisat's views. He himself spent his time in perambulating Paris, often calling at newspaper offices where he smoked his cigar and did what he could to undermine Monsieur de Marcy's reputation. He always had some secret little story to relate about the minister, whom he accused of ingratitude and egotism. Then, when he had managed to bring in Rougon's name, he would drop vague hints and promises of the rewards and presents and subventions which the latter would shower down upon every one should he be in the position to do so. In this way, Du Poisat contrived to supply numerous suggestions, anecdotes, and quotations to the newspapers, which continually brought the great man under the notice of the public. 2 journals published an account of a visit to the house in the Rue Marbeuf, and others spoke of Rougon's famous work on the English Constitution and that of 1852. Thus, after a hostile silence of 2 years, a murmur of eulogy arose, and Rougon's popularity seemed to be reviving. Du Poisat, too, devoted himself to other intrigues, very secret ones, such as the purchase of certain persons' support by a kind of gambling on the prospects of Rougon's return to office. "Let us only think of him," he often said, with that frankness of his which was distasteful to the more affected members of the band. "Later on, he will think of us." Monsieur Brulin d'Aucher was not a very subtle intriguer. When he unearthed the scandalous affair to the detriment of Monsieur de Marcy, it was immediately hushed up. He showed greater shrewdness in hinting that he might very well become Minister of Justice if ever his brother-in-law should return to power, an intimation which brought all his brother judges over to his side. Monsieur Kahn, meanwhile, had put himself at the head of another company of auxiliaries, financiers, deputies, and functionaries who helped to swell the army of malcontents. He had a docile lieutenant in Monsieur Bijoin, and even availed himself of the services of Monsieur de Combelot and Monsieur La Roquette, without those gentlemen having the faintest idea of the object for which he made them work. For his part, he acted in the official world, even its highest spheres, carrying his propaganda into the Tuileries and covertly laboring for days at a time in order that some remark or other might be repeated from mouth to mouth till it reached the emperor himself. But it was the women who manifested the most passionate enthusiasm. There were some terribly strange underplots, some complicated intrigues among them, whose full scope was never known. Madame Coureur began to call pretty Madame Bouchard her little pet, and took her, she said, on a visit to the country, so that for a week Monsieur Bouchard was left to lead a bachelor's life, and Monsieur d'Escaraille had to spend his evenings at the minor theatres. Dupoissat, however, met the two ladies one day in the company of some gentlemen who wore decorations, but he said nothing about having done so. Madame Coureur now rented 2 flats, one in the Rue Blanche and the other in the Rue Mazarine. The latter was very elegantly furnished, and Madame Bouchard would go there of an afternoon, taking the key from the doorkeeper of the house. It was said that the young woman had made an effectual conquest of a very high functionary. Then, too, the minor members of the band bestirred themselves, doing all they could. Colonel Jobelin betook himself regularly to a café on the boulevards to catch his old army friends, whom he catechized between their games of piquet, and when he had enlisted the sympathies of half a dozen, he rubbed his hands gleefully in the evening and declared that the whole army had joined the good cause. Monsieur Bouchard devoted himself to a like task in the government offices, and gradually instilled a strong feeling of enmity against Monsieur de Marcy into the clerks. He even won over the messengers, and made the whole staff sigh for the golden age of which he hinted the advent. Monsieur d'Escaraille, on his side, devoted himself to the wealthy young men he knew, extolling Rougon's broad views, his tolerance of certain misdemeanors, and his love of daring. Even the Charbonnels, as they sat on the benches of the Luxembourg garden, whither they went each afternoon while awaiting the issue of their interminable lawsuit, found a means of enlisting the sympathy and support of the petty cits residing in the neighborhood of the Odéon. Clorinde was not content with being the guiding spirit of the band, but engaged in very elaborate operations of her own, of which she never spoke. She was to be seen more frequently than ever, hurrying through streets of questionable repute, carelessly dressed and tightly hugging her big official-looking portfolio, which was now so split at the seams that it was only kept together by means of string. She also gave her husband extraordinary commissions to perform, and he did her bidding with the docility of a sheep, never seeking to understand her even. Then, too, she sent Luigi Pozzo about carrying letters, asked Monsieur du Plouguer to give her his escort, and then kept him waiting in the street for her by the hour. At one moment she even thought of getting the Italian government to interfere in Rougon's favor. Her correspondence with her mother, who was still living at Turin, had become extremely active. She had dreams of turning Europe topsy-turvy, and would go twice a day to Chevalier Rusconi's to meet his diplomatic acquaintances. In this strange campaign of hers, she also frequently remembered her beauty, and would go out on certain afternoons most superbly arrayed. And when her friends, quite surprised by the change, told her that she looked lovely, "I have need to be," she replied, with an air of resigned weariness. On her return from Compiègne, Dupoissat, having heard of her adventure at the hunt, had tried to find out on what terms she was with Monsieur de Marcy. He had some vague idea of betraying Rougon in favor of the Count, were Clorinde likely to become the latter's all-powerful mistress. She, however, with considerable irritation, denied the truth of any such supposition. He must think her very silly to suspect her of such a connection, she said. She even gave him to understand that she should never see Monsieur de Marcy again. In her earlier days she might possibly have thought of becoming his wife. Now, however, she had other schemes in her head. "There are often many ways of getting at what you want," she sometimes said, "but there is never more than one of them that is pleasant. I myself have a craving to satisfy." When she said this, she would keep her eyes fixed upon Rougon, as though she dreamt of fattening him up for some future feast of her own. She still displayed a disciple-like submission, however, and kept herself in the background with cajoling humility. Rougon himself seemed quite unconscious of all that was going on about him. In his drawing-room, on Sundays and Thursdays, he still consulted playing cards like a fortune-teller, bending over them and apparently hearing nothing of the talk that went on behind him. The members of the band discussed his affairs, made signs to each other over his head, and plotted by his fireside as though he were not in the room. He seemed so unconcerned with what they whispered that they at last began to chat in louder tones, smiling at his absent-mindedness. However, when they turned the conversation upon the subject of his return to power, he flew into a tantrum and swore that he would not move even if he knew that triumph awaited him at the end of a street. And indeed he shut himself up more than ever, and affected absolute ignorance of what went on in the world. The little house in the Rue Marbeuf, whence streamed such a flow of feverish propaganda, was itself a silent, drowsy home, on the threshold of which Rougon's friends cast glances at one another as a warning to leave outside the scent of battle which they carried in the folds of their garments. Dupoisson, however, would exclaim, "I tell you, he's drawing us all out. He listens to all we say. Just look at his ears in the evening. You can see that they are on the strain." This was frequently the subject of their conversation when they went away together at 10:30. It really was impossible, they said, that the great man should be unaware of their devotion. The ex-sub-prefect repeated that he was playing the part of a Hindu idol, squatting in a state of self-satisfaction with his hands across his abdomen, and smiling unctuously amidst a crowd of believers who cut themselves to pieces in his worship. And the others allowed that this comparison seemed a very true one. "But I will keep my eye on him, you may depend upon that," Dupoisson said in conclusion. However, it was useless to study Rougon's face. It remained blank and unruffled, almost childlike. Perhaps, after all, there was no deception about his appearance. Clorinde, for her part, much preferred that he should remain inactive. She was afraid that if they compelled him to open his eyes, he might thwart their plans. They were working for his advancement in spite of himself, as it were. By some means or other, forcibly if necessary, they meant to thrust him into a position of high authority. Then they would have a settlement. Still, matters seemed to advance very slowly, and the band began to grow impatient. Dupoisson's views gained the mastery. They did not openly reproach Rougon with all that they were doing for him, but they assailed him with allusions and hints. The colonel would sometimes come to the evening receptions with his boots white with dust. He had not had time to go home and change them, he said. He was quite knocked up with running about on foolish errands for which he should probably never get any thanks. On other evenings, Monsieur Kahn, with heavy eyes, complained of the late hours he had been compelled to keep for a month past. He was going a great deal into society, he said, not for pleasure indeed, but because it enabled him to meet certain people upon certain business. Then Madame Coqueur would relate affecting stories, telling them, for instance, of some poor young woman, a widow of the highest character, whom she visited, but was now unable to assist. If she were the government, she said, she would take good care to prevent injustice. Then the whole coterie would vent its own sorrows. Each would lament his or her present situation, and compare it with what it would have been had they not behaved in the foolish, soft-hearted way they had done. And all these endless complaints were accentuated by meaning glances at Rougon. To rouse him, they even went so far as to praise Monsieur de Marcy. At first, Rougon preserved unruffled tranquillity. He still showed no signs of understanding. But after a few evenings, when the talk was of this kind, slight twitchings would pass over his face at certain remarks made in his presence. He expressed no annoyance, but pressed his lips together, as though he were pricked by some invisible needle. And at last he became so restless and uneasy that he gave up his card tricks. He could no longer accomplish them successfully, and preferred to pace about the room, talking and suddenly hastening away when his friends began to launch veiled reproaches at him. Every now and then he would turn white with anger, and seemed to be forcibly holding his hands behind his back to restrain himself from turning the whole crew out of doors. "My children," said the colonel one evening, "I shan't come here again for a fortnight. It will be good for us to sulk for a while, and see how he can manage to amuse himself without us." Then Rougon, who had been thinking of closing his doors, felt very much hurt at the way in which he was abandoned. The colonel kept his word, and some of the others followed his example. The drawing-room looked very empty. There were always 5 or 6 of the circle absent. When one of them reappeared after a prolonged absence, and the great man asked him if he had been unwell, the other merely answered in the negative with an air of surprise, and gave no explanation. One Thursday, not a single person came. Rougon spent the whole evening alone, pacing up and down the big room with his hands behind him and his head bent. For the first time he felt the strength of a chain which linked him to his band. He shrugged his shoulders to express his contempt for the stupidity of the Charbonnels, the envious rage of Dupoisson, and the suspicious affection of Madame Carreur. Nevertheless, he felt a craving, the jealous craving of a master secretly pained by their slightest infidelities, to see and rule these friends of his, whom he held in such light esteem. Indeed, at the bottom of his heart, he was touched by their foolish behavior and loved their faults. They seemed to be part of his being, so that he felt diminished and incomplete when they held aloof from him. As they continued to absent themselves, he ended by writing to them, and even called at their residences to make peace with them after serious tiffs. Life at the house in the Rue Marbeuf was now so much chronic quarreling, a series of constantly recurring ruptures and reconciliations. Towards the end of December, there was a particularly serious defection. One evening, without anyone quite knowing why, one bitter remark led to another, and it all ended by a very angry scene. For nearly 3 weeks afterwards, the meetings ceased. The truth is that the band was beginning to lose hope. Their most earnest efforts seemed to have no appreciable result. It was unlikely that the general situation would change for a long time, and a sudden catastrophe, such as might render Rougon necessary, could hardly be anticipated. They had anxiously awaited the opening of the Corps Legislatif, but this had gone off without any other incident than the refusal of 2 Republican deputies to take the oath of allegiance. Monsieur Kahn, who was the shrewd man of the group, no longer hoped for any advantage from the course of general politics. Rougon, in his weary irritation, was occupying himself more energetically than ever with his Lannes scheme, as though to conceal the feverish twitching of his face, which he could no longer keep placid and sleepy as formerly. "I don't feel very well," he sometimes said. "My hands tremble. My doctor has ordered me to take exercise. I am out of doors all day." He did indeed go out a great deal now, and was to be met in the streets with his hands swinging and his head in the air, absorbed in thought. When anyone stopped and questioned him, he said he'd been tramping about all day. One morning, when he returned home to déjeuner, after a walk in the direction of Chaillot, he found the gilt-edged visiting card awaiting him, on which was written Gilquin's name. The card was very dirty, and bore the marks of greasy fingers. Rougon rang for his servant. "Did the person who gave you this card leave any message?" he asked. The servant, who was new to the house, smiled. "It was a gentleman in a green overcoat," he replied. "He was very pleasant and offered me a cigar. He only said that he was a friend of yours." However, just as the servant was leaving the room, he turned and added, "I think there's something written on the back of the card." Rougon turned it over and read these words written in pencil: "Can't wait. Will call again this evening. Very urgent. A strange business." Then he threw down the card with a careless air. After déjeuner, however, the expression "very urgent, a strange business" recurred to his mind and haunted him, till it at last rendered him quite impatient. What could this strange business of Gilquin's be? Since Rougon had charged the ex-commercial traveller with sundry obscure and intricate commissions, he'd seen him regularly once a week in the evening. Never before had Gilquin called in the morning, so that the matter in hand must surely be something out of the common. Rougon, quite at a loss to guess its nature, found himself all aglow with impatience, and although he could not help feeling that it was ridiculous, he resolved to go out and try to discover Gilquin before the evening. "Some tipsy story, I dare say," he reflected, as he went through the Champs-Élysées. "Well, at any rate, I shall satisfy myself." He was on foot, as he wished to carry out the directions of his doctor. It was a lovely day, a bright, sunny January noontide. Gilquin appeared to have removed from the Passage Goutin, for his card bore the address Rue Guissard, Faubourg Saint-Germain. Rougon had an immense amount of trouble to find this filthy street, which is situated near Saint-Sulpice's. At the end of a dark passage he discovered a woman lying in bed, who called out to him in a voice which quavered with fever, "Monsieur Gilquin, I don't know whether he's in. It's the door on the left on the 4th floor, right up at the top." When Rougon reached the 4th floor, he saw Gilquin's name inscribed on the door amidst some arabesques representing flaming hearts transpierced by arrows. However, he knocked to no purpose. He could hear nothing but the tick-tack of a cuckoo clock and the mewing of a cat. He had expected that he was coming on a vain errand. Still, he was glad that he had come. His walk had relieved him. So he went downstairs again, feeling more composed, and reflecting that he could very well wait till the evening. When he got outside, he slackened his steps, crossed the Saint-Germain market, and then went down the Rue de Seine, with no definite goal in view, but thinking that he would walk home, although he already felt a little tired. Then, as he reached the Rue Jacob, he remembered the Charbonnels who lived there. He'd not seen them for 10 days. They were sulking with him. However, he resolved to call on them for a few minutes and offer them his hand. The afternoon was so warm that he felt quite tender-hearted. The Charbonnels' room at the Hôtel du Périgord overlooked the yard, a gloomy well of a place which smelt like a dirty sink. It was a large, dark room with rickety mahogany furniture and curtains of faded damask. When Rougon entered it, Madame Charbonnel was folding up her dresses and laying them in a big trunk, while her husband perspired and strained his arms in cording another trunk, a smaller one. "Hello! Are you off?" Rougon asked with a smile. "Yes, indeed," answered Madame Charbonnel, drawing a deep sigh. "This time we've quite made up our minds." However, they gave him a hearty welcome, apparently quite flattered at seeing him in their room. All the chairs were littered with clothes, bundles of linen, and baskets with splitting sides. So Rougon sat down on the edge of the bed. "Oh, don't trouble yourselves," he said good-naturedly. "I'm very comfortable here. Go on with what you're doing. I don't want to disturb you. Are you going by the 8 o'clock train?" "Yes, by the 8 o'clock train," Monsieur Charbonnel replied. "That gives us just 6 more hours to spend in this beastly Paris. Ah, we shan't forget it in a hurry, Monsieur Rougon." Then he, who generally spoke so little, launched into a flow of bitter invective, and even shook his fist at the window while declaiming against the horrid city, where one actually couldn't see clearly in one's room at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. That dirty light which filtered in through that narrow well of a yard was Paris. But, thank heaven, he was going to see the sun again in his garden at Plassans. Then he looked round to make sure that he was forgetting nothing. He'd bought a railway timetable in the morning, and he pointed to a cold roast fowl wrapped in some greasy paper, which they meant to take with them to eat on their journey. "Have you emptied everything out of the drawers, my dear?" he asked. "My slippers were in the night table. I think, too, that some papers fell behind the chest of drawers." Rougon felt pained as he watched the preparations of these disconsolate old folks, whose hands trembled as they made up their packages. Their emotion seemed to him like a silent reproach. It was he who had kept them in Paris, and their sojourn there was ending in complete failure, a veritable flight. "You are making a mistake," he said at last. But Madame Charbonnel answered with a gesture of entreaty, as if to beseech him to be silent. "Don't make us any promises, Monsieur Rougon," she said sharply. "They can only bring all our unhappiness over again. When I think that we've been here for 2 years and a half, 2 years and a half, good heavens, in this hole of a place, my left leg will never be free from pain again as long as I live. I have slept on the far side of the bed, and that wall behind you fairly streams with water at night. I couldn't tell you all we've gone through. It would be too long a story, and we've spent a ruinous amount of money. Only yesterday I was obliged to buy this big trunk to carry away the things we've worn out while we've been in Paris, the wretchedly sewn clothes, which the shopkeepers charged us most extortionately for, and the linen which came back from the laundresses in rags. Ah, I shan't be sorry to have seen the last of your laundresses. They ruin everything with their acids." Then she threw a bundle of things into the trunk and exclaimed, "No, this time we are certainly going. I think it would kill me to stay here an hour longer." Rougon, however, insisted upon talking about their lawsuit. Had they had any bad news, he asked. Then the Charbonnels told him, almost crying as they did so, that the property of their cousin Chevassus was certainly lost to them. The Council of State was on the point of authorizing the Sisters of the Holy Family to receive the legacy of 500,000 francs. Their last remaining hope had expired on hearing of the arrival of Monseigneur Rochard in Paris, whither he'd come for the second time to hurry the matter forward. And all at once, Monsieur Charbonnel ceased to struggle with the cords of a smaller trunk and raised his arms convulsively, while crying in a broken voice, 500,000 francs! 500,000 francs! They both seemed overwhelmed. They sat down, the husband on the trunk and the wife on a bundle of linen, amidst all the litter of the room. And they began to pity themselves in a mournful strain. As soon as one stopped, the other began. They recalled their affection for their cousin Chevassus. How fond they had been of him. As a matter of fact, they had not seen him for more than 17 years before his death. But just now they wept over him in all good faith, and really believed that they had shown him every kind attention during his illness. Then they began to accuse the Sisters of the Holy Family of disgraceful scheming. They'd brought undue influence to bear on cousin Chevassus. They had kept him from his friends and had exerted constant pressure on his mind, which illness had weakened. Madame Charbonnel, though she was really a very devout woman, went so far as to relate a dreadful story, according to which cousin Chevassus had died of fright after signing his will at the dictation of a priest, who'd shown him the devil standing at the foot of his bed. And as for the Bishop of Faverolles, she said, it was a dirty part that he was playing in despoiling a couple of honest people who were esteemed throughout Plassans for the integrity they had shown in getting a little competency together in the oil trade. "But perhaps the case isn't hopeless yet," said Rougon, seeing that they were wavering. "Monseigneur Rochard isn't the divinity. I myself hadn't been able to do anything for you lately. I've had so much else to occupy me. But let me find out exactly how matters stand. I don't mean to let them prey on us." The Charbonnels looked at each other and shrugged their shoulders. "It's really no use troubling about it, Monsieur Rougon," murmured the husband. And as Rougon persisted, swearing that he would make every effort in their favor and could not let them go off in this way, the wife in her turn said, "It's really no use your troubling yourself about it. You would only give yourself a lot of bother for nothing. We spoke of you to our lawyer, but he only laughed at us and said you had no power now against Monseigneur Rochat." "And if you've no power, what's the good of troubling yourself?" asked Monsieur Charbonnel. "We had much better give it up." Rougon had bent his head. These remarks cut him like lashes. Never before had his powerlessness brought him such cruel pain. "No, we are going back to Plassans," continued Madame Charbonnel. "It is much the wisest thing to do. But we are not going away with any grudge against you, Monsieur Rougon. When we see Madame Felicite, your mother, we shall tell her that you would have cut yourself in pieces for us. And if anyone else questions us, you may be sure that we shan't say a word against you. Nobody can be expected to do more than he's able, can he?" This was the last stroke. Rougon pictured the Charbonnels reaching their distant home in the provinces. And as soon as they had told their news, the little town would be yelping at him. It would be a personal defeat from which it would take him years to recover. "But you must stay here," he exclaimed. "I will have you stay. We will see if Monseigneur Rochat can gobble me up at a mouthful." He broke into a threatening laugh, which quite alarmed the Charbonnels. They continued to resist for some time, and then at last consented to remain in Paris for another week, but not a single day longer. And thereupon Monsieur Charbonnel began to unknot the cords which he had fastened about the smaller trunk, and his wife lighted a candle, although it was scarcely 3 o'clock, in order that they might see to put the linen and clothes in the drawers again. When Rougon left them, he pressed their hands affectionately, and renewed his promises to do all he could. Before he'd gone 10 yards down the street, however, he already began to repent of what he had done. Why had he persuaded the Charbonnels to stay when they were so anxious to be off? It would have been a first-rate opportunity to get rid of them. And now he was more committed than ever to bring about a successful issue of their suit. He was especially vexed with himself for the motives of vanity which, as he realized, had influenced him. They seemed unworthy of a man of strength. However, he had promised and must do what he could. Thus thinking, he went down the Rue Bonaparte, followed the quay, and then crossed the Saint-Père bridge. The weather was still mild, but a rather sharp breeze was blowing along the river. Rougon was halfway across and was buttoning his coat, when he saw a stout lady in furs immediately in front of him. It was Madame Carreur. He recognized her by her voice. "Ah, is it you?" she said in a mournful tone. "Well, as I've met you, I'll shake hands with you, but you wouldn't have seen me at your house for another week. You haven't been acting like a friend." Then she began to reproach him for not having made an application which she'd been asking of him for months past. It was still the case of that Mademoiselle Herminie Bilcoq, a former pupil of Saint-Denis, whom her seducer, an officer, was willing to marry if some good soul would only give her the regulation dowry. Then, too, added Madame Carreur, the other ladies gave her no peace. The widow Le Turc was anxiously waiting for her tobacco shop, and the others, Madame Chardon, Madame Testanière, and Madame Jalaguerre, called on her every day to relate their woes and remind her of the promises she had made them. This ends Chapter 8, Part 1.
Chapter 8, Part 2 of His Excellency Eugene Rougon by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 8, Part 2. "I was counting upon you when I made them," she said in conclusion. "Oh, you've left me in a nice hole. Well, I am now on my way to ask the Minister of Public Instruction for a scholarship for little Jalaguerre. You promised me that scholarship, you know." She heaved a deep sigh as she continued. "We are obliged to go tramping about all over the place now that you refuse to do anything for us." Rougon, whom the wind was slightly inconveniencing, had bent his shoulders and begun to look at the Port Saint-Nicolas below the bridge. As he listened to Madame Coqueur, he watched some men unloading a barge laden with sugar loaves, which they rolled down a gangway formed of a couple of planks. A crowd of 300 people or so was viewing the operation from the quays. "I am nobody now. I can do nothing," said the great man. "It is wrong of you to feel a grudge against me." "Stuff and nonsense," replied Madame Coqueur scoffingly. "I know you well enough. Whenever you choose, you can be what you like. Don't be a humbug, Eugene." Rougon could not help smiling. The familiarity shown by Madame Mélanie, as he had called her in former days, brought back recollections of the Hôtel Vanneau, when he had no boots even to his feet, but was conquering France. He forgot all the reproaches which he had addressed to himself on leaving the Charbonnels. "Well, well," he said, good-naturedly, "what is it you have to tell me? But don't let us stand here, it's almost freezing. As you are going to the Rue de Grenelle, I will walk with you to the end of the bridge." Then he turned and walked along beside Madame Coqueur, without, however, offering her his arm, and the lady began to tell him her troubles at great length. "After all," said she, "I don't so much mind about the others. Those ladies can very well wait. I shouldn't bother you. I should be as merry as I used to be. You remember, don't you? If I hadn't such big troubles of my own. One can't help getting bitter over them. I'm still dreadfully bothered about my brother. Poor Martineau. His wife has made him completely mad. He has no feelings left." Then she gave a minute account of a fresh attempt at reconciliation which she had made during the previous week, in order, said she, to find out exactly what her brother's disposition towards her might be. She'd sent him as ambassador one of her friends, that very Herminie Bilcoq, whose marriage she'd been trying to effect for the last 2 years. "Her travelling expenses cost me 117 francs, she continued. "But how do you think they received her? Why, Madame Martineau sprang between her and my brother, foaming at the mouth, and crying out that I was sending a crew of street walkers to them, and that she would have them arrested by the gendarmes. My poor Herminie was still in such a tremble when I met her on her return at the Montparnasse station that we were obliged to go into a café and drink something." They had now reached the end of the bridge. The passers-by were jostling them. Rougon tried to console Madame Coqueur, thinking of all the kind things that he could say. "It's extremely annoying, but you'll see, your brother will make it up with you by and by. Time puts everything straight." Then, as she still detained him at the corner of the footway, amidst the uproar of the passing vehicles, he slowly walked up the bridge again, she following and saying, "When Martineau dies, his wife is quite capable of burning any will he may leave behind him. The poor dear fellow is nothing more than skin and bones. Herminie says that he looks dreadfully ill. I'm terribly bothered about it all." "Well, you can do nothing now," said Rougon with a vague gesture. "You must wait." However, she stopped him again when he was halfway across the bridge, and lowering her voice continued, "Herminie told me a strange thing. It seems that Martineau has gone in for politics now. He is a Republican. At the last elections he threw the whole neighborhood into excitement. That news gave me quite a shock. He might get into trouble, eh?" There was a short pause, during which Madame Coqueur looked searchingly at Rougon. He glanced at a passing carriage as though he wished to avoid her gaze. Then, with an innocent air, he responded, "Oh, don't make yourself uneasy. You have friends, haven't you? Well, rely on them." "You are the only person I rely on, Eugène," she replied in a low, tender voice. At this Rougon seemed moved. He glanced at her and was stirred by the sight of her plump neck and painted face, which she struggled to keep beautiful. She personified his youth. "Yes, rely on me," he said, pressing her hands. "You know very well that I am always on your side." He again accompanied her as far as the Quai Voltaire, and when she'd left him, he at last made his way across the bridge, slackening his steps as he went in order to watch the landing of the sugar loaves at the Port Saint-Nicolas. For a moment even he halted and let his elbows rest on the parapet. But the sugar loaves rolling down the gangway, the greenish water flowing beneath the arches of the bridge, the crowd of idlers and the houses all soon grew hazy and disappeared, and he fell into a reverie. He became absorbed in dim, strange thoughts. It seemed to him as if he were descending with Madame Coqueur into some black abyss of human iniquity. However, he felt no regrets, no qualms. He dreamt of becoming very great and very powerful, so that he might satisfy the desires of those about him to an extent unnatural, even as it were impossible. A shiver roused him from his quiescence. He was trembling with cold. The night was falling, and the breeze from the river was stirring up cloudlets of white dust on the quays. He felt very tired as he made his way alongside the Tuileries, and suddenly lacked the courage to return home on foot. All the passing cabs were full, however, and he had almost relinquished the hope of securing one when he saw a driver pull up his horse just in front of him. A head was thrust out of the window of the vehicle. It was Monsieur Kahn's. "I was just going to your house. Get in. I'll drive you home, and we can talk as we go." Rougon got into the cab and was scarcely seated before the ex-deputy burst into tempestuous words amidst the jolting of the vehicle as its horse went on at a sleepy trot. "Ah, my friend," said Monsieur Kahn, "I have just had such a proposal made to me. You would never be able to guess it. I feel as though I were choking." Then he lowered one of the windows, adding, "You have no objection, have you?" Rougon lay back in a corner of the cab, watching the grey wall of the Tuileries Gardens, while Monsieur Kahn, very red in the face and gesticulating spasmodically, continued, "I've been following your advice, you know. For the last 2 years I've been struggling persistently. I've seen the Emperor 3 times, and I have reached my 4th petition on the subject. If I haven't succeeded in getting the railway grant for myself, I have at any rate prevented Marcy from getting it for the Western Company. Briefly, I maneuvered so as to keep matters at a standstill till we should be the stronger party again, as you advised me to do." He stopped for a moment as his voice was drowned by the dreadful clatter made by a passing cart laden with iron. When the cab had got clear of this cart, he continued, "Well, just now, while I was sitting in my study, a man whom I don't know, but who is a big contractor, it appears, called on me and calmly proposed, in the name of Marcy and the directors of the Western Railway Company, that if I would make 1,000,000 francs worth of shares over to those gentlemen, I should be granted the necessary authorization for my line. What do you think of that?" "The terms are a little high," said Rougon, with a smile. Monsieur Kahn jerked his head and crossed his arms. "Oh, you've no idea of the coolness of these people," he continued. "You ought to have heard the whole of my conversation with the contractor. In consideration of the millions worth of shares, Marcy undertakes to support me and to bring my claim to a successful issue within a month's time. When I began to speak of the Emperor, the contractor only laughed, and told me plumply that if the Emperor was my support, I might as well give the whole thing up at once. The cab was now turning into the Place de la Concorde, and Rougon emerged from his corner with a bright color on his cheeks, as if suddenly warmed. "And did you show this fine gentleman the door?" he asked. The ex-deputy did not immediately answer, but looked at him with an expression of great surprise. Monsieur Kahn's anger had abruptly subsided. For a while he lay back in his corner of the cab and yielded to the jolts. Then he muttered, "Ah, no, one doesn't show people like that to the door without a little reflection. And besides, I wanted to take your advice. For my own part, I confess I am inclined to accept the offer." "Never, Kahn!" cried Rougon hotly. "Never!" Then they began to discuss the matter. Monsieur Kahn quoted figures. "No doubt," said he, "a commission of 1,000,000 francs was an enormous one, but he showed that it might easily be balanced by following certain methods." Rougon, however, refused to listen and waved his hand to silence him. He himself held money in little account. If he was unwilling that Marcy should pocket 1,000,000, it was because the gift of that 1,000,000 would be a confession of his own powerlessness, an acknowledgment that he himself was beaten, and that the influence of his rival was so much greater than his own that it might really be priced at that exorbitant figure. "Can't you see that Marcy is getting tired of the struggle?" said he. "He's coming round. Wait a little longer, and we shall get the grant for nothing." Then, in almost threatening tones, he added, "I warn you that we shall quarrel if you accept. I cannot allow a friend of mine to be fleeced in that manner." A pause followed. The cab was now ascending the Champs-Élysées. Both men, wrapped in thought, looked as though they were counting the trees in the side avenues. Monsieur Kahn was the first to break the silence. "Listen to me now," he said, in a low tone. "I ask nothing better than to keep on with you, but you must acknowledge that for the last 2 years—" Then he stopped, and instead of finishing the sentence he had begun, he gave another turn to his answer. "Well, it isn't your fault. Just now your hands are tied. We'd better give them the 1,000,000, believe me, we had." "Never!" cried Rougon energetically. "In a fortnight you shall have your grant. In a fortnight, do you hear me?" The cab had just stopped in front of a little house in the Rue Marbeuf. Neither of them alighted, however. For some moments they continued talking inside the vehicle, as though comfortably ensconced in their own home. Monsieur Bouchard and Colonel Joblin were coming to dine that evening with Rougon, and he pressed Monsieur Kahn to join them. But the other, to his great regret, he said, was obliged to decline the invitation, as he was engaged elsewhere. The great man was now enthusiastically determined upon obtaining the railway grant. When he at length alighted from the cab, he closed the door in a friendly way, and gave the ex-deputy a parting nod. "Till next Thursday, then?" cried the latter, thrusting his head out of the window as the cab drove off. Rougon was feeling slightly feverish on his return. He could not even read the evening papers. Although it was scarcely 5 o'clock, he went straight to the drawing-room and began to walk up and down while waiting for his guests. The first sunshine of the year, though it was only a pale January sunshine, had given him a touch of headache. His afternoon had left a very vivid impression upon him. All his friends rose before him, those whom he put up with, those of whom he felt afraid, and those for whom he had a genuine affection. They all seemed to be goading him on, forcing him to some decisive step. And this did not displease him. He felt that their impatience was reasonable, and he realized that an anger akin to their own was rising up within himself. It was as though the ground in front of him had gradually diminished, as if a time was near when he would be compelled to make a formidable leap. Then he suddenly thought of Gilquin, whom he had entirely forgotten. He rang for a servant to ask if the gentleman in the green overcoat had called again during his absence. But the servant had seen no one. Then Rougon told him that if Gilquin should call during the evening, he was to be shown into his study. "And you will let me know immediately," he added, "even if we are at table." His curiosity was again roused, and he went to look for Gilquin's card. He read the inscription, "Very urgent, a strange business," several times over, without managing to make anything of it. When M. Bouchard and the colonel arrived, he slipped the card into his pocket, feeling disturbed, even irritated by those words, which kept buzzing in his brain. The dinner was a very plain one. M. Bouchard had been a bachelor for the last 2 days, his wife having had to go into the provinces on a visit to a sick aunt, of whom, strangely enough, she'd never previously spoken. The colonel, for whom there was always a cover laid at Rougon's table, had that evening brought his son, whose holidays were on just then. Madame Rougon did the honors in her kindly, silent fashion. Under her ever-vigilant eyes the repast was served, slowly but most carefully, and without the slightest noise. The conversation turned upon the subjects of study in the public schools. The chief clerk quoted some lines from Horace, and spoke of the prizes he had gained in the examinations about 1813. The colonel said he would have liked a more military form of discipline among the pupils, and then he went on to explain why Auguste had failed in his examination for a bachelor's degree in November. The youth had such a lively intelligence, he said, that he always went beyond the questions asked by the examiners, and this had annoyed them. While his father was thus explaining his failure, Auguste himself was eating some fowl, with a sly smile on his beaming dunce's face. They were at dessert, when the sound of a bell in the hall caused Rougon the greatest emotion, and quite distracted his attention from his guests. He felt sure that the ring was Gilquin's, and sharply raised his eyes to the door, already mechanically folding up his napkin in the expectation of being summoned from the room. But when the door opened, it was Dupoisat who appeared. The ex-sub-prefect dropped into a chair at a few feet from the table, as though he were quite at home. He often called like this early in the evening, immediately after his dinner, which he took at a little boarding-house in the Faubourg Saint-Honoré. "I'm quite done up," he said, without giving any particulars of the intricate business which he'd been transacting during the afternoon. "I should have gone straight to bed, but I felt an inclination to come and glance over the papers. They're in your room, I suppose, Rougon, aren't they?" He stayed where he was, however, and accepted a pear and half a glass of wine. The conversation then turned upon the high price of provisions, which had doubled, it was said, during the last 20 years. M. Bouchard mentioned that he could remember having seen pigeons sold at 15 sous the couple when he was young. However, as soon as liqueur and coffee had been handed round, Madame Rougon quietly disappeared, and the men went into the drawing-room without her. They all seemed quite at home. The colonel and the chief clerk carried the card-table in front of the fire and began to shuffle the cards, already preparing some wonderful combinations. Auguste sat down at a side table and turned over some numbers of an illustrated newspaper. Dupoisat had disappeared. "Just look at the hand I hold," exclaimed the colonel abruptly. "Isn't it a strange one?" Rougon went up to the table and nodded. Then, when he had returned to his chair in silence and was taking up the tongs to move some of the logs of the fire, the servant came in very quietly and said in his ear, "The gentleman who called this morning is here." Rougon started. He had not heard the bell. When he went into his study, he found Gilquin standing there, with the rattan cane under his arm, whilst, with a professional blinking of the eyes, he examined a somewhat poor engraving of Napoleon at St. Helena. Gilquin's long green overcoat was buttoned up to his chin, and he had not even doffed his black silk hat, which looked almost new, and was tilted very much on one side. "Well?" asked Rougon hastily. Gilquin, however, seemed in no hurry, but jogged his head while looking at the engraving and saying, "It's well expressed. How dreadfully bored he looks, doesn't he?" The room was lighted by a single lamp, which stood on a corner of the writing table. As Rougon entered, a slight noise, a gentle rustling of paper, had come from behind a high-backed armchair which stood in front of the mantelpiece. But then such perfect silence had fallen that the previous sound might have been thought the mere cracking of some half-extinguished piece of firewood. Gilquin declined to take a seat, so he and Rougon remained standing near the door, in a patch of shadow cast by a bookcase. "Well?" Rougon asked again, and then he mentioned that he had called in the Rue Guissard during the afternoon. At this, Gilquin began to speak of his doorkeeper, an excellent woman who was unfortunately dying of consumption, which he had contracted owing to the dampness of the ground floor of the house. "But this important piece of business of yours, what is it?" asked the great man impatiently. "Oh, wait a moment," rejoined the other. "I've come about that. I'll tell you about it directly. But did you go upstairs, and did you hear my cat? It's a cat that came in by way of the roof. One night when my window was open, I found her lying by my side. She was licking my beard. It seemed very droll, and so I kept her." Then, at last, he made up his mind to speak of the particular business which had brought him there. It was a long story. Footnote. He commenced by relating his amours with an ironing girl with whom he'd fallen in love one evening as he was coming out of the Ambigu theatre. Poor Eulalie, he said, he'd been distrained upon by her landlord when only 5 installments of her rent were due. For the last 10 days, therefore, she'd been staying at a lodging-house in the Rue Montmartre, near her work, and it was there that he himself had been sleeping all the week, the room being on the 2nd floor, a dark little place at the far end of a passage which overlooked the yard. All this did not interest Rougon. Still he listened with patient resignation. "Well, 3 days ago," continued Gilquin, "I brought a cake and a bottle of wine with me in the evening. We ate the cake and drank the wine in bed. A little before midnight, Eulalie got up to shake out the crumbs, and then she went soundly to sleep. She sleeps like a log. I myself was lying awake. I'd blown out the candle and was staring up into the darkness, when I heard a dispute in the next room. I ought to tell you that between the 2 rooms there's a door which had been fastened up. After a time the voices quieted down, and peace seemed to have been made. But I still heard such singular sounds that at last I got out of bed and fixed my eye to a crack in the door. Well, you'll never guess what I saw then." He stopped for a moment and gazed at Rougon, reveling in the effect which he thought he was producing. There were 2 men there, a young one of about 25, who was fairly good-looking, and another who must have turned 50, short and thin and of sickly appearance. Well, they were examining a collection of pistols and daggers and swords, all kinds of brand-new weapons which glistened in the light. They were talking in a jargon which I did not recognize at first, but afterwards, by certain words I heard, I knew it was Italian. I've traveled in Italy, you know, in the macaroni trade. Well, I strained my ear to listen, and then I understood, my dear fellow. Those gentlemen have come to Paris to assassinate the Emperor. There, what do you think of that?" Then he crossed his arms and pressed his cane to his breast as he kept on repeating, "It's a funny business, isn't it?" So this was Gilquin's strange affair. Rougon shrugged his shoulders. 20 times before had various conspiracies been reported to him. "He told me to come and tell you all the gossip of the neighborhood," resumed the ex-commercial traveler. "Well, I want to render you all the service I can, and so I tell you all I hear. It's wrong of you to shake your head like that. Do you think if I had gone to the prefecture that they would have sent me away without a nice little gratuity? But I prefer benefiting my friends. I tell you that the matter is really serious. So go and tell it to the Emperor, and just see how he embraces you." For the last 3 days, Gilquin had been keeping a watch over those fine gentlemen, as he called them. During the daytime, 2 others made their appearance, a young man and another of mature years, with a pale, handsome face and long black hair, who seemed to be the chief. Footnote. They all looked tired out when they entered the room, and they talked together in brief, guarded phrases. However, on the previous night, Gilquin had seen them filling some little iron machines which he believed were bombs. He'd got Eulalie's key, and had taken off his boots and kept a careful watch in the room, listening to every sound. In the evening, he so managed matters that Eulalie began to snore at about 9 o'clock, which he'd thought would prevent the others from feeling any suspicion. Besides, it was never prudent, he added, to let a woman have any share in political matters. As Gilquin went on speaking, a grave expression came over Rougon's face. He was beginning to believe the story. Beneath the ex-bagman's vinous hilarity, amid the odd details mingled with the narrative, he felt that there was a basis of positive truth. And then all his irksome expectation during the day, all his anxious curiosity, appeared to him in the light of a presentiment, and he again experienced that inward trembling which he felt every now and then since the morning, the involuntary emotion, as it were, of a strong man when he realizes that his fortune depends upon a single card. However, he affected utter indifference. A set of imbeciles who must have the whole detective force watching them, he said. Gilquin began to grin. The police had better lose no time, then, he rejoined. Then he became silent, but he still smiled and gently tapped his hat. The great man realized that he'd not been told everything, and looked at Gilquin searchingly. However, the other opened the door to take his leave. Well, at any rate, I've given you warning, he said. I'm going to dine now, my good fellow. I've had no dinner yet. I've been playing the spy on my men all the afternoon, and I'm tremendously hungry. At this, Rougon stopped him, saying that he could let him have some cold meat, and forthwith he ordered a cover to be laid for him in the dining-room. Gilquin seemed quite touched by this attention. He once more closed the study door, and lowering his voice so that the servants should not hear him, said to Rougon, You're a good fellow. Listen to me now. I don't want to tell you any lies. If you'd received me badly, I should have gone straight to the prefecture. But now I'll tell you everything. That's honest, isn't it? I'm sure you won't forget the service I'm rendering you. Friends are friends, whatever people may say. Then he leant forward and continued in a whisper, It is to come off tomorrow night. They are going to blow Badinguet, footnote, up in front of the opera house when he arrives there. The carriage and the aide-de-camp and the whole lot will be clean swept away. This ends Chapter 8, Part 2. Chapter 8, Part 3 of His Excellency Eugene Rougon by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 8, Part 3. While Gilquin sat down to his meal in the dining-room, Rougon remained standing in the middle of his study, perfectly still and with an ashy face. He was deep in thought and seemed to be hesitating. At length he sat down at his writing table and took up a sheet of paper, but he tossed it aside again almost immediately. For a moment it seemed as if he were going to rush to the door and give an order. Then he slowly came back and again became absorbed in thought, which cast a shrouding gloom over his face. Just at that moment, the high-backed armchair in front of the fireplace moved, and Du Poissat stood up, calmly folding a newspaper. "What? Were you there?" cried Rougon roughly. "Of course. I've been reading the papers," replied the ex-sub-prefect, with a smile which revealed his irregular white teeth. "You knew very well I was there. You saw me when you came in." This audacious falsehood cut all explanation short. The two men looked at each other for some moments in silence. Then, as Rougon seemed to consult him with his eyes, and again went towards the writing table, Dupoisson made a little gesture which plainly signified, "Wait a minute, there's no hurry, we must consider matters." Not a word was exchanged between them. They both went back to the drawing-room. Such an angry dispute had broken out that evening between the Colonel and Monsieur Bouchard on the subject of the Orleans princes and the Count de Chambord, that they had banged their cards down and swore that they would never play with each other again. And then, with glowering eyes, they seated themselves on either side of the fireplace. However, when Rougon returned, they were once more making friends by loudly singing the great man's praises, that being the one subject on which they could agree. "Oh, I feel no constraint about it. I say it before his face," the Colonel continued. "There is no one to equal him at the present time." "We are speaking ill of you, you hear," said Monsieur Bouchard with a cunning smile. Then the conversation went on. "A brain far above the average, a man of action, who has the coup d'œil of born conquerors. Ah, France wants his help sadly just now. Yes, indeed, he could do something to get us out of the mess. He's the only man who can save the empire." As Rougon heard this, his shoulders bent, and he affected a surly air by way of modesty. Such incense was, however, extremely pleasant to him. His vanity was never so delightfully titillated as when the Colonel and Monsieur Bouchard bandied laudatory phrases like these about for a whole evening. They talked a great deal of obvious nonsense, and their faces wore gravely ridiculous expressions. But the more they grovelled in their language, the more did Rougon enjoy hearing their monotonous voices as they sang his praises and lavished altogether inapplicable commendation upon him. He sometimes made fun of them when they were not there, but, for all that, his pride and craving for power found gratification in their eulogies. They formed, as it were, a dunghill of praise in which his huge frame could wallow at its ease. No, I'm only a weak sort of man," he said, shaking his head. "If I were really all that you believe—" He did not finish his sentence, but sat down at the card table and began to consult the cards, a thing which he now seldom did. Meanwhile, Monsieur Bouchard and the Colonel continued to belaud him. They declared that he was a great orator, a great administrator, a great financier, and a great politician. Dupoisson, who had remained standing, nodded his head assentingly, and presently, without looking at Rougon, and as though the latter had not been present, he remarked, "Mon Dieu, only the least thing is needed to bring him into power again. The Emperor is most favourably disposed towards him. If some catastrophe were to happen tomorrow, and the Emperor should feel the need of an energetic hand, why, by the day after tomorrow Rougon would be minister. That's the long and short of it." The great man slowly raised his eyes. Then he dropped back in his chair, leaving his combinations with the cards unfinished, with his face again clouded over. But the untiring flattery of Monsieur Bouchard and the Colonel still rang out amidst his reverie, as if to spur him on to some resolution from which he yet recoiled. And at last a smile appeared upon his face, as young Auguste, who had just completed the abandoned réussite with the cards, exclaimed, "It has come out all right, Monsieur Rougon." "Of course, things always come out all right," said Dupoisson, repeating the great man's favourite phrase. However, at that moment a servant entered and told Rougon that a gentleman and a lady wished to see him, and he handed him a card, at the sight of which Rougon uttered a slight cry. "What? Are they in Paris?" The visitors were the Marquise and Marchioness d'Escorrail. Rougon hastened to receive them in his study. They apologized for the lateness of their visit, and, in the course of conversation, gave him to understand that they had been in Paris for a couple of days past, but it feared lest the visit from them to one so closely connected with the emperor might be misconstrued. Hence they had preferred to make their call quite privately and at this somewhat unseemly hour. The explanation in no way offended Rougon. The presence of the Marquise and Marchioness under his roof was an unhoped-for honor. If the emperor himself had knocked at his door, he would not have felt more gratification. Those old people, coming to ask a favor of him, typified all Plassans offering him its homage, that aristocratic, cold, and haughty Plassans, which had ever seemed to him a sort of inaccessible Olympus. An old ambitious dream was at last being realized, and he felt that he was avenged for the scorn shown him by the little town when, as a briefless advocate, he had dragged his worn-down boots about its ill-paved streets. "We will not find Jules at home," said the Marchioness d'Escorhaille. "We were looking forward with pleasure to giving him a surprise. But he's been obliged to go to Orléans, on business, it seems." Rougon was not aware of the young man's absence. However, he quite understood it on recalling the circumstance that the aunt whom Madame Bouchard had gone to see lived at Orléans. Nevertheless, he justified Jules, saying that it was a serious matter, a question of abuse of power which had necessitated his journey. Then he told them that their son was a very intelligent young man and had a great future before him. "It's necessary for him to make his way," said the Marquise, thus lightly alluding to the ruin of the family. "It was a great trial to us to part with him." Then he and his wife, in discreet fashion, began to deplore the necessities of those degenerate times which prevented sons from growing up in the faith of their parents. They themselves had never set foot in Paris since the fall of Charles X, and they would not have come there now if it had not been a question of Jules' future. Since their dear boy, with their secret consent, had taken service under the Empire, they had pretended to deny him before the world. But in reality they were continually striving for his advancement. "We make no pretense with you, Monsieur Rougon," said the Marquise in a tone of charming familiarity. "We love our boy. It is natural that we should. You have done a great deal for him already, and we thank you heartily for it. But we want you to do more still. We are friends and fellow townsmen, are we not?" Rougon bowed, feeling much moved. The humble demeanor of those old people whom he had seen so majestic when they repaired on Sundays to the church of Saint-Marc seemed to enhance his own importance. He gave them formal promises of help. As they were going off, after 20 minutes' friendly conversation, the Marchioness took Rougon's hand and held it for a moment within her own. "Then we may rely upon you, dear Monsieur Rougon," she said. "We came from Plassans especially for this purpose. We were beginning to feel a little impatient. At our age you can't wonder at it. Now, however, we shall go back feeling very happy. People told us there that you could no longer do anything." Rougon smiled, and with an air of decision that seemed prompted by some secret thoughts of his own, he replied, "Where there's a will, there's a way. Rely on me." When they had left him, however, a shadow of regret passed over his face. He was still tarrying in the anteroom when he espied a neatly dressed man who, balancing a small round felt hat between his fingers, stood in a respectful attitude in a corner. "What do you want?" Rougon curtly asked him. The man, who was very tall and broad-shouldered, lowered his eyes and replied, "Don't you recognize me, sir?" And as Rougon declared that he did not, the other continued, "I am Merle, your old usher at the Council of State." At this Rougon became somewhat softer. "Oh, yes, but you're wearing a full beard now. Well, my man, what do you want me to do for you?" Then Merle proceeded to explain matters in studiously polite language. He had met Madame Coureur in the afternoon, and she had advised him to see Monsieur Rougon that very evening. If it had not been for that, he, Merle, would never have presumed to disturb him at such an hour. Madame Curie is extremely kind, he repeated several times. Then he went on to say that he was out of employment. If he now wore a full beard, it was because he had left the Council of State some 6 months previously. When Rougon inquired the reason of his dismissal, he would not allow that he'd been discharged for bad conduct, but bit his lip and said, "They all knew there how devoted I was to you, sir. After you went away, I had to put up with all sorts of unpleasantness because I've never been able to conceal my real feelings. One day I almost struck a fellow servant who was saying provoking things, and then they discharged me." Rougon looked at him searchingly. "And so, my man, it's on my account that you are now out of place?" Merle smiled slightly. "And I owe you another berth, eh? You want me to find you a situation somewhere?" "It would be very kind of you, sir." There was a short pause. Rougon tapped his hands together in a fidgety, mechanical way. But soon he began to smile, having made up his mind. He had too many debts. He must pay them and get rid of them. "Well, I will look after you," he said, "and get you a place somewhere. You did right to come to me, my man." Then he dismissed him. He now hesitated no longer. He went straight into the dining room, where Gilquin had just finished off a pot of jam after eating a slice of pâté, the leg of a fowl, and some cold potatoes. Dupoissat, who had joined him, was sitting astride a chair and talking to him. They were discussing women in somewhat crude language. Gilquin had kept his hat on his head and leant back, lounging in his chair and picking his teeth, under the impression that he was behaving in proper aristocratic style. "Well, I must be off now," he said, after gulping down the contents of his glass, which was full, and smacking his lips. "I was going to the Rue Montmartre to see what has become of my birds." Rougon, who seemed in high spirits, began, however, to joke at him. Now that he had dined, did he still believe in that story of a plot? Dupoissat, too, affected complete incredulity. He made an appointment for the next morning with Gilquin, to whom he said he owed a breakfast. Gilquin, with his cane under his arm, asked as soon as he could get a word in, "Then you are not going to warn?" "Yes, I am, of course," Rougon replied. "But they'll merely laugh at me. In any case, there's no hurry. There will be plenty of time tomorrow morning." The ex-commercial traveler had already got his hand upon the handle of the door. However, he stepped back with a grin on his face. "For all I care," he said, "they may blow Baringuet to smithereens." "Oh," replied the great man, with an air of almost religious conviction, "the Emperor has no cause for fear, even if your story is correct. These plots never succeed. There is a watchful Providence." That was the last word spoken on the matter. Dupoissat went off with Gilquin, chatting with him familiarly. An hour later, at 10:30, when Rougon shook hands with Monsieur Bouchard and the colonel as they took their leave, he stretched his arms and yawned, saying, as was often his wont, "I'm quite tired out. I shall sleep well tonight." On the following evening, 3 bombs exploded beneath the Emperor's carriage in front of the Opera House. A wild panic seized the serried crowd blocking up the Rue Le Pelletier. Footnote. More than 50 people were struck. A woman in a blue silk dress was killed on the spot and stretched stark in the gutter. 2 soldiers lay dying on the road. An aide-de-camp, wounded in the neck, left drops of blood behind him. But under the crude glare of the gas, amidst the wreathing smoke, the Emperor descended unhurt from his riddled carriage and saluted the throng. Only his hat was torn by a splinter from one of the bombs. Rougon had spent the day at home. In the morning he'd certainly felt a little restless, and had twice been on the point of going out. However, just as he was finishing déjeuner, Clorinde made her appearance, and then, in her society, in his study, where they remained till evening, he forgot everything.
She'd come to consult him on a matter of great intricacy, and appeared extremely discouraged. She could succeed in nothing, she said. But Rougon began to console her, seemingly much touched by her sadness. He gave her to understand that there was great reason for hope, and that things would altogether change. He was by no means ignorant of the devotion of his friends, and of all that they had done for him, and would make it his care to reward them, even the humblest of them. When Clorinde left him, he kissed her on the forehead. Then, after dinner, he had an irresistible longing for a walk. He left the house and took the shortest way to the quays, feeling suffocated and craving for the fresh breezes of the river. It was a mild winter evening, and the low, cloudy sky hung over the city in silent blackness. In the distance, the rumbling traffic of the main streets could be faintly heard. Rougon walked along the deserted footways with a regular step, brushing the stone parapet with his overcoat. The lights which spread out in the far distance, twinkling through the darkness like stars that marked far boundaries of some dead heaven, brought him a sensation of the spreading magnitude of all those squares and streets whose houses were now quite invisible. As he walked along, Paris seemed to grow bigger, to expand more in harmony with his own huge form, and to be capable of giving him all the air he needed to inflate his lungs. From the inky river, flecked here and there with shimmering gold, there rose a gentle yet mighty breathing like that of a sleeping giant, fit accompaniment to his colossal dream. Then, as he came in front of the Palais de Justice, a clock struck the hour of 9. There was a tremulous throbbing in the air, and he turned to listen. Over the housetops, he fancied he could hear the sounds of a sudden panic, distant reports like those of explosions, and cries of terror. He suddenly pictured Paris in all the stupor born of some great crime. Then he called to mind that afternoon in June, that bright, triumphant afternoon of the baptism, when the bells had pealed out in the hot sunshine, and the quays had been filled with a serried multitude, when everything had told of the glory of the empire at its apogee, that glory beneath which he had for a moment felt crushed and almost jealous of the emperor. Now he seemed to be having his revenge. The sky was black and moonless. The city was terror-stricken and dumb. The quays were deserted and swept by a shudder which seemed to scare the very gaslights, as though some weird evil lay in ambush. Yonder, in the darkness of the night, Rougon drew in long breaths of air, and felt that he loved that cutthroat Paris, in whose terror-striking gloom he was regaining supreme power. 10 days later, he became Minister of the Interior, in the place of M. de Marcy, who was called to the presidency of the Corps Législatif. This ends Chapter 8, Part 3.
Chapter 9, Part 1 of His Excellency Eugene Rougon by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 9, Part 1. In Office. One morning in March, Rougon sat in his room at the Ministry of the Interior, drawing up a confidential circular which was to be received by the prefects on the following day. He kept stopping and puffing and dashing his pen into the paper. "Jules, give me a synonym for authority," he said. "This language of ours is horrid. I keep putting authority in every line." "Well, there's power, government, empire," the young man answered with a smile. Monsieur Jules d'Escorail, whom Rougon had appointed his secretary, was opening the ministerial correspondence at a corner of the writing table. He carefully cut the envelopes with a penknife, glanced over the letters, and then classified them. Meantime, the colonel, Monsieur Kahn, and Monsieur Bejoin sat in front of the grate where a large fire was burning. They were all three reclining in their chairs and toasting their feet in silence. Monsieur Kahn read a newspaper, but the two others placidly twiddled their thumbs and looked at the flames. All at once, Rougon rose from his chair, poured out a glass full of water at a side table, and gulped it down at a draught. "I don't know what I can have eaten yesterday," he said, "but I feel as though I could drink the Seine dry this morning." He did not immediately resume his seat, but began to pace the room and stretch his burly frame. His heavy step shook the parqueterie underneath the thick carpet. He drew back the green velvet window curtains to let in more light, and then, coming back to the middle of the room, which displayed the gloomy, faded magnificence of some palace turned into a lodging-house, he remained there with his hands clasped behind his neck, reveling, as it were, in the official perfume, the odor of power which he inhaled there. He even broke into an involuntary laugh, which grew louder and louder as it pealed forth his sense of triumph. The colonel and the others turned upon hearing this outburst of gaiety, and questioned him with their eyes. "Ah, it's very nice all the same," were the only words he would say. However, as he sat down again at the huge rosewood writing table, Merrill came into the room. The usher was irreproachably dressed in black with a white tie. Not a hair remained upon his dignified face. He was again clean-shaven. "I beg your Excellency's pardon," he said, "but the prefect of the Somme—" "Tell him to go to the deuce. I'm busy," Rougon answered roughly. "It's quite preposterous that I am never to be allowed a moment to myself." Merrill seemed in no way disconcerted, however. "The prefect," he resumed, "says that your Excellency is expecting him. There are also the prefects of the Nièvre, the Cher, and the Jura." "Well, let them wait. That's what they're made for," rejoined Rougon loudly. The usher left the room. Monsieur d'Escorval had broken into a smile, while the others, who were warming themselves at the fire, lolled back more freely than ever in their chairs, and seemed amused by the minister's reply. He was flattered by his success. "It is true," he said, "that I've been going through the prefects for the last month. It was necessary that I should have them all here. A nice lot they are, too, some rare stupids amongst them. However, they are very obedient, but I feel that I have had enough of them. And besides, it's for their benefit that I'm working this morning." Then he turned to his circular again. The warm silence of the room was only broken by the scratching of his quill pen and the slight rustling of the envelopes which Monsieur d'Escorval opened. Monsieur Kahn had taken up another newspaper, and the colonel and Monsieur Bejoin were half asleep. Outside, France was hushed in fear. The emperor, in summoning Rougon to power, had been desirous of making examples. He knew the great man's iron hand, and had said to him on the morning after the attempt on his life, with all the anger of one who had just escaped assassination, "No moderation, mind! They must be made to fear you." He had just armed him, too, with that terrible law of general safety, which authorized the confinement in Algeria or the expulsion from the empire of anyone who might be convicted of a political offense. Although no single Frenchman had taken part in the crime of the Rue Les Pelletiers, the Republicans were about to be hunted down and transported. There was to be a general sweeping away of the 10,000 suspects who had been passed over at the time of the coup d'etat. There were rumors of contemplated action by the Revolutionary Party. The authorities were said to have made a seizure of weapons and treasonable documents. Already, in the middle of March, 380 persons had been shipped at Toulon for Algeria, and now every week a fresh contingent was sent off. The whole country trembled in the terror which, like a black storm cloud, rolled forth from the room with the green velvet curtains, where Rougon laughed aloud while stretching his arms. The great man had never before tasted such complete contentment. He felt well and strong and was putting on flesh. Health had come back to him with his return to power. When he walked about the room, he dug his heels into the carpet as though he wanted his heavy tread to resound throughout France. He would have liked to shake the country by merely putting his empty glass down on the side table or casting aside his pen. It delighted him to be a source of fear, to forge thunderbolts amidst the smiling gratification of his friends, and to crush a whole nation with his swollen parvenu fists. In one of his circulars he had written, "It is for the good to feel confidence, and for the wicked only to tremble." He reveled in playing this part of a divinity, damning some and saving others. He was filled with mighty pride. His idolatry of his own strength and intelligence was becoming a real religion with him. Among the new men who had sprung up with the Second Empire, Rougon had long been known as a partisan of strong government. His name was a synonym for stern repression, the refusal of all liberties, despotic rule, in fact. All knew, therefore, what they had to expect when they saw him called to office. To his intimate friends, however, Rougon unbosomed himself. He did not, he said, so much hold opinions as feel a craving for power. Power had too much attraction for him, and was too essential to his appetite for him to refuse it, whatever the conditions on which it might be offered to him. To rule, to set his foot on the neck of the crowd, was his first and immediate ambition. The rest was merely secondary matter to which he could easily accommodate himself. The one thing which he really wanted was to be chief. It so happened, however, that the circumstances under which he was now returning to power made his success very pleasant. The emperor had given him complete liberty of action, and he was at last in a position to realize his old dreams of driving the multitude with a whip like a herd of cattle. Nothing filled him with greater satisfaction than to know that he was feared and disliked. And sometimes when his friends told him that he was a tyrant, he smiled and said with deep meaning, "If I should become a liberal some day, people will say that I have changed." Rougon's very greatest joy was to stand triumphant amidst those friends of his. He forgot France and the obsequious functionaries and the crowd of petitioners who besieged his doors, to regale himself with the perpetual admiration of his 10 or 12 intimate associates. His office was open to them at any hour. He allowed them to make it a home, to take possession of his chairs and even of his desk itself. He told them that it was a pleasure to have them always about him like a pack of faithful dogs. It was not he alone, but the whole coterie that was the minister. The bonds between them seemed to be drawn closer now that success had come, and Rougon began to love his followers with a jealous love, keeping them in constant communion with him, feeling as if his greatness were increased by their several ambitions. He forgot his secret contempt for them, and began to consider them very intelligent and able, similar to himself. He particularly designed, moreover, that he himself should be respected in their persons, and defended them passionately, as he might have defended the fingers of his hands. He made their quarrels his own, and smiling at the recollection of their long endeavors on his behalf, he even ended by believing that he was greatly indebted to them. Desiring nothing for himself, he lavished upon them all the fruits of office, indulging to repletion in the pleasure of enhancing the brilliancy of his fortune by thus scattering the gifts at his disposal. However, the big warm room remained silent for some time. Then M. d'Escorrail, after glancing at the address on one of the envelopes before him, handed it to Rougon without opening it. "Here is a letter from my father," he said. Writing in a strain of excessive humility, the Marquis thanked the minister for having appointed Jules to be his secretary. There were 2 pages of fine writing, which Rougon carefully read. Then he folded the letter and slipped it into his pocket. And before turning to his work again, he asked, "Hasn't du Poissat written?" "Yes, sir," answered the secretary, picking a letter out from among the others. "He's beginning to find his way about in his prefecture. He says that de Sèvres, and the town of Niort in particular, want guiding with a firm hand." Rougon glanced over the letter and remarked, "Certainly, he shall have all the authority he requires. There's no occasion to send him any reply. My circular will be sufficient." Then he took up his pen again and cudgelled his brains for some suitable concluding sentences. Dupoisat had particularly wished to be prefect at Niort, in his own native district, and the minister, when taking any important decision, invariably thought of a department of de Sèvres, and governed France in accordance with the opinions and necessities of his old comrade in poverty. Just as he was at last finishing his circular to the prefects, something seemed to irritate Monsieur Kahn. "It is abominable," the latter exclaimed, and wrapping the newspaper he was reading, he turned to Rougon and cried, "Have you read this? There is a leading article here appealing to the basest passions. Just listen to this. 'The hand that punishes should be impeccable, for, if justice miscarries, the very bonds which unite society loosen of their own accord.' You understand the insinuation, eh? And here again, amongst the miscellaneous paragraphs, there's a story about a countess eloping with the son of a corn factor. The papers ought not to be allowed to publish such things. It tends to destroy the people's respect for the upper classes." "But the serial story is still more odious," interposed Monsieur d'Escorval. "It's all about a wife, a woman of good breeding, who betrays her husband, and the author does not even make her feel any remorse." Rougon made an angry gesture. "Yes," he said, "my attention has already been called to that number. You will see that I have marked certain passages with a red pencil. And it is one of our own papers, too. Every day I am obliged to go over it line by line. The best of them are bad. We ought to suppress them all." Then, compressing his lips, he added, in a lower tone, "I have sent for the editor, and am expecting him here presently." The colonel had taken the paper from Monsieur Kahn. He also soon vented expressions of indignation, and then handed the print to Monsieur Bejoin, who likewise showed his disgust. Rougon, in the meantime, was resting his elbows on his table and reflecting, with eyes half closed. "By the way," he said, turning to his secretary, "that poor Huguenois died yesterday. That leaves an inspectorship vacant. We shall have to appoint somebody to it." Then, as the three friends sitting before the fire briskly raised their heads, he continued, "Oh, it's a post of no importance. 6,000 francs a year. But it's true that there's absolutely nothing to do." However, he was interrupted by a person opening the door of an adjoining room. "Oh, come in, Monsieur Bouchard, come in," he cried. "I was just going to call for you." Bouchard, who'd been appointed head of department a week previously, had brought with him a memorandum about the mayors and prefects who'd asked for the crosses of Chevalier and officer in the Legion of Honor. Rougon had 25 crosses to dispose of among the most meritorious of the applicants. He took the memorandum, read over the names, and consulted various papers, while Monsieur Bouchard went up to the fire and shook hands with the three others. Then, with his back against the mantelpiece, and his coat-tails raised in order that he might warm his legs, the chief of department said, "A miserably wet day, isn't it? We shall have a late spring." "It's awful," replied the colonel. "I feel one of my attacks coming on. I had shooting pains in my left foot all night." "And how is your wife?" asked Monsieur Kahn, after a short pause. "Thank you, she's very well," replied Monsieur Bouchard. "I'm expecting to see her here this morning." Then there was another pause. Rougon was still examining the papers. As he came to a certain name, he stopped. "Isidore Gaudibert. That isn't the man who writes verses, is it?" "Yes, that's the man," Monsieur Bouchard answered. "He's been mayor of Barbeville since 1852. On every happy event, the emperor's marriage, the empress's confinement, and the Prince Imperial's baptism, he has sent charming verses to their majesties." The minister pouted scornfully. The colonel, however, asserted that he'd read the odes and thought them very fine. He referred to one in particular, in which the emperor was compared to a piece of fireworks. Then, without any transition, the friends began to eulogize the emperor. They were all enthusiastic Bonapartists now. The two cousins, the colonel and Monsieur Bouchard, were completely reconciled, and instead of throwing the Orleans princes and the Comte de Chambord at each other's head, rivaled in singing their sovereign's praise. "Oh no, not this one," Rougon suddenly exclaimed. "This Ghiselin is a creature of Marcy's. There's no call for me to reward the friends of my predecessor." Then, with a stroke of his pen that cut through the paper, he effaced the name. "But we must find someone," he resumed. "It's an officer's cross." The friends sat perfectly still. Monsieur d'Escuraille, notwithstanding his extreme youth, had received the Chevalier's cross a week previously. Monsieur Kahn and Monsieur Bouchard were already officers, and the colonel had just been named commander. "Well, let us see. An officer's cross," said Rougon, beginning to refer to his papers again. But he stopped short, as if struck by a sudden idea. "Aren't you mayor of some place or other, Monsieur Béjoin?" he inquired. Monsieur Béjoin contented himself with nodding twice, but Monsieur Kahn answered more fully for him. "Yes," said he, "he's mayor of Saint-Florent, the little commune where his glassworks are." "Well then, that's settled," said the minister, delighted to have an opportunity of advancing one of his friends. "You never ask for anything for yourself, Monsieur Béjoin, so I must look after you." Monsieur Béjoin smiled and expressed his thanks. It was quite true that he never asked for anything, but he was always there, silent and modest, on the lookout for such crumbs as might fall, and ready to pick them up. "Léon Béjoin, isn't it? In the place of Pierre-François Ghiselin," continued Rougon, as he altered the names. "Béjoin? Ghiselin? They rhyme," observed the colonel. This remark struck the company as being very witty, and caused a deal of laughter. At last Monsieur Bouchard took the signed documents away, and Rougon rose. His legs were paining him a little, he said. The wet weather affected him. However, the morning was wearing on. A hum of life came from the various offices. Quick steps resounded in the neighboring rooms. Doors were opened and closed, and whispers half stifled by the velvet hangings were wafted hither and thither. Several clerks came into the room to obtain the minister's signature to other documents. It was a continual coming and going. The administrative machine was in full work, throwing out an enormous number of documents which were carried from office to office. And amidst all this hurrying to and fro, a score of people were wearily waiting in the anteroom till His Excellency should be graciously pleased to receive them. Rougon, meantime, began to display feverish activity and energy, giving orders in a whisper in one corner of his room, then suddenly storming at some official in another, allotting some task, or deciding a knotty question with a word, while he stood there, huge and domineering, his neck swollen and his face a picture of strength. However, Merrill came into the room again, with that quiet composure which no rebuffs could ruffle. "The prefect of the Somme," he began. "Again!" interrupted Rougon violently. The usher bowed and then resumed. "The prefect of the Somme has begged me to ask your Excellency if you can receive him this morning. If your Excellency cannot, then he would be much obliged to your Excellency if you would kindly fix a time for tomorrow." "I will see him this morning. Confound it all, let him have a little patience." Merle had left the door open, and the anteroom could be seen. It was a spacious apartment, with a large table in the center and a line of armchairs covered with red velvet along the walls. All the chairs were occupied, and there were even two ladies standing by the table. Every face was turned towards the minister's room, with a wistful, supplicating expression, as if seeking permission to enter. Near the door, the prefect of the Somme, a pale little man, was talking with his colleagues from the Jura and the Cher. He was on the point of rising, in the expectation that he was at last about to be received in audience, when Rougon again spoke. "In 10 minutes, he said to Merle. "Just at present I cannot see anyone." While he was speaking, however, he caught sight of Monsieur Boulain-Torchère crossing the antechamber, and thereupon he darted forward and drew him by the hand into his private room. "Come in, my friend, come in," he exclaimed. "You've just come, haven't you? You haven't been waiting. Well, what news have you brought?" Then Merle closed the door, and the occupants of the antechamber were left in silence and consternation. Rougon and Monsieur Boulain-Torchère talked together in whispers near one of the windows. The judge, who had recently been appointed first president of the court of Paris, was ambitious of holding the seals. But the emperor, when sounded on the matter, had shown himself quite impenetrable. Very good, said Rougon, suddenly raising his voice. "Your information is excellent. I will take steps, I promise you." He was just showing the judge out by way of his private room, when Merle appeared once more. "Monsieur La Roquette," he announced this time. No, I am busy, and he bores me," said Rougon, signing energetically to the usher to close the door. Monsieur La Roquette distinctly heard what was said. Still, this did not prevent him from entering the minister's room with a smiling face. "How is your Excellency?" he said, offering his hand. "It's my sister who has sent me. You seemed a little tired at the Tuileries yesterday. You know that a proverb is to be acted in the Empress's apartments next Monday. My sister is taking a part in it. Combelot has designed the costumes. You will come, won't you?" He stood there for a whole quarter of an hour, prattling away in wheedling fashion, addressing Rougon sometimes as Your Excellency, and sometimes as Dear Master. He dragged in a few stories of the minor theatres, praised the ballet girl, and begged for a line to the director of a tobacco manufactory so that he might get some good cigars. And he concluded by saying some abominable things about Monsieur de Marcy, though still continuing to jest. "Well, he's not such a bad fellow after all," remarked Rougon, when the young deputy had taken himself off. "I must go and dip my face in the basin. My cheeks feel as if they were burning." He disappeared for a moment behind a curtain, and then a great splashing of water, accompanied by snorting and blowing, was heard. Meantime, Monsieur d'Escaraille, who had finished classifying his letters, took a little file with a tortoise-shell handle from his pocket and began to trim his nails. Monsieur Bergerin and the colonel were still gazing up at the ceiling, so buried in their easy-chairs that it seemed doubtful whether they would ever be able to get out of them again. Monsieur Kahn, however, was going through a heap of newspapers on a table near him. He just turned them over, glanced at their titles, and then threw them aside. Then he got up. "Are you going?" asked Rougon, who now reappeared, wiping his face with a towel. "Yes," replied Monsieur Kahn, "I've read the papers, so I'm off." Rougon, however, asked him to wait a moment, and then, taking him aside, he told him that he hoped to go down to De Sèvres during the following week to attend the inauguration of the operations for the new line from the Hort to Angers. He had several reasons, he said, for wishing to visit the district. At this Monsieur Kahn manifested great delight. He had succeeded in getting the grant early in March, and was now floating the scheme. And he was conscious of the additional importance which the minister's presence would lend to the initial ceremony, the details of which he was already arranging. "Then I may reckon upon you to fire the first mine," he said, as he took his leave. Rougon had returned to his writing table, where he was consulting a list of names. The crowd in the anteroom was now growing more and more impatient. "I've barely got a quarter of an hour," he said. "Well, I'll see such as I can." Then he rang his bell, and when Merle appeared, he said to him, "Show in the prefect of the Somme." But he immediately added, still keeping his eyes on the list of names, "Wait a moment. Are Monsieur and Madame Charbonnel there? Show them in." The usher's voice could be heard calling out, "Monsieur and Madame Charbonnel." And thereupon the couple from Plassans appeared, followed by the astonished eyes of the other occupants of the antechamber. Monsieur Charbonnel wore a dress coat with square tails and a velvet collar, and Madame Charbonnel was dressed in puce silk, with a bonnet trimmed with yellow ribbons. They had been patiently waiting for 2 hours. "You ought to have sent your card in to me," said Rougon. "Merle knows you." Then, interrupting their stammering greeting, in which the words "Your Excellency" again and again recurred, he gaily exclaimed, "Victory! The Council of State has given judgment. We have beaten that terrible bishop." The old lady's emotion upon hearing this was so great that she was obliged to sit down, while her husband leant for support against an armchair. "I learned this good news yesterday evening," the minister continued, "and as I was anxious to tell it to you myself, I asked you to come here. It's a pretty little windfall, 500,000 francs, eh?" He began to jest, feeling quite happy at the sight of the emotion on their faces. Some time elapsed before Madame Charbonnel, in a choking, timorous voice, could ask, "Is it really all over, then? Really? Can't they start the suit again?" No, be quite easy about it," answered Rougon. "The fortune is yours." Then he gave them certain particulars. The Council of State had refused to allow the Sisters of the Holy Family to take possession of the bequest upon the ground that natural heirs were living, and that the will did not present the necessary appearances of genuineness. "Monseigneur Hochat was in a terrible rage," said Rougon. He'd met the bishop the previous day at the Ministry of Public Instruction, and still laughed at the recollection of his angry looks. He seemed, indeed, quite delighted with his triumph over the prelate. This ends Chapter 9, Part 1. Chapter 9, Part 2 of His Excellency Eugene Rougon by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 9, Part 2. "His Grace hasn't been able to gobble me up, you see," he continued. "I'm too big a mouthful for him. I don't think, though, that it's all over between us. I could see that by the look of his eyes. He's a man who never forgets anything, I should imagine. However, the rest will be my own business." The Charbonnels were profuse in their expressions of gratitude and respect. They should leave Paris that same evening, they said, for all at once great anxiety had come upon them. Their cousin Chevreus's house at Faverolles had been left in the charge of a bigoted old woman who was extremely devoted to the Sisters of the Holy Family, and on learning the issue of the trial, she might perhaps strip the house of its contents and go off with them. The sisters, said the Charbonnels, were capable of anything. "Yes, get off this evening," the minister advised. "If anything should happen to bother you down there, just write and let me know about it." Then, on opening the door to show them out, he noticed the marked astonishment of the occupants of the antechamber. The prefect of the Somme was exchanging a smile with his colleagues of the Jura and the Cher, while an expression of scorn wreathed the lips of the two ladies standing by the table. And thereupon Rougon raised his voice, saying, "You will write to me, won't you? You know how devoted I am to you. When you get to Plassans, tell my mother that I'm in good health." Thus speaking, he crossed the anteroom with them, accompanying them to the outer door so as to exalt them before all the waiting people, feeling in no wise ashamed of them, but proud, rather, of having come himself from their little town, and of now being able to raise them as high as he pleased. And the favor-seekers and the functionaries bowed low, doing reverence, as it were, to the puce silk gown and the square-tailed coat of the Charbonnels. When Rougon returned to his own room, he found that the colonel had risen from his chair.
"Goodbye till this evening," said Jobelin. "It's getting rather too warm in here."
Then he bent forward to whisper a few words concerning his son Auguste, whom he was about to remove from college, as he quite despaired of the young fellow ever passing his examination. Rougon had promised to take him into his office, although according to the regulations all the clerks ought to hold a bachelor's degree.
"Very well, bring him here," said the minister. "I will have the regulation relaxed. I will manage it somehow, and he shall have a salary at once, as you are anxious about it."
Thereupon the colonel went off, and Monsieur Bergouin remained alone in front of the fire. He wheeled his chair into a central position and seemed quite unaware that the room was growing empty. He always remained in this fashion till everyone else had gone, in the hope of being offered something which had been hitherto forgotten. Merrill now received orders to introduce the prefect of the Somme. Instead of going to the door, however, he stepped up to the writing table. "If your Excellency will kindly permit me," he said, with a pleasant smile, "I will at once acquit myself of a little commission." Rougon rested his elbows on his blotting-pad and listened. "It is about poor Madame Coureur," continued Merle. "I went to see her this morning. She was in bed. She's got a nasty boil in a very awkward place. Such a big one, too. And although there is nothing dangerous about it, it gives her a great deal of pain." "Well?" said the minister. "Well, the poor lady very much wanted to come and see your Excellency to get the answers you'd promised her. Just as I was coming away, she asked me if I would bring her them after my day's work. Would your Excellency be so good as to let me do so?" The minister quietly turned and said, "Monsieur d'Escaraille, give me those papers there, in that cupboard." It was to a collection of documents concerning Madame Coureur that he referred. They were tightly packed in a large case of stout grey paper. There were letters and plans and petitions in all kinds of writing and spelling, requests for tobacco agencies, for licenses to sell stamps, petitions for pecuniary assistance, grants, and pensions. Each sheet bore a marginal note of 5 or 6 lines, followed by Madame Coureur's big masculine-looking signature. Rougon turned the papers over and glanced at some brief memoranda which he himself had written on them with a red pencil.
"Madame Jalaguerre's pension is raised to 1,800 francs, he said. A tobacco agency is granted to Madame Leturc. Madame Chardon's tender is accepted. Nothing has yet been done in Madame Testaniere's matter. You can say, too, that I have been successful in Mademoiselle Herminie Bilcock's case. I've mentioned it to some ladies who will provide the dowry necessary for her marriage with the officer who seduced her."
"I thank your Excellency 1,000 times," said Merrill, with a low bow. As he was going out, a charming blonde head, surmounted by a pink bonnet, peeped in at the door, and a fluty voice inquired, "Can I come in?" Then, without waiting for a reply, Madame Bouchard entered the room. She had not seen the usher in the antechamber, so she'd come straight on. Rougon, who addressed her as "my dear child," asked her to sit down, after momentarily detaining her little gloved hand within his own.
"Have you come about anything important?" he asked.
"Yes, very important," answered Madame Bouchard with a smile. Rougon thereupon told Merrill to admit nobody. Monsieur d'Escaraille, who had just finished trimming his nails, had advanced to greet Madame Bouchard. She signed to him to stoop, and immediately whispered a few words to him. He nodded assent, and then, taking his hat, turned to Rougon, saying, "I'm going to breakfast. There doesn't seem to be anything else of importance excepting that matter of the inspectorship. We shall have to give it to someone." The minister looked perplexed. "Yes, certainly," he said. "We shall have to appoint somebody. A whole heap of men have already been suggested to me, but I don't care to appoint people whom I don't know." Then he glanced round the room, as though trying to find somebody, and his eye fell upon Monsieur Bejoin, still silently lounging before the fire, with an expression of complete unconcern upon his face. "Monsieur Bejoin," said Rougon. Monsieur Bejoin opened his eyes, but remained quite still. "Would you like to be an inspector?" added the minister. "I may tell you that it's a post worth 6,000 francs a year. There's nothing to do, and the place is quite compatible with your position as a deputy." Monsieur Bejoin nodded gently. Yes, he would accept the post. And so the matter was settled. However, he still lingered before the fire for a few more minutes, when it probably struck him that there was no likelihood of his picking up any more crumbs that morning, for with a dragging step he took himself off in the rear of Monsieur d'Escorval. "There, we're alone now. Come, my dear child, what's the matter?" said Rougon to pretty Madame Bouchard. He wheeled up an easy chair and sat down in front of her in the center of the room. And then, for the first time, he noticed her dress. It was a very soft pale rose cashmere, and hung round her in close, clinging folds. There seemed also to be something very bewitching about her appearance that morning. "Well, what's the matter?" repeated Rougon. Madame Bouchard smiled, without making any immediate answer. She sat back in her chair, with parted lips showing her pearly white teeth. Little curls peeped from under her pink bonnet, and there was a coaxing expression on her little face, an air of mingled supplication and submission. "It is something I want to ask of you," she murmured at last. And then, in an animated way, she added, "Promise me that you'll do it." But Rougon would promise nothing. He wanted to know what it was first. He mistrusted ladies. And as she bent towards him, he said to her, "Is it something very unusual that you daren't tell me? Well, I must get it out of you by questions. Let us set about it methodically. Is it something for your husband?" But Madame Bouchard shook her head, while still continuing to smile. "No." "Is it for Monsieur d'Escorval, then? You were plotting something together in whispers a little while ago." But Madame Bouchard again shook her head, and pulled a pretty little face, which clearly signified that it had been necessary for her to get rid of Monsieur d'Escorval. Then, as Rougon was wondering what it could be that she wanted, she drew her chair still nearer to him. "You won't scold me, will you?" she said. "You do like me a little, don't you? Well, it's for a young man. You don't know him, but I'll tell you his name directly when you've promised to give him the post. Oh, it's quite an insignificant one that I want for him. You will only have to say a word, and we shall be very, very grateful to you." "Is he a relation of yours?" Rougon inquired. Madame Bouchard sighed deeply, glanced at him with languishing eyes, and then let her hands slip down so that Rougon might take them in his own. And finally, in a very low voice, she replied, "No, he's a friend of mine, a particular friend. Oh, I'm very unhappy." Her eyes added all that she left unsaid. "But this is very shocking," exclaimed the minister. And then, as she leant towards him, raising her little gloved hand to his lips to silence him, he roughly repulsed her, compelling her to rise to her feet. She remained before him with pale lips and downcast eyes. "Yes, it is disgraceful, abominable," he continued. Monsieur Bouchard is an excellent man. He worships you. He trusts you with blind confidence. No, no, indeed. I will certainly not help you to deceive him. I refuse absolutely. Do you hear? It is of no use mincing words with you, my pretty young woman. Then he checked himself, and, gradually becoming calmer, assumed an air of great dignity. Seeing that Madame Bouchard had begun to tremble, he made her sit down again, while he himself remained erect, lecturing her severely. It was a real sermon that he preached to her. He told her that she was offending against all laws, both human and divine, that she was standing on the brink of a precipice and preparing for herself an old age full of remorse. Then, fancying that he could detect a faint smile hovering round the corners of her lips, he proceeded to draw a picture of the old age he predicted, when her beauty would be in ruins, her heart forever empty, and her brow flushed with shame beneath her white hair. And afterwards he discussed her conduct from a social point of view, in this respect showing much severity, as he went on to rail at modern licentiousness, at the disgraceful dissoluteness of the times. Then he spoke of himself. He was the guardian of the laws, he said, and could never abuse his power by lending himself to the encouragement of vice. Without virtue it seemed to him that government was impossible. Finally, he concluded by defying his enemies to name a single act of nepotism in his administration, a single favor granted by him that was due to intrigue. Pretty Madame Bouchard listened with downcast head, huddling herself up in her chair and letting her delicate neck show from under the ribbons of her pink bonnet. When Rougon had at last finished speaking, she rose and made her way to the door without saying a word. But as she laid her fingers upon the handle, she raised her head and began to smile again. "He is named Georges Duchesne," she murmured. "He's principal clerk in my husband's division and wants to be assistant—" "No, no!" cried Rougon. Then she slowly left the room, casting a long, contemptuous glance at the minister, who came back from the door with an expression of weariness on his face. He had beckoned to Merrill to follow him. The door remained ajar. "The editor of the Vœux National, whom your Excellency sent for, has just arrived," said the usher in a low tone. "Very good," replied Rougon. "But I'll see the officials who've been waiting so long first." Just at that moment, however, a valet appeared at the door which led to the minister's private apartments and announced that déjeuner was ready, and that Madame de Lestang was waiting for His Excellency in the drawing-room. At this, Rougon stepped forward. "Tell them to serve at once," he replied briskly. "So much the worse for the gentlemen. I will see them afterwards. I'm frightfully hungry." Then he just popped his head through the doorway and gave a glance round the anteroom, which was still full. Not a functionary or a petitioner had moved. The three prefects were still talking together in their corner. The two ladies by the table were leaning upon their fingertips, as if a little weary. The same people sat motionless and silent in the red velvet chairs along the walls. Then Rougon left his room, giving Merrill orders to detain the prefect of the Somme and the editor of the Vœux National. Madame Rougon, who was not very well, had left on the previous evening for the south of France, where she was going to stay for a month. She had an uncle living in the neighborhood of Pau. On the other hand, de Lestang had been in Italy for the last 6 weeks, on an important mission connected with agriculture. And thus it came about that the minister had invited Clorinde, who wanted to have a long talk with him, to partake of déjeuner at his official residence. Patiently waiting for him, she was beguiling the time by glancing through a law treatise which she had found upon a table. "You must be getting dreadfully hungry," he said to her gaily as he entered the drawing-room. "I've had a tremendous lot to do this morning." Then he gave her his arm and conducted her into the dining-room, An immense apartment where the little table, laid for two, near a window, seemed quite lost. A couple of tall footmen waited upon them. Rougon and Clorinde, who both preserved a very serious demeanour, ate rapidly. The meal consisted of a few radishes, a slice of cold salmon, some cutlets with mashed potatoes, and a little cheese. They took no wine. Rougon drank nothing but water of a morning, and they scarcely exchanged a dozen words. Then, when the two footmen had cleared the table and brought in the coffee and liqueurs, Clorinde glanced at Rougon and gave a slight twitch of her eyebrows, which he perfectly understood. "That will do. You can go now," he said to the footman. "I will ring if I require anything." The servants left the room, and Clorinde, rising from her chair, tapped her skirt to remove the crumbs which had fallen on it. She was wearing that day a black silk dress, somewhat too large for her and laden with flounces, a very elaborate dress which so enveloped her figure as to make her look like a mere bundle. "What a tremendous place this is," she remarked, going to the end of the room. "It's the kind of place for a wedding feast, this dining room of yours." Then she came back and said, "I should very much like to smoke a cigarette. Do you know?" "The deuce," replied Rougon. "There's no tobacco. I never smoke myself." But Clorinde winked, and drew from her pocket a little tobacco pouch of red silk, embroidered with gold, and scarcely larger than a purse. She rolled a cigarette with the tips of her tapering fingers, and then, as they did not wish to ring, they began to search the room for matches. At last they found 3 on a sideboard, and Clorinde carefully carried them off. With her cigarette between her lips, she sat back in her chair and began to sip her coffee, while gazing smilingly at Rougon. "Well, I am entirely at your service now," he remarked, with an answering smile. "You want to talk to me. So let us talk." Clorinde made a gesture as though to express that what she had to say was of no consequence. "Yes," she rejoined, "I have had a letter from my husband. He's feeling very bored at Turin. Of course, he's much pleased at having got this mission, thanks to you, but he doesn't want to be forgotten while he is away. However, we can talk of all that presently. There's no hurry about it." Then she again began to smoke and look at Rougon with her irritating smile. The minister had gradually accustomed himself to seeing her, without worrying about those questions which had formerly so disturbed him. Clorinde had now become a feature of his daily life, and he accepted her as though he understood her, as though her eccentricities no longer caused him the faintest surprise. As a matter of fact, however, he knew nothing certain about her even yet. She was as great a mystery to him as she'd been in the first days of their acquaintance. She constantly varied, sometimes acting childishly, sometimes showing herself very deep and knowing. For although, as a rule, she seemed very foolish, she occasionally manifested singular shrewdness. And now, too, she was very gentle, and now extremely spiteful. When she surprised Rougon by some word or gesture which he could not understand, he shrugged his shoulders with an expression of superiority, opining that all women behaved in that fantastic way. He fancied that he thus manifested a supreme contempt for the sex, but his manner merely sharpened Clorinde's smile, a smile which had the expression of crafty cruelty about it, revealing as it did her eager teeth between her ruby lips. "Why are you looking at me in that way?" Rougon asked her at length, feeling disturbed by the steady gaze of her large eyes. "Is there anything about me which displeases you?" Some hidden thought had just brought a gleam from the depths of Clorinde's eyes, and her lips had assumed a hard expression. But she quickly put on a charming smile again, and began to puff out little whiffs of smoke while saying, "Oh, dear, no, you're very nice. I was thinking about something, my dear fellow. Do you know that you have been very lucky?" "How's that?" "Why, yes. Here you are, on the pinnacle which you were so anxious to reach, Everybody has helped to lift you to it, and events themselves have worked for you." Rougon was about to reply when there came a knock at the door. Clorinde instinctively hid her cigarette behind her skirts. It was the clerk with an urgent telegram for His Excellency. Rougon read the dispatch with an air of displeasure, and after telling the clerk what reply was to be made to it, hastily closed the door with a bang and took his seat again. "Yes," he said, "I have certainly had some devoted friends, and am now trying to remember them. And you are right, too, in saying that I owe something to events. It often happens that men are powerless unless they are helped by events." As he spoke these words in slow, deliberate tones, he glanced at Clorinde, lowering his heavy eyelids so as to conceal the fact that he was trying to penetrate her meaning. Why had she spoken of his luck, he wondered? What did she know of the favorable events to which she had referred? Had du Poisson been saying anything to her? But when he saw the smiling, dreamy look of her face, which had suddenly softened, he felt sure that she knew nothing whatever upon the subject. He himself, too, was trying to forget certain things, and did not care to stir up the inner chambers of his memory. There was an hour of his life which now seemed hazy and confused to him, and he was beginning to believe that he really owed his high position solely to the devotion of his friends. "I didn't want anything," he continued. "I was driven into it in spite of myself. Well, I suppose things have turned out for the best. If I succeed in doing any good, I shall be quite satisfied." Then he finished his cup of coffee, while Clorinde rolled another cigarette. "Do you remember," she inquired, "my asking you 2 years ago, when you were leaving the Council of State, your reason for your sudden whim? You were very reserved then, but surely you can speak out now. Come, between ourselves, tell me frankly if you had a definite plan in your mind." "One always has a plan," he answered shrewdly. "I felt that I was falling and preferred to jump down of my own accord." "And has your plan been realized? Have events happened just as you anticipated?" "Well, hardly that. Things never turn out exactly as one calculates. One must be satisfied if one attains one's end somehow." Then he paused to offer Clorinde a glass of liqueur. "Which will you have, Curaçao or Chartreuse?" She chose Chartreuse, and as Rougon was pouring it out, there came another knock at the door. Clorinde again hid her cigarette with a gesture of impatience, while Rougon got up angrily, still holding the decanter. This time it was a letter bearing a large seal which was brought for his inspection. When he glanced at it, he put it in his pocket. "Very well," he said. "Don't let me be disturbed again." This ends Chapter 9, Part 2. Chapter 9, Part 3 of His Excellency Eugene Rougon by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 9, Part 3. When he came back to Clorinde, the young woman was steeping her lips in the chartreuse, slowly sipping it, while glancing upward at him with glistening eyes. There was a tender look upon her face again. Then, putting down her glass and leaning on the table, she said in a low voice, "No, my dear fellow, you will never know all that was done for you." Rougon drew his chair closer to hers, and in his turn rested his elbows on the table. "Ah, you will tell me all about that now, won't you?" he cried with animation. "Don't let us have any more mysteries, eh? Tell me all that you yourself did." She shook her head, however, while pressing her cigarette between her lips. "What? Is it something dreadful?" Rougon asked. "Are you afraid that I shouldn't be able to repay you? Wait a moment now. I'm going to try to guess.
You wrote to the Pope, and you dropped a bit of consecrated wafer into my water jug without letting me know?"
Clorinde seemed vexed by this jesting, and threatened to leave him if he continued it.
"Don't scoff at religion," she said. "It will bring you misfortune."
Then, waving away the smoke which she was puffing from her lips, and which seemed to inconvenience Rougon, she continued in an expressive tone,
"I saw a great many people indeed, and I won you several friends."
She experienced a strong and evil inclination to tell him everything, for she did not want him to remain ignorant of the fact that she had done much for his advantage. Her confession would be a first installment towards the satisfaction of her patiently hoarded rancor.
Yes, she continued significantly, "I won over to your side several men who were strongly opposed to you, and I destroyed the influence of others."
Rougon had turned very pale, for he understood her only too well.
"Ah,"
was all he said, as if to avoid the subject, but Clorinde defiantly fixed her large black eyes upon him, and giving way he began to question her.
"Monsieur de Marcy, eh?"
Clorinde nodded assent, and then blew a whiff of smoke over her shoulder.
"Chevalier Rusconi?"
Again she nodded.
"Monsieur Lebeau? Monsieur de Salneuve? Monsieur Guillaume Laplanche?"
She nodded at each name, and then finished her glass of chartreuse in little sips, with an expression of triumph on her face. Rougon had risen from his seat. He walked to the end of the room as if pondering, and then came back and stood behind Clorinde. She could hear him panting, and all at once she turned sharply, fearing he was going to kiss her hair.
"I know your thoughts," said she, "but remember, I had no need to plead your cause with yourself."
Then, as he looked at her, white with anger, she burst into a laugh.
"Oh, how simple you are!" she cried. "If I just joke a little, you believe all I say. Really, you are very amusing."
Rougon stood there for a moment quite nonplussed. The ironical fashion in which she contradicted herself made her more irritating and provoking. Her whole person, her rippling laugh and glistening eyes, confirmed her confessions and repeated them. However, just then there came a third knock at the door.
"Well, I don't care. I shall stick to my cigarette this time," said Clorinde.
An usher came into the room quite out of breath, and stammered that the Minister of Justice wanted to speak to His Excellency. Then he cast a furtive glance at the lady he saw smoking.
"Say that I've gone out," retorted Rougon. "I am not at home to anyone. Do you hear?"
When the usher had bowed and retired backwards from the room, Rougon vented his anger and brought his fist down upon the table. He was scarcely allowed to breathe, he cried. Why, on the previous day they had pursued him even to his dressing-room where he had gone to shave. Clorinde, however, rose from her chair and deliberately walked to the door.
"Wait a moment," she said. "They shan't disturb us again."
And then she quietly turned the key in the lock.
"There," she resumed. "They may knock as much as they like now."
She began to roll a third cigarette as she stood near the window. Rougon stepped up to her and whispered close to her neck.
"Clorinde."
She stood still, and he continued in deeper tones.
"Clorinde, don't you know that I love you?"
She remained perfectly unruffled. She shook her head, but so feebly that it seemed as if she wished to encourage him, and he ended by planting a rough kiss on the back of her neck, just beneath her hair. Then, however, she swung herself round, and with scorn in her eyes and her voice, she cried, "Ah, so you've got another attack, my friend. I thought you were cured of that. What a strange man you are. You kiss a woman after 18 months' consideration." Rougon remained for a moment with downcast head, but then sprang towards her, caught hold of one of her hands, and began to cover it with kisses. She made no attempt to withdraw it, but continued to jeer at him.
"Please don't Bite my fingers. As long as you don't do that, I don't mind. I should really never have believed it of you. You had become so serious and steady when I went to see you in the Rue Marbeuf. And now you're turned quite crazy again. Truly, you're a nice kind of man. I can't keep up a passion as you do. It's all quite over with me. Remember that I offered to be your wife, but you refused me then, and now it is too late." "Hear me," he murmured. "I will do anything, everything you want." But the young woman shook her head, punishing him for his old contempt, and enjoying in so doing a first installment of her vengeance. She had wanted to see him all-powerful in order that she might in her turn treat him with contempt. Then Rougon fell ignominiously at her feet and began to kiss her skirts, groveling there, humbling himself, he who could be so haughty with others. As he gradually grew bolder, however, she said to him in a quiet voice, "Take care." And as he disregarded her caution, she suddenly touched his forehead with the burning end of her cigarette. He recoiled with a faint cry, and she on her side darted away and caught hold of the bell rope which hung against the wall beside the mantelpiece. "I shall ring," she said, "and I shall say it was you who locked the door." At this Rougon swung himself round, holding his hands to his temples and shaken by a violent tremor. Then for a moment he remained quite still, feeling as though his head were going to split. He stiffened himself in the hope of calming his feverishness. There was a ringing in his ears, and his eyes were blinded by ruddy fires. "I am a brute," he murmured at last. "It is folly." Clorinde laughed triumphantly and began to point a moral. "He did wrong to despise women," said she. Later on he would find that there were such things as very clever women. Then she relapsed into a good-natured, playful tone. "You are not vexed with me, are you? You must never try to make love to me again, you know. I don't want you to do it. I don't like to think of it." Rougon paced up and down, full of shame, while she let go of the bell rope, sat down at a table again, and compounded herself a glass of sugar and water. "Well, I got a letter from my husband yesterday," she quietly resumed. "I had so much to do this morning that I should probably have broken my promise to come and lunch with you if I hadn't wanted to show you that letter. See, here it is. It reminds you of your promises." Rougon took the letter and read it as he walked about the room. Then he threw it on the table in front of Clorinde with a gesture expressive of weariness. "Well?" she asked. He made no immediate reply, but stretched himself and yawned. "He is a simpleton," he said at last. Clorinde was greatly offended. For some time past she had not tolerated any doubt of her husband's capabilities. She bent her head for a moment and repressed the rebellious twitchings of her hands. She was gradually emerging from her disciple-like submissiveness, draining, as it were, from Rougon sufficient of his strength to enable her to confront him as a formidable foe. "If we were to show this letter, it would be all over with him," said the minister, impelled by Clorinde's disdain to avenge himself upon her husband. "Ah, it isn't so easy as you suppose to find a place that he's fit for." "You are exaggerating, my friend," replied Clorinde after a short pause. "You used to say that he had a great future before him. He possesses some sterling good qualities, and it isn't always the sharpest men who go furthest." Rougon, however, still paced the room and shrugged his shoulders. "It is in your interest that he should join the ministry," continued Clorinde. "You would have a supporter in him. If it is true, as is reported, that the Minister of Commerce and Agriculture is in bad health and wishes to retire, the opportunity is a splendid one. My husband is quite competent to perform the duties of the office, and his mission to Italy would make his selection quite natural. You know that the Emperor is very fond of him, and that they get on very well together. They have the same ideas on many subjects. A word from you would settle the matter."
Rougon took 2 or 3 more turns before replying. Then, halting in front of Clorinde, he said, "Well, after all, I am agreeable. He won't be the only simpleton in office. But I'm doing this solely for your sake, remember. I want to disarm you. I am afraid you haven't a good heart. You are too vindictive, aren't you?" He spoke playfully, and Clorinde laughed as she replied, "Oh, yes, indeed. I'm very vindictive. I remember things a long time." Then, as she was about to leave him, he detained her for a moment by the door and twice squeezed her fingers, but did not say another word. Directly Clorinde had gone, Rougon returned to his private office. The spacious room was empty. He sat down at the writing table and rested his elbows on his blotting pad, breathing heavily in the surrounding silence. His eyelids dropped, and a deep reverie lulled him to a state of drowsiness for the next 10 minutes. Then he suddenly started, stretched himself, and rang the bell. Merle made his appearance. "The prefect of the Somme is still here, isn't he?" asked Rougon. "Show him in." Bracing up his short figure, the prefect entered the room with a pale, smiling face. He greeted the minister with all due deference. Rougon, who felt little energy, waited till he had finished. Then he asked him to be seated. "I must tell you why I have sent for you, Monsieur le Préfet," he began. "There are certain instructions which must be given by word of mouth. You are not ignorant of the fact that the revolutionary party is raising its head. We have been within an ace of a frightful catastrophe. The country requires to be reassured, to feel that it can rely upon the energetic protection of the government. His Majesty the Emperor, on his side, has come to the conclusion that some examples must be made, for hitherto his kindness has been strangely abused." Rougon spoke slowly, reclining in his armchair and playing the while with a large agate seal. The prefect expressed his approval of each sentence by a brisk nod. "Your department," continued the minister, "is one of the worst. The Republican ulcer—" "I make every effort," interposed the prefect. "Don't interrupt me. It is necessary that strong repressive steps should be taken there, and it was to express my views to you on the subject that I wished to see you. We've been drawing up a list." Then he began to search among his papers, took up a bundle of documents and turned them over one by one. "It is a return for the whole of France of the number of arrests that are considered necessary. The number for each department is proportionate to the blow which it is intended to strike. I want you to understand our object thoroughly. In the Haute-Marne, for instance, where the Republicans are in a very small minority, there are to be only 3 arrests. In the Meuse, on the other hand, there will be 15. As for your department, the Somme, isn't it? Well, for the Somme, we think—" He turned the papers over again, blinking his heavy eyes, then raised his head and looked to the prefect in the face. "Monsieur le Préfet, you have 12 arrests to make," said he. The pale little man bowed. 12 arrests, he repeated. "I understand your Excellency perfectly." He seemed perplexed, however, as though affected by some slight misgivings which he would have preferred to conceal. However, after a few minutes' general conversation, just as the minister rose to dismiss him, he made up his mind to ask, "Could your Excellency tell me the persons who are to be arrested?" "Oh, arrest anybody you like," Rougon replied. "I can't trouble myself about the details. I should never get through the work if I did. Leave Paris this evening and begin your arrests tomorrow. I advise you, however, to strike high. Down in your department you have some lawyers and merchants and druggists who busy themselves with politics. Just lock all those fellows up. It will have a good effect." The prefect passed his hand across his brow in an anxious way. He was already searching his memory, trying to think of certain lawyers, merchants, and druggists. However, he still nodded his head approvingly. But Rougon was not altogether pleased with his hesitating demeanor. "I won't conceal from you," he said, "that His Majesty is by no means satisfied just now with the administrative staff. There will probably soon be a great change among the prefects. We need very devoted men in the present grave circumstances." This affected the prefect like a cut from a whip. "Your Excellency may rely on me," he exclaimed. "I have already fixed upon my men. There is a druggist at Perron, a cloth merchant, and a paper-maker at Doullens, and as for the lawyers, there's no lack of them. There's a perfect plague of them. Oh, I assure your Excellency that I shall have no difficulty in making up the dozen. I am an old servant of the Empire." For another moment he chattered on about devoting himself to the saving of the country, and then took his leave with a very low bow. When he'd closed the door behind him, the minister swayed his heavy frame with an air of doubt. He did not believe in little men. Then, without sitting down again, he drew a red line through the Somme upon his list. The names of more than 2/3 of the departments were already scored out in the same way. When Rougon again rang for Merrill, he was annoyed to see that the anteroom was as full as ever. He fancied he could recognize the two ladies still standing by the table. "I told you to send everybody away," he cried. "I am going out and cannot see anybody else." "The editor of the Vœux National is there," murmured the usher. Rougon had forgotten the editor. He clasped his hands behind his back and ordered Merrill to admit him. The journalist was a man of some 40 years of age, with a heavy face, and was very carefully dressed. "Ah, here you are, sir," said the minister roughly. "Things cannot go on like this. I warn you of it." Then he began to pace the room, inveighing hotly against the press. It was demoralizing everything, bringing about general disorganization and inciting to disorder of every kind. The very robbers who stabbed wayfarers on the high roads were preferable to journalists, said he. A man might recover from a knife thrust, but pens were poisoned. Then he went on to make even more odious comparisons, and gradually worked himself into a state of excitement, gesticulating angrily and thundering forth his words. The editor, who had remained standing, bent his head to the storm, while his face wore an expression of submissive consternation. "If your Excellency would condescend to explain to me," he at last ventured to say. "I don't quite understand." "What?" roared Rougon furiously. Then he sprang forward, spread out the newspaper on his table, and pointed to the columns that were marked with red pencil. "There are not 10 lines free from offense," he exclaimed. "In your leading article, you appear to cast a doubt upon the government's capacities in the matter of repressive measures. In this paragraph on the 2nd page, you appear to allude to me when you speak of the insolent triumph of parvenus. Among your miscellaneous items, there are a lot of filthy stories, brainless attacks upon the upper classes." The editor clasped his hands in great alarm and tried to get in a word. "I assure you, Excellency, I'm quite in despair that your Excellency could suppose for a moment. I, too, who have such very warm admiration for your Excellency." Rougon, however, paid no attention to this. "And the worst of the matter is, sir," he continued, "that everyone is aware of your connection with the administration. How is it likely that other newspapers will respect us when those in our own pay do not? All my friends have been denouncing these abominations to me this morning." Then the editor joined Rougon in declaiming against the incriminated matter. He'd read none of those articles and paragraphs, he said, but he would at once dismiss all his contributors. If His Excellency wished it, he would send him a proof copy of the paper every morning. Rougon, who had relieved his feelings, declined this offer. He had not the time to examine a proof copy, he said. Just as he was dismissing the editor, however, a fresh thought seemed to strike him. "Oh, I was forgetting," he said. That well-bred woman who betrays her husband in the novel you are publishing serially supplies a detestable argument against good education. It ought not to be alleged that a woman of that kind could possibly commit such a sin." "The serial has had a great success," murmured the editor, again feeling alarmed. "I have read it, and have found it very interesting." "Ah, you've read it, have you? Well now, does this wretched woman feel any remorse in the end?" The editor carried his hand to his forehead, amazed, and trying to remember. "Remorse? No, I think not," he replied. Rougon had already opened the door, and as he closed it upon the journalist, he called after him, "It is absolutely necessary that she should feel remorse. Insist upon the author filling her with remorse." This ends Chapter 9, Part 3. Chapter 10, Part 1 of His Excellency Eugene Rougon by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 10, Part 1. A Trip to Niort. Rougon had written to Dupoisson and Monsieur Kahn, asking them to spare him the infliction of an official reception at the gates of Niort. He arrived there one Saturday evening, a little before 7 o'clock, and at once went to the prefecture, with the intention of resting till noon the following day, for he was feeling very tired. After dinner, however, several people called. Doubtless the news of the minister's arrival had already spread through the town. A small drawing-room near the dining-room was thrown open, and a kind of impromptu reception was organized. Rougon, as he stood between the two windows, was obliged to stifle his yawns, and reply as pleasantly as he could to the greetings offered to him. One of the deputies of a department, the very attorney who had usurped Monsieur Kahn's position as official candidate, was the first to make his appearance. He arrived quite out of breath, half scared, wearing a frock coat and colored trousers, for which he apologized on the ground that he had only just returned on foot from one of his farms, and had been anxious to pay his respects to His Excellency as soon as possible. Then a short, fat man appeared, wearing a somewhat tight-fitting dress coat and white gloves. There was an air of ceremonious regret about him. He was the mayor's first assessor, and had just been informed by his servant of Rougon's arrival. The mayor, he said, would be greatly distressed. He was not expecting His Excellency till the following day, and was at present at his estate of Les Varades, some 6 miles off. After the assessor there came a procession of 6 gentlemen with big feet, big hands, and big, heavy faces. The prefect presented them to Rougon as distinguished members of the Statistical Society. Then the headmaster of the State College arrived, bringing with him his wife, a charming blonde of 8 and 20. She was a Parisienne, and her dresses were the wonder of Niort. She told Rougon somewhat bitterly of her great dislike for provincial life. Monsieur Kahn, who had dined with the minister and the prefect, was on his side hotly plied with questions respecting the next day's ceremony. It had been arranged that the party would repair to a spot some 2 or 3 miles from the town, in the district known as Les Moulins, where it was intended that the first tunnel on the new line from Niort to Angers should be pierced, and there the Minister of the Interior was to fire the first mine. Rougon, who had assumed a homely, good-natured manner, said that he merely wanted to do what he could to honor an old friend's laborious enterprise. He, moreover, considered himself to be an adopted son of the department of Deux-Sèvres, which in former days had sent him to the Legislative Assembly. To tell the truth, however, the real object of his journey was in accordance with Dupoisson's strongly urged advice to display himself in the plenitude of power to his old constituents, so as to make sure of their support should it ever become necessary for him to enter the corps legislatif. From the windows of a little drawing-room the town could be seen black and slumberous. No further visitors called. The news of the minister's arrival had come too late in the day. This circumstance, however, gave an additional feeling of triumph to the few zealous ones who had put in an appearance at the prefect's. They gave no hint of retiring, but seemed quite elated with joy at being the first to meet His Excellency in private conversation. The mayor's assessor repeated in a doleful voice, through which rang a note of jubilation, "Mon Dieu, how distressed the mayor will be, and the presiding judge too, and the public prosecutor, and all the other gentlemen." Towards 9 o'clock, however, it might have been supposed that the whole town was in the anteroom, for a loud tramping of feet was heard there. Then a servant entered the drawing-room and announced that the chief commissary of police desired to pay his respects to His Excellency. And it was Gilquin who made his appearance. Gilquin looking quite gorgeous in evening dress and straw-colored gloves and kid boots. Dupoisson had given him a place in his department. He bore himself very well, the only traces of his old manner being a somewhat swaggering motion of his shoulders and a marked disinclination to part with his hat, which he persisted in holding against his hip in imitation of a pose which he had studied on a tailor's fashion plate. He bowed to Rougon and addressed him with exaggerated humility. "I venture to recall myself to the kind recollection of your Excellency, whom I had the honor of meeting several times in Paris," said he. Rougon smiled, and he and Gilquin chatted for a few moments. Then the latter made his way into the dining-room, where tea had just been served, and he there found Monsieur Kahn, who was glancing over a list of the guests invited to the next day's ceremony. In the little drawing-room the conversation had now turned upon the grandeur of the Emperor's reign. Dupoisson, standing by Rougon's side, was extolling the empire, and they bowed to one another, as though they were mutually congratulating themselves upon some personal achievement, while the citizens of New York clustered round, agape with respectful admiration. "What clever fellows they are, eh?" said Gilquin, who was watching the scene through the open doorway. Then, as he proceeded to pour some rum into his tea, he gave Monsieur Kahn a nudge. Dupoisson, lean and enthusiastic, with his irregular white teeth and feverish, childish face all aglow with triumph, appeared to take Gilquin's fancy. "Ah, you should have seen him when he first arrived in the department," said the commissary in a low voice. "I was with him. He stamped his feet angrily as he walked along. He no doubt felt a grudge against the people here, and since he's been prefect, he's been amusing himself by avenging all his youthful grievances. The townspeople who knew him when he was a poor, miserable fellow don't feel inclined to smile now when they see him go past. He makes a strong prefect. He's quite cut out for the post. He's very different from that fellow Langlade, whom he superseded, a mere ladies' man, as fair as a girl. We came across photographs of ladies in very low dresses, even amongst the official papers in his room." Then Gilquin paused. He fancied that the wife of the headmaster had her eyes on him, and so, desirous of displaying the graces of his person, he bent forward again to speak to Monsieur Kahn. "Have you heard of Dupoisson's meeting with his father?" he asked. "Oh, it was the most amusing thing in the world. The old man, you know, is a retired process server who's got a nice little pile together by lending petty sums by the week at high interest. And he now lives like a wolf in an old ruin of a house where he keeps loaded guns in the hall. Well, he had told his son a score of times that he would come to the gallows, and Dupoisson had long dreamt of having his revenge. That, indeed, was one of his reasons for wanting to be prefect here. So one morning he put on his finest uniform and, under the pretext of making a round, he went and knocked at the old man's house. Then, after a good quarter of an hour's parley, the father opened the door, a pale little old man he was, and he gazed with a stupefied look at his son's gold-laced uniform. Well, now, guess what was the first thing he said as soon as he discovered that his son had become the prefect? "Don't send for the taxes any more, Leopold." Yes, those were his very words. He didn't show the slightest fatherly emotion. When Du Poisat came back, he was biting his lips, and his face was as white as a sheet. His father's unruffled tranquillity had quite exasperated him. He'll never manage to subdue the old man. Monsieur Kahn nodded his head discreetly. He'd slipped the list of guests into his pocket, and was now sipping a cup of tea while glancing occasionally into the adjoining room. "Rougon is half asleep," he said. "Those idiots ought to have enough sense to leave him and let him go to bed. I want him to be in good form for tomorrow." "I hadn't seen him for some time," said Gilquin. "He's put on more flesh." Then, lowering his voice, he continued, "They managed it very cleverly, those two fine fellows. They worked some quiet trick or other out of that bomb affair at the opera, which I'd warned them of. It came off as you know, but Rougon pretends that he went to the prefecture and that no one there would believe him. Well, that's his business, and there's no occasion to say any more about it. On the day of the affair, Du Poisat stood me a ripping déjeuner at a café on the boulevard. Oh, what a time we had! We went to a theatre in the evening, I think, but I haven't any very distinct recollection of it, for I slept for 2 days afterwards." Monsieur Kahn now appeared to find Gilquin's confidences somewhat alarming, for he got up and left the dining-room. Then the commissary felt quite convinced that the headmaster's wife was certainly gazing at him, so he also went back into the drawing-room and busied himself about her, and ended by bringing her some tea, biscuits, and cake. He really carried himself very well. He looked like a gentleman who'd been badly brought up, and this appeared to influence the beautiful blonde in his favor. However, the deputy was now engaged in demonstrating the necessity of having a new church at Niort. The mayor's assessor asked for a bridge, and the headmaster urged the desirability of extending the college buildings, while the 6 members of the Statistical Society silently nodded approval of everything. "Well, we will see about these matters tomorrow, gentlemen," said Rougon, whose eyelids were half closed. "I am here for the purpose of inquiring into your needs and doing what I can to satisfy them." 10 o'clock was just striking when a servant came into the room and said something to the prefect, who at once whispered a few words in the minister's ear. The latter then hastened out of a drawing-room. He found Madame Coureur waiting for him in an adjoining apartment. She was accompanied by a tall, slim girl with a colorless, freckled face. "So, you are in Niort, are you?" Rougon exclaimed as he joined them. "Only since this afternoon," replied Madame Coureur. "We are staying just opposite on the Place de la Préfecture, at the Hôtel de Paris." And then she explained that she'd come from Coulanges, where she'd been spending a couple of days. But suddenly she paused to direct the minister's attention to the tall girl beside her. "This," said she, "is Mademoiselle Herminie Bilcock, who's been kind enough to accompany me." Herminie Bilcock made a ceremonious bow, and Madame Coureur proceeded. "I didn't say anything to you about this expedition of mine, because I thought you might oppose it, but I really couldn't help going. I was very anxious to see my brother. When I heard of your coming to Niort, I hastened here. We looked out for you and saw you enter the prefecture, but we thought it better to defer our visit till later on. These little towns are much given to malicious scandal." Rougon nodded assent. He was indeed thinking that plump Madame Coureur, with her painted face and bright yellow dress, might, to provincialize, very well appear to be a compromising person. "Well, and did you see your brother?" he asked. "Yes," Madame Coureur replied, clenching her teeth. "Yes, I saw him. Madame Martineau didn't venture to turn me out of the house. She was burning some sugar over the fire when I went in. Oh, my poor brother! I knew that he was ill, but it gave me quite a shock to see him so emaciated. He has promised that he won't disinherit me. It would be contrary to his principles. He's made his will, and his property will be divided between me and Madame Martineau. Isn't that so, Herminie?" "Yes, the property is to be divided," declared the tall girl. "He told you so when you first got there, and repeated it when he saw you away from the door. Oh, there's no doubt about it. I heard him say so." Then Rougon tried to get rid of the two women by saying, "Well, I'm delighted to hear it. You will feel much easier now. These family quarrels always get made up. Come, good night. I'm going to bed now." But Madame Coqueur detained him. She'd taken her handkerchief out of her pocket and was dabbing her eyes with it, seemingly affected with sudden grief. "Oh, my poor Martineau," she said. "He was so kind and good, and forgave me with such readiness. I wish you knew how good he is, my dear friend. It is on his account that I've hurried here, to petition you in his favor." Her tears prevented her from saying more, and she began to sob. Rougon was at a loss to know what it meant, and looked at the two women in astonishment. Then Mademoiselle Herminie Bilcoq also began to cry, but less demonstratively than Madame Coqueur. She was a very sensitive young person, and was readily affected by another's grief. "Monsieur Martineau has compromised himself in politics," she stammered amidst her tears. Thereupon Madame Coqueur began to speak with great volubility. "You will remember," she said, "that I hinted my fears to you one day. I had a presentiment of what would happen. Martineau was showing Republican proclivities. At the last election he behaved very wildly, and made the most desperate exertions in favor of the opposition candidate. I was aware of things which I don't want to mention. However, it was all bound to have a bad result. When I got to the Golden Lion at Coulanges, where we had engaged a room, I questioned the people there, and I learnt a good deal more from them. Martineau has been guilty of all kinds of follies. No one in the neighborhood would be surprised if he were to be arrested. Every day they expect to see the gendarme come and take him off. You can imagine what a shock this was to me. And so I thought of you, my dear friend." Her utterance was again choked by her sobs. Then Rougon tried to reassure her. He would mention the subject to Dupoisson, he said, and he would stop any proceedings that might have been instituted. "I am the master," he even added. "Come, go to bed and sleep quietly." But Madame Coqueur shook her head and twisted her pocket handkerchief. Her eyes were quite dry now. "Ah, you don't know everything," she said. "It is a more serious matter than you suppose. He takes Madame Martineau to Mass, but stays outside himself, and proclaims that he never sets foot in a church, and this causes a dreadful scandal every Sunday. Then, too, he frequents a retired lawyer in the neighborhood, one of the men of 48, and can be heard talking to him for hours in the most dreadful way. Suspicious-looking men, too, have often been seen to slip into his garden at night-time, with the intention, no doubt, of receiving directions from him." Rougon shrugged his shoulders at each fresh detail, but Mademoiselle Herminie Bilcoq, as though shocked by such tolerance, added sharply, "And he receives letters with red seals from all sorts of countries. The postman told us that he didn't want to speak about it at first. He was quite pale. We had to give him 20 sous. And then a month ago, Monsieur Martineau left home for a week without anyone in the neighborhood having the slightest idea where he went. The landlady of the Golden Lion told us that he hadn't even taken any luggage with him." "Herminie, I beg of you to be quiet," said Madame Coqueur uneasily. "Martineau has got quite sufficient against him as it is. There's no occasion for us to add any more." Rougon was now listening and glancing at the two women in turn. He had become very serious. "Well, if he has compromised himself so much as that," he began, pausing, however, as he fancied that he could detect a fiery gleam igniting in Madame Coqueur's troubled eyes. "Well, I will do all I can," he resumed, "but I make no promises." "It is all up with him. "It is all up with him," exclaimed Madame Coureur. "I feel quite certain of it. We don't want to say anything, but if we told all—" Then in her turn she paused and began to bite her pocket handkerchief. "And to think that I hadn't seen him for 20 years, and have only now just seen him, to be parted from him forever, perhaps. He was so kind, so very kind." Herminie, however, gently shrugged her shoulders and made signs to Rougon, as if to tell him that he must excuse a sister's despair, but that the old attorney was really a great rascal. "If I were you," she said to Madame Coureur, "I would tell everything. It will be much the best." Then the elder woman seemed to brace herself up for a great effort. "You remember," she said, lowering her voice, "the Te Deums, which were sung everywhere when the emperor so miraculously escaped being murdered in front of the opera house? Well, on the very day when they were singing the Te Deum at Coulanges, one of Martineau's neighbors asked him if he wasn't going to church, and the wretched man replied, 'Why should I go to church indeed? I don't care a fig for your emperor.'" "I don't care a fig for your emperor," repeated Madame Herminie Bilcock, with an air of consternation. "You can understand my alarm now," continued the retired boarding-house keeper. "As I told you before, no one in the neighborhood would be the least surprised to see him arrested." As she spoke these last words, she fixed her eyes searchingly on Rougon. He made no immediate reply. He seemed to be trying to read her flabby face, her pale eyes, which blinked beneath light and scanty brows. For a moment his gaze rested on her plump white neck. Then he threw out his arms and said, "I can do nothing, I assure you. I am not the master." And he gave his reasons. He felt certain scruples, he said, about interfering in affairs of this kind. If the law had been invoked, matters would have to take their course. It would even have been better if he had not known Madame Coureur, as his friendship for her would tie his hands, for he had sworn never to render certain services to his friends. However, he would inquire into the matter, and he tried to console her, as though her brother were already on his way to some penal settlement. She bent her head, and her sobs shook the big coil of light hair which lay on the nape of her neck. Presently she grew calmer, and as she took leave, she pushed Herminie in front of her, exclaiming, "Mademoiselle Herminie Bilcock, but I fancy I have already introduced you to her. Please excuse me, my head is in such a state. She is the young lady for whom we succeeded in obtaining a dowry. The officer who seduced her has not yet been able to marry her on account of the interminable formalities which have to be gone through. Thank His Excellency, my dear." The tall girl expressed her thanks, blushing as she did so, like an innocent maiden in whose presence some indelicate remark has been made. Madame Coureur let her leave the room before her. Then she pressed Rougon's hand tightly, and bending towards him, she said, "I rely upon you, Eugene." When the minister returned to the little drawing-room, he found it deserted. Tout-Poisson had succeeded in getting rid of the deputy, the mayor's assessor, and the 6 members of the statistical society. Monsieur Kahn had also taken his departure, after making an appointment for 10 o'clock the next morning. In the dining-room there only remained the headmaster's wife and Gilles Kahn, who were eating little cakes and chatting about Paris. Gilles Kahn made soft eyes at the lady, and talked to her about the races, the picture shows, and a new piece at the Comédie Française, with the ease of a man to whom all kinds of life were familiar. The headmaster, in the meantime, was speaking in a low tone to the prefect about the 4th form professor, who was suspected of Republican proclivities. However, 11 o'clock struck. The remaining visitors rose and bowed to His Excellency, and Gilles Kahn was just about to retire with his headmaster and his wife, to the latter of whom he had offered his arm, when Rougon detained him. "Monsieur le Commissaire," he said, "a word with you, I beg." When they were alone together, he addressed himself to the commissary and prefect simultaneously. "What is this business of Martineau's?" he asked. "Has the man really compromised himself?" Gilquin smiled, and Dupoisat proceeded to give a few particulars. "I wasn't thinking of taking any steps in the affair," he said. "The man has certainly been denounced to me, and I have received letters about him. There's no doubt that he mixes himself up in politics. But there have already been 4 arrests in the department, and I should have preferred making up my 5, which was the number you fixed, by locking up the master of the 4th form at the college here, who reads revolutionary books to his pupils." "I've been told of some very serious things," said Rougon sternly. "His sister's tears must not be allowed to save this man Martineau, if he is really as dangerous as is alleged. The public safety is at stake." Then he turned towards Gilquin. "What is your opinion on the matter?" he asked. "I will arrest him in the morning," the commissary replied. "I know all about the matter. I've seen Madame Coqueur at the Hôtel de Paris, where I generally dine." Dupoisat made no objection. He took a little memorandum book from his pocket, struck out a name, and wrote another in its place, at the same time recommending the commissary of police to keep his eye upon the master of the 4th form. Rougon accompanied Gilquin to the door. "This man Martineau is not very well, I believe," he said. "Go to Collonges yourself and treat him decently." Gilquin pulled himself up with an offended air, and setting aside all respect for his Excellency, familiarly exclaimed, "Do you take me for a mere common policeman? Ask Dupoisat to tell you about the druggist whom I arrested on the day before yesterday. There was a lady with him, but nobody knows it. I always act with the greatest discretion." Rougon slept soundly for 9 hours. When he opened his eyes the next morning at about 8:30, he sent a message for Dupoisat to come to him. The prefect arrived with a cigar in his mouth and seemed in high spirits. They talked and joked together as they had done in former days when they had lodged at Madame Coqueur's and had roused each other with playful slaps. However, while the minister was washing, he questioned the prefect about the neighborhood, asking for particulars of the different officials and their various desires and vanities. He wanted to have a pleasant remark ready for each of them. "Oh, don't worry yourself," replied Dupoisat with a laugh. "I will prompt you." Then he gave him some information about the different people with whom he would come into contact. Rougon occasionally made him repeat what he said in order to impress it upon his memory. At 10 o'clock, Monsieur Kahn made his appearance. They all 3 had déjeuné together, and finally arranged the details of the ceremony. The prefect would make a speech, as would also Monsieur Kahn. Rougon would follow the latter, but they considered that a 4th speech would be desirable. For a moment they thought of the mayor, but Dupoisat declared that he was a stupid fellow, and advised the selection of the chief surveyor of bridges and highways, to whom the proceedings of the day naturally seemed to point, though Monsieur Kahn was afraid of this official's spirit of criticism. As they got up from table, Monsieur Kahn took the minister aside to tell him of the points which he hoped he would bring forward in his speech. It had been arranged that the party should meet at the prefecture at 10:30. The mayor and his assessor arrived together. The former stammered forth his unbounded regret that he had been absent from Lyon on the previous evening, while the latter affectedly hoped that his Excellency had slept well and had quite recovered from his fatigue. Then the president of the civil tribunal, the public prosecutor and his 2 assessors, and the chief surveyor of bridges and highways made their appearance. They were quickly followed by the receiver general, the controller of the direct taxes, and the registrar of the department. Several of these officials were accompanied by their wives. The wife of the headmaster of the college, the beautiful blonde, wore a most effective sky-blue dress and attracted great attention. She begged His Excellency to excuse her husband, who had been prevented from coming by an attack of gout, which had seized him soon after his return home on the previous evening. However, other personages were arriving. The colonel of the 78th Regiment of the Line, which was stationed at Niort, the president of a tribunal of commerce, the two justices of the peace, the conservator of rivers and forests, accompanied by his 3 daughters, with various municipal councillors and delegates from the consultative chamber of arts and manufactures, the statistical society, and the council of the board of arbitration between employers and employed. The reception was held in the large drawing-room of the prefecture. Dupoisat made the presentations, and the minister received all the guests with smiling bows as though they were old friends. He exhibited wonderful knowledge about each of them. He spoke to the public prosecutor of a speech lately made by him in the course of a trial for adultery. He asked the controller of taxes in sympathetic tones after the health of his wife, who'd been laid up for the last 2 months. He detained the colonel of the 78th for a moment to let him see that he was not unacquainted with the brilliant progress made by his son at Saint-Cyr. He talked about boots to a municipal councillor who owned a great boot-making establishment, while with the registrar, who was an enthusiastic archaeologist, he discussed a druidical stone which had been discovered during the previous week. Whenever he hesitated, thinking of the right thing to say, Dupoisat came to his assistance and cleverly prompted him in a whisper. This ends Chapter 10, Part 1.
Chapter 10, Part 2 of His Excellency Eugene Rougon by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Pisitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 10, Part 2. As the president of a tribunal of commerce came into the room and bowed to him, Rougon exclaimed in an affable voice, "Ah, are you alone, Monsieur le Président? At all events, I trust that we shall have the pleasure of seeing your wife at the banquet this evening." He stopped short, noticing the expression of embarrassment which came over the faces around him. Dupoisat, moreover, nudged his elbow. Then he recollected that the president of a tribunal of commerce was living apart from his wife in consequence of certain scandals. He had made a mistake. He had thought that he was addressing the other president, the chief judge of the civil tribunal. However, he was in no way disconcerted. He still smiled, and making no reference to his unfortunate remark, continued with a shrewd air, "I have a pleasant piece of news for you, monsieur. I know that my colleague, the Minister of Justice, has put your name down for the Cross of the Legion of Honor. Perhaps I ought not to have mentioned it, but you will keep my secret." The president of a tribunal of commerce turned quite scarlet. He almost choked with joy. His friends pressed round him to congratulate him, while Rougon made a mental note of this cross, which he had so opportunely thought of bestowing, so that he might not forget to mention the matter to his colleague. It was the betrayed husband that he was decorating. Dupoisat smiled with admiration. There were now some 50 people in the drawing-room. They still waited on, but the faces of many of them were beginning to show signs of weariness. "Time is flying. We might perhaps make a start," said the minister. But the prefect bent towards him and explained that the deputy, M. Khan's former opponent, had not yet arrived. Presently, however, this gentleman made his appearance, perspiring profusely. His watch had stopped, he said, and he'd been quite put out of his reckoning. Then, wishing to let the company know of his visit on the previous evening, he went on to remark in a loud voice, "As I was saying to your Excellency last night," and afterwards he walked off alongside of Rougon and informed him that he intended to return to Paris on the following morning. The Easter recess had terminated on the previous Tuesday, and the chamber was again sitting. He had considered it his duty, however, to remain for a few days longer at Niort in order to welcome His Excellency to the department. All the guests trooped into the courtyard of the prefecture, where 10 carriages drawn up on either side of the steps were awaiting them. The minister, the deputy, the prefect, and the mayor got into the first barouche. The others installed themselves as hierarchically as they could. There were 2 more barouches as well as 3 victorias, and some wagonettes with seats for 6 or 8 persons. The procession formed up in the Rue de la Préfecture and started off at a gentle trot. The ladies' ribbons streamed in the air, and here and there their skirts protruded out of the carriages, while the gentlemen's black hats shone brightly in the sun. The procession had to pass through a considerable section of the town, and, owing to the rough pavement of the narrow streets, the vehicles jolted dreadfully as they passed on, with a crash like that of iron. And at every door and every window were townsfolk who bowed in silence while looking for His Excellency, and experiencing much surprise when they saw his plain frock-coat beside the prefect's gold-laced uniform. On leaving the town, the procession passed along a wide promenade planted with magnificent trees. It was a warm, pleasant April day, with a clear sky full of sunlight. The road, which was straight and level, lay between gardens gay with blossoming lilacs and apricot trees. Presently, however, cultivated fields spread out, dotted here and there with copses. "That's a spinning mill, isn't it?" asked Rougon, towards whom the prefect had just bent. "A mill which belongs to you, I believe," he continued, addressing the mayor, and calling his attention to a red brick building on the river bank. "I have heard of your new system of wool carding. I will try to find time to go and inspect all those wonders." Then he began to ask some questions respecting the motive power of the river. In his opinion, said he, hydraulic power under favorable conditions possessed enormous advantages. He quite astonished the mayor by the amount of technical knowledge he displayed. Meantime, the other carriages followed on in somewhat irregular fashion. Snatches of conversation, bristling with figures, could be heard amidst the jog-trot of the horses. Then a rippling laugh attracted everyone's attention. It came from the headmaster's wife, whose sunshade had just flown away and fallen onto a heap of stones. "You have a farm about here, haven't you?" said Rougon, turning to the deputy with a smile. "That's it on the hill, if I'm not mistaken. What splendid meadows! I know that you interest yourself in cattle breeding, and won several prizes at the last shows." Then they began to talk about cattle. Steeped in the sunshine, the meadows looked like soft green velvet. Wild flowers were springing up all over them. Athwart the curtains of tall poplar trees, one had glimpses of charming bits of landscape. However, an old woman leading an ass came along and was obliged to stop at the roadside to let the procession pass. The ass, frightened by the sight of so many carriages with panels gleaming in the sunshine, began to bray, but the gaily dressed ladies and begloved gentlemen remained perfectly serious. The procession now climbed a slight hill on the left and then descended again. They had reached the scene of the ceremony. It was a sort of cul-de-sac, a hollow gap walled in by hills on 3 sides. Nothing broke upon the prospect save the gaping ruins of a couple of windmills. And in this hollow, in the center of a patch of grass land, a tent of gray canvas with a wide crimson border had been set up. Its 4 sides were decorated with trophies of flags. 1,000 sightseers, middle-class folks and peasants whose curiosity had induced them to walk over, had taken up position in the shade on the right-hand side, where one of the hills rose up like an amphitheater. A detachment of the 78th Regiment was ranged in front of a tent, opposite New York firemen, whose fine bearing was much noticed, while a gang of navvies in new blouses, with engineers in frock-coats at their head, stood waiting at the edge of the patch of grass. As soon as the carriages appeared, the New York Philharmonic Society, composed of amateur instrumentalists, began to play the overture to La Dame Blanche. "Long live His Excellency!" cried a few persons whose voices were drowned by the sound of the instruments. Rougon alighted from his carriage, raised his eyes, and looked about the hollow in which he found himself, vexed to find the spot so small, so shut in, for this seemed to detract from the impressiveness of the ceremony.
He stood for a moment on the grass, waiting for someone to receive him. At last Monsieur Khan hastened up. He had left the prefecture immediately after déjeuner and had just been to examine the mine which His Excellency was to fire, to see if all were right. It was he who conducted the minister into the tent, and then the guests followed. There was some little confusion for a moment, and Rougon began to ask for particulars. "It is yonder, then, in that cutting, that the tunnel is to commence?" "Exactly," replied Monsieur Khan. "The first mine has been laid out in that reddish rock where Your Excellency sees a flag flying." The hillside at the end of the hollow had been broken up by picks till its rocky base was disclosed to view. Several uprooted trees were lying about amongst the excavations, and the cutting was strewn with foliage. Monsieur Khan pointed out the course the line would take. It was marked by a double row of stakes stretching away amid grass and paths and thickets. It was a pretty piece of quiet country that they were going to rip up. However, the guests and officials had by this time collected in the tent. Some curious sightseers in the rear were bending forward to glance through the openings, and the instrumentalists of the Philharmonic Society were just finishing the overture to La Dame Blanche. "Monsieur le Ministre!" suddenly exclaimed a shrill voice which vibrated amidst the silence. "It is my privilege to be the first to thank Your Excellency for having so kindly accepted the invitation which we ventured to address to you. The Department of Deux-Sèvres will ever preserve a grateful recollection." It was Dupoisat who had begun to speak. He stood some 3 yards away from Rougon, and at the finish of certain sentences they slightly bowed to one another. The prefect went on speaking for a good quarter of an hour. He reminded the minister of the brilliant fashion in which he had represented the department in the Legislative Assembly. The town of Niort had then inscribed his name in its annals as that of a benefactor, and longed for any occasion upon which it might show its gratitude. Every now and then the prefect's voice was quite lost in the air, and only his gestures, and even regular working of his right arm, could be seen. And then the crowd ranged on the hillside gave their attention to the gold embroidery on his sleeve, which flashed brightly in the sunshine. Afterwards, however, Monsieur Khan stepped into the middle of the tent. He had a very deep voice, and seemed to bark out some of his words. The hillside gave an echo which repeated snatches of sentences upon which he lingered too complacently. He spoke of all the long efforts, studies, and toilsome steps which had devolved upon him during nearly 4 years in his struggle to obtain a new line for the district. Now, every kind of prosperity would rain down upon the department. The fields would be fertilized, the factories would double their output, and commerce would make its way into the humblest villages. To hear him talk, it might have been supposed that Deux-Sèvres was about to become a sort of fairyland, with rivers of milk and enchanted groves, where tables laden with good things would await every passer-by. All at once, however, he affected an exaggerated modesty. They owed him, said he, no gratitude whatever. He himself could never have carried out such a vast scheme without the high patronage of which he was so proud. Then, turning towards Rougon, he called him the illustrious minister, the promoter and supporter of every useful and noble idea. In conclusion, he dwelt upon the financial advantages of the scheme. At the Bourse, he said, people were fighting for the shares. Happy were those who'd been able to invest their money in an enterprise with which His Excellency, the Minister of the Interior, had been willing to connect his name. "Hear, hear!" cried some of the guests. The mayor and several of the officials grasped Monsieur Khan's hand. He affected to be greatly moved. Outside there were bursts of cheering, and the bandsmen of the Philharmonic Society considered it proper to strike up a quick march. Thereupon the mayor's assessor sprang forward and sent a fireman to silence them. In the meantime, the chief surveyor of bridges and highways was hesitating and repeating that he had prepared no speech for the occasion. However, as the prefect continued to press him, he gave way. At this, Monsieur Khan seemed very uneasy and murmured to Dupoisat, "You made a mistake. He's sure to say something nasty." The chief surveyor was a tall, lean man who considered himself endowed with great powers of irony. He spoke slowly and gave a twist to his mouth every time he delivered himself of one of his epigrammatic thrusts. He commenced his speech by overwhelming Monsieur Khan with praises. Then the unpleasant remarks began, and he briefly criticized the projected railway with all the contempt of a government engineer for the plans and designs of a private one. He referred to the opposition scheme of the Western Company, which had contemplated carrying the line past Thouars, and he laid stress, without seeming to do so maliciously, upon the fact that the loop in Monsieur Khan's plan would benefit the blast furnaces at Bressuire. There was nothing obviously bitter in what he said, but amidst his pleasant sentences there was many a little stab which could be felt only by the initiated. He became, however, more cruel towards the end of his speech, when he seemed to regret that the illustrious minister should have run the risk of compromising himself by countenancing an undertaking whose financial prospects were a source of disquietude to all men of experience. Enormous sums of money would be wanted, he said, as well as the greatest integrity and most perfect disinterestedness. Then, in conclusion, he gave his mouth a twist and spoke in this fashion: "That these fears, however, are quite chimerical we can have no doubt, when we see at the head of the undertaking a man whose wealth and high commercial probity are so well known throughout the department." A murmur of approval ran through the audience, though a few people glanced at Monsieur Khan, who with pale lips was endeavoring to smile. Rougon had listened with his eyes half closed, as though he were unconvenienced by the brightness of a light. When he opened them again, they were black and stern. His original intention had been to make a very brief speech indeed, but he now felt that he had to defend one of his own band. With 3 steps he reached the edge of the tent, and there, with a sweeping gesture that seemed to call upon all France to listen to him, he began: "Gentlemen, let me in imagination overleap these hills which surround us and embrace the whole empire at one glance, and thus exalt the ceremony which has brought us together by making it a festival of industrial and commercial labor. At this very moment, while I am now addressing you, from the north to the south of the country, canals are being excavated, railway lines are being laid down, mountains are being tunneled, bridges are being built." Perfect silence had fallen all around. Not a sound broke upon the speaker's words, save the rustling of the trees or the grating of some river-lock in the distance. The firemen, striving to bear themselves as martially as the soldiers beneath the hot sun, cast sidelong glances at the minister, without turning their necks. The spectators on the hillside, however, were taking their ease. Ladies had spread their handkerchiefs on the ground and were sitting on them, and 2 gentlemen, whom the sun was reaching, had just opened their wives' parasols. And Rougon's voice gradually grew louder and louder. He seemed ill at ease in that little hollow. It was as if the narrow valley did not afford him sufficient space for his gesticulations. As he threw his hands energetically in front of him, it seemed as if he desired to sweep away all obstructions and open out a wider horizon. Twice he gazed into the air as if seeking space, but nothing met his eyes on the hilltops save the gutted ruins of the windmills which were splitting in the sun. He had taken up Monsieur Khan's text and was enlarging upon it. It was not, he said, the department of Deux-Sèvres alone that was about to enter upon an era of wonderful prosperity, but the whole of France, thanks to the branch line from New York to Angers. For 10 minutes he recounted the innumerable advantages which would rain down upon the people. He even went so far as to allude to the hand of God. Then he began to reply to what had been said by the chief surveyor, though he in no way discussed it or even referred to it. He simply said the direct opposite of what the surveyor had said, dwelling for a long time upon Monsieur Khan's devotion, and praising his great modesty and disinterestedness and nobility of mind. The financial aspect of the matter, he said, caused him no uneasiness whatever, and he smiled and seemed to be sweeping up big piles of gold with a rapid movement of his hands. An outburst of cheering quite drowned his voice. "One word in conclusion, gentlemen," he said, after wiping his lips with his handkerchief. That one word lasted for a quarter of an hour. He was growing excited, and went further than he had meant to do. Indeed, in his peroration, while speaking of the grandeur of the reign and extolling the emperor's great ability, he even hinted that his majesty would bestow his patronage in a special manner upon the branch line from Niort to Angers. It was as if the undertaking had become a state affair. However, 3 great bursts of cheers rang out. A flight of crows skimming aloft across the cloudless sky took fright with much noisy croaking. Immediately the minister's speech had finished, the Philharmonic Society had begun to play again, a signal being given from the tent, while all the ladies sprang up, anxious to miss nothing of the ceremony. The guests were smiling around Rougon with delighted faces. The mayor, the public prosecutor, and the colonel of the 78th Infantry were wagging their heads approvingly while listening to the deputy, who expressed his admiration of His Excellency in tones which, although subdued, were yet loud enough to reach the minister's ears. However, it was the chief surveyor of bridges and highways who manifested the greatest enthusiasm. He displayed an extraordinary amount of obsequiousness, and seemed quite thunderstruck by the great man's magnificent language. "Would your Excellency do me the honor to follow me?" now asked Monsieur Khan, whose fat face was perspiring with pleasure. The concluding part of the ceremony was at hand. His Excellency was about to fire the first mine. Orders had just been given to the gang of navvies in new blouses. The men preceded the minister and Monsieur Khan into the cutting and drew themselves up in 2 lines at the far end. Then a foreman who held a piece of lighted paper presented it to Rougon. The officials who had remained in the tent craned their heads forward. Everyone waited anxiously. The Philharmonic Society was still playing. "Will it make very much noise?" the headmaster's wife inquired, with an uneasy smile, of one of the public prosecutor's assessors. "That depends upon the nature of the rock," hastily interposed the president of a tribunal of commerce, who at once entered upon various mineralogical explanations. "I shall stuff up my ears," murmured the eldest of the 3 daughters of the conservator of rivers and forests. Rougon felt that he was looking very foolish, standing in the midst of all these people with the burning rope in his hand. Up above, on the hill crests, the ruined windmills were creaking louder than ever in the warm sunlight. Then he hastened to light the fuse, the end of which, lying between 2 stones, was pointed out to him by the foreman. One of the navvies immediately blew a long blast on a horn, and all the gang hurried off, while Monsieur Khan hastily pulled His Excellency back into the tent, manifesting much anxious solicitude for his safety. "Well, why doesn't it go off?" stammered the registrar, who was blinking nervously and would very much have liked to close his ears, as the ladies were doing. The explosion did not take place for a couple of minutes. It had been considered prudent to have a very long fuse. The expectation of the company turned almost to anguish. Every eye was fixed upon the red rock. Some spectators fancied they could see it moving, and timid ones expressed the fear of being struck by the fragments. At last there was a low reverberation, and the rock split, while a number of fragments, twice the size of a man's fist, shot up into the air amidst the smoke. Then everybody went away, and on all sides one could hear the same question repeated. "Don't you smell the powder?" In the evening the prefect gave a dinner, while the officials and functionaries attended. For the ball which followed he had issued 500 invitations. It was a splendid affair. The great drawing-room was decorated with evergreens, and in each corner a small chandelier had been fixed, making with the central one 5 chandeliers in all, whose tapers flooded the room with brilliant light. Niort could remember no such scene of magnificence. The light that streamed from the 6 windows quite illuminated the Place de la Préfecture, where more than 2,000 inquisitive sightseers had gathered together, straining their eyes in their eagerness to catch a glimpse of the dancers. The orchestra also could be so distinctly heard that children got up gallops on the footways. From 9 o'clock the ladies were fanning themselves, refreshments were being carried round, and quadrilles were following upon waltzes and polkas. In ceremonious fashion, Du Poisson stood by the door, smilingly receiving the late arrivals. "Doesn't your Excellency dance?" the headmaster's wife boldly asked of Rougon. She had just arrived and was wearing a dress of tarlatan, spangled with gold stars. Rougon excused himself with a smile. He was standing in front of one of the windows, surrounded by a group of guests, and, while joining in a conversation on the desirability of a new land survey, he kept on glancing outside. In the bright light which the candles cast upon the houses on the opposite side of the square, he had just caught sight of Madame Coureur and Mademoiselle Herminie Bilcoq at one of the windows of the Hôtel de Paris. They were standing there, leaning and watching the ball, as though they were in a box at a theatre. Their faces glistened, and every now and then their bare throats rippled with laughter as some amusing incident attracted their notice. However, the headmaster's wife had gone all round the drawing-room, looking somewhat disconsolate, and never heeding the admiration which her sweeping train excited among the younger men. She was evidently looking for someone, as she thus stepped smilingly and languidly along. "Hasn't Monsieur le Commissaire Central arrived?" she at last asked Du Poisson, who was inquiring after her husband's health. "I promised him a waltz." "Oh, he's sure to come," the prefect answered. "I'm surprised that he's not here already. He had to go away on official business today, but he told me that he would be back by 6 o'clock. After the déjeuner at the prefecture, about noon, Gilquin had set out from Niort on horseback to go and arrest Notary Martineau. Coulanges was some 12 miles away. He calculated upon arriving there at 2 o'clock and upon being able to get away by 4, or perhaps a little later, which would leave him plenty of time to attend the banquet to which he had been invited. Consequently, he did not hurry his horse, but jogged along while reflecting that he would make the running at the ball in the evening with that pretty blonde, the headmaster's wife, whose only fault in his eyes was that she was rather too slim. When he reached Coulanges, he dismounted at the Golden Lion, where a corporal and 2 gendarmes ought to have been waiting for him. By arranging matters in this way, he had anticipated that his arrival would not be noticed, and he could hire a carriage, he thought, and carry the notary off without any of the neighbors being any the wiser. The gendarmes, however, were not there. Gilquin waited for them till 5 o'clock, swearing and drinking grog and looking at his watch every quarter of an hour. He should never be able to get back to Niort in time for the banquet, he muttered. He was just having his horse saddled when the corporal at last made his appearance, followed by his 2 men. There had been some misunderstanding. Well, don't waste time in apologizing," cried the commissary angrily. "We've got no time for that. It's already 5:15. Let us get hold of our man as quickly as possible. We must be on our way back in another 10 minutes. Generally speaking, Gilquin was a good-natured individual. He prided himself upon the urbanity with which he discharged his official duties. That day he had even arranged an elaborate scheme by which he hoped to spare Madame Coureur's brother any violent emotion. It had been his intention to enter the house alone, while the gendarmes waited with the carriage near the garden gate, in a little lane which looked on to the open country. But his 3 hours waiting at the Golden Lion had so exasperated him that he forgot all these fine precautions. He walked through the village and rang loudly at the street door of the notary's house. One of the gendarmes was posted at this door, and the other was directed to go round and keep a watch on the garden wall. The corporal went in with the commissary. 10 or a dozen scared villagers watched them from a distance. The servant who opened the door was seized with childish terror at the sight of the uniforms, and rushed away, crying at the top of her voice, "Madame! Madame! Madame!" A short, plump woman, whose face maintained an expression of perfect calm, came slowly down the staircase. "Madame Martineau, I presume?" said Gilles Quint rapidly. "I have a painful duty to perform, madame. I've come to arrest your husband." Madame Martineau clasped her short hands, while her pale lips began to quiver, but she uttered no cry. She remained standing on the bottom step, blocking the way with her skirts. Then she asked Gilles Quint to show her his warrant, and required explanations, doing all she could to cause a delay. "Be careful, he'll slip through our fingers if we don't mind," the corporal murmured in the commissary's ear. This ends Chapter 10, Part 2. Chapter 10, Part 3 of His Excellency Eugene Rougon by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 10, Part 3. Madame Martineau probably heard this remark, for she looked at the two men with her calm eyes and said, "Come upstairs, gentlemen." She went up in front of them and took them into a room, in the middle of which stood Monsieur Martineau in his dressing gown. Upon hearing the servant's cries of alarm, he'd risen from the armchair in which he'd spent most of his time. He was very tall. His hands seemed quite dead. His face was as pale as wax, and only his eyes, dark, soft, and yet determined eyes, appeared to retain any life. Madame Martineau pointed to him in silence. "I regret to say, sir," began Gilles Quint, "that I have a painful duty to perform." When he had explained his errand, the notary nodded but did not speak. A slight quiver, however, shook the dressing gown which covered his attenuated limbs. At last, with great politeness, he replied, "Very well, gentlemen, I will follow you." Then he began to walk about the room, putting in order several articles which were lying on different pieces of furniture. For instance, he moved a parcel of books to another place. Then he asked his wife for a clean shirt. The trembling which was affecting him had now become more pronounced. Madeleine Martineau, seeing him totter, followed him with outstretched arms, ready to catch him should he fall, just as one follows a little child. "Come, sir, make haste," repeated Gilles Quint. The notary took another couple of turns round the room, and then suddenly snatched at the air with his hands and let himself fall into an armchair, distorted and stiffened by a paralytic seizure. At this his wife shed big silent tears. Gilles Quint took out his watch. "Confound it all!" he cried. It was 5:30, and he felt that he must now relinquish all hope of being back at Niort in time for the dinner at the prefecture. It would take at least another half-hour to get this man into a carriage. He tried to console himself with the thought that, at any rate, he would not miss the ball, and just then he recollected that the headmaster's wife had promised him the first waltz. "He's shamming," the corporal now whispered to Gilles Quint. "Shall I lift him onto his feet?" And without waiting for a reply, he stepped up to the notary and advised him not to attempt to deceive justice. Martineau, however, was as rigid as a corpse. His eyes were closed and his lips pinched. Thereupon the corporal lost his temper and indulged in strong language, till at last he laid his heavy hand on the collar of the notary's dressing gown. But at this, Madame Martineau, who had hitherto remained passive, energetically pushed him aside and planted herself in front of her husband, clenching her fists with an air of devoted resolution. "He's shamming, I tell you," the corporal repeated. Gilles Quint shrugged his shoulders. He had made up his mind to carry the notary off whether he were dead or alive. "Send one of your men to get the carriage from the Golden Lion," he said to the corporal. "I have spoken to the landlord about one." When the corporal had left the room, Gilles Quint stepped up to the window and looked complacently at the apricot trees which were blossoming in the garden. He was growing quite absorbed in his thoughts when he felt a touch upon his shoulder. Madame Martineau stood behind him. Her cheeks were quite dry now, and she spoke in a calm, steady voice. "You mean a carriage for yourself, don't you?" she asked. "You surely can't think of dragging my husband to Niort in his present state." "I have a painful duty to perform, madame," Gilquin began for the third time. "But it is a crime. You will kill him," Madame Martineau interrupted. "You've not been ordered to kill him, have you?" "I am acting under orders," Gilquin replied in a rougher tone, for he wished to curtail the entreaties which he thought were coming. But a gleam of desperate anger flashed across Madame Martineau's plump face, and her eyes glanced round the room, as though she were trying to discover some possible means of saving her husband. However, she calmed herself by an effort, and reverted to her previous demeanor, like a strong-minded woman who realizes that tears can be of no service. "God will punish you, sir," she quietly said, after a short pause, during which she kept her eyes fixed on Gilquin. Then, without a tear or entreaty, she turned to lean over the chair in which her husband lay dying. Gilquin had merely smiled. Just at this moment, the corporal, who'd gone in person to the Golden Lion, came back to say that the landlord asserted that he had not got a vehicle of any sort. The arrest of a notary, who was extremely popular in the neighborhood, must have been noised abroad, and the landlord was doubtless concealing his conveyances, for 2 hours previously, when the commissary had questioned him on the subject, he'd promised to let him have an old brougham, which he let out for drives in the neighborhood. "Go and search the inn," cried Gilquin, enraged by this fresh obstacle. "Search every house in the village. Do they think they will have a game with us? And be quick. I have an engagement to keep and have no time to spare. I give you 1/4 of an hour." The corporal hurried off again, taking his men with him, and each went in a different direction. 3/4 of an hour passed, however, and then another quarter, and then another. At the end of an hour and a half, one of the gendarmes returned with a very long face. All his searching had been futile. Gilquin, who'd grown feverishly excited, kept rushing about and looking out of the window into the twilight. The ball would certainly begin without him, he reflected, and the headmaster's wife would consider him guilty of great discourtesy. Each time that he went past the notary's chair, he almost choked with anger. Never had any criminal caused him so much trouble as that man who lay there perfectly motionless, becoming ever paler and colder. It was past 7 o'clock when the corporal returned with a beaming countenance. He had at last discovered the landlord's old brougham, concealed in a shed 1/2 mile from the village. The horse was harnessed in between the shafts, and it was the animal's snorting which had enabled him to discover it. However, when the vehicle was at the door, it became necessary to dress Monsieur Martineau, and this took a very long time. His wife very slowly and deliberately put him on some clean white stockings and a clean white shirt. Then she dressed him in black from head to foot, black trousers, frock coat, and waistcoat. She would not allow the gendarmes to render her the slightest assistance. The notary quietly yielded to her touch. A lamp had been lighted, and Gilquin stood tapping his hands together impatiently, while the corporal remained perfectly still, his 3-cornered hat casting a huge shadow upon the ceiling. "Come, come, haven't you done now?" Gilquin repeated. For the last 5 minutes, Madame Martineau had been searching in a drawer. At last she produced a pair of black gloves, which she put into her husband's pocket. "I hope, sir," she said, "that you will allow me to come in the carriage. I should much like to go with my husband." "That is impossible," replied Gilquin roughly. She restrained herself instead of pressing her request. "At any rate," she said, "you will allow me to follow him?" "The roads are free to everyone," answered the commissary, "but you won't be able to get a vehicle as there are none in the neighborhood." At this Madame Martineau shrugged her shoulders slightly and left the room to give an order. 10 minutes afterward, a gig drew up in front of the door behind the brougham. It was now necessary to get the notary downstairs. The 2 gendarmes carried him, while his wife supported his head. Whenever the dying man uttered the slightest groan, Madame Martineau imperiously ordered the gendarmes to stop, which they did, notwithstanding the angry glances of the commissary. In this way they halted for a moment on each successive step. The notary looked like a corpse in their arms, and he was quite unconscious when they seated him in the carriage. 8:30, exclaimed Gilquin angrily, looking at his watch for the last time. Confound it all! I shall never get there. There was no doubt about that. He would be fortunate if he arrived before the ball was half over. However, he sprang on his horse with an oath and ordered the coachman to drive as fast as he could. The brougham led the way, the gendarme riding at each side of it. Then a few yards behind followed the commissary and the corporal, and last of all came the gig with Madame Martineau. The night air was very sharp. The little cortege passed over the long grey road through all the sleeping country, accompanied by a rumbling of wheels and the monotonous footfalls of the horses. Not a word was spoken during the journey. Gilquin was thinking of what he should say when he met the headmaster's wife. Every now and then, however, Madame Martineau sprang to her feet in the gig, fancying that she heard a death rattle, but she could scarcely distinguish the brougham as it rolled on before her through the black night. It was 10:30 when they reached Niort. The commissary, to avoid passing through the town, directed the driver of the brougham to go round by the ramparts. When they reached the jail, they had to ring loudly. As soon as the gatekeeper saw the white, stiffened prisoner they were bringing him, he went off to rouse the governor. The latter, who was not very well, soon made his appearance in his slippers, and when he saw Martineau he became quite angry and absolutely refused to receive a man in such a condition. Did they take the jail for a hospital, he asked them. The man has been arrested, and what do you expect us to do with him? Cried Gilquin, losing his temper at this fresh impediment. Whatever you like, monsieur le commissaire, except bring him here, replied the governor. I again tell you that I refuse to receive him. I won't take such a responsibility upon myself. Madame Martineau had profited by this discussion to get into the brougham with her husband, and she now proposed that he should be taken to the hotel. Very well, to the hotel or the devil or whatever you like, cried Gilquin. I've had quite enough of him. Take him along. He conformed sufficiently to his duty, however, to accompany the notary to the Hôtel de Paris, which Madame Martineau herself fixed upon. The Place de la Préfecture was now becoming empty, and only some children were left playing on the footways, while the middle-class couple slowly disappeared into the darkness of the neighboring streets. However, the bright glow from the 6 windows of the prefecture still made the square almost as light as day. The band's brass instruments were blaring, and the ladies' bare shoulders and curled chignons could be seen between the open curtains, circling round the room. As the notary was being carried to the first floor, Gilquin raised his head and caught sight of Madame Coureur and Mademoiselle Bicoq, who were still gazing at the festivities. The elder lady, however, must have noticed her brother, for, leaning out so far as to risk a fall, she made an energetic sign to Gilquin to come upstairs. He did so. Towards midnight, the ball at the prefecture reached its zenith. The doors of a dining room, where a cold supper had been laid, had just been thrown open. The ladies, with hot, flushed faces, fanned themselves as they stood up and ate, amidst a deal of gay laughter. Others were still dancing, unwilling to lose a single quadrille, and contenting themselves with glasses of syrup and water, which gentlemen brought to them. The room was full of a hazy glitter of women's hair and skirts and braceleted arms. There seemed to be too much gold, too much music, and too much heat, and Rougon, who felt half suffocated, was glad indeed to make his escape on being discreetly summoned by Dupoissat. Madame Coureur and Mademoiselle Herminie Bilcoq were waiting for him in the small adjoining salon, where he'd seen them on the previous evening. They were both crying bitterly. "My poor brother! My poor Martineau!" stammered Madame Coureur, while wiping her tears away with her handkerchief. "Ah, I felt sure that you could do nothing for him. Oh, why couldn't you have saved him?" Rougon was going to say something, but she would not give him time. "He has been arrested today," she continued. "I have just seen him. Oh dear, oh dear." "Don't distress yourself," replied Rougon at last. "The matter shall be looked into, and I hope that we shall be able to obtain his release." Thereupon Madame Coqueur ceased dabbing her eyes with her handkerchief. She looked at Rougon and exclaimed in her natural voice, "But he is dead." Then again she relapsed into a disconsolate tone and buried her face in her handkerchief. "Oh dear, my poor, poor Martineau." Dead! A sudden tremor passed through Rougon's body. He could not find a word to say. For the first time he became conscious of a pit before him, a dark, gloomy pit into which he was being gradually driven. To think that the man was dead! He'd never intended that anything of that kind should happen. Things had gone too far. "Alas, yes, the poor dear man is dead," said Mademoiselle Herminie Bilcoq, with a deep, long-drawn sigh. "It seems that they refused to receive him at the jail. Then, when we saw him arriving at the hotel in such a pitiable condition, Madame went down and insisted upon being admitted, saying that she was his sister. A sister may surely claim to receive her brother's last breath. That is what I said to that hussy of a Madame Martineau, who threatened to turn us out of the room. But we forced her to let us remain by the bedside. Mon Dieu, it was soon all over. The death agony only lasted an hour. The poor man was lying on the bed, dressed all in black. Anyone would have thought that he was a notary just going to a marriage. And he died out just like a candle flame, with a little twist of his face. He couldn't have had much pain. And then, would you believe it? Madame Martineau actually tried to pick a quarrel with me," cried Madame Coqueur. "I don't know what she was driving at, but she spoke about my brother's property and accused me of having given him the last stroke. I said to her, if I'd been there, madame, I would never have allowed him to be taken away. I would have let the gendarmes hew me in pieces sooner. And they should have hewn me in pieces sooner. I told you so, didn't I, Herminie?" "Yes, yes, indeed," said the tall girl. "Well, I know my tears won't bring him to life again," continued Madame Coqueur, "but I'm crying because I can't help it. Oh, my poor Martineau!" Rougon felt very ill at ease. He drew back his hands, which Madame Coqueur had grasped. Still he could not think of anything to say, shocked as he was by the story of this death which seemed so abominable to him. "Look!" exclaimed Herminie, who was standing in front of the window. "You can see the room from here in this bright light. It is the third window to the left on the first floor. There is a light behind the curtains." However, Rougon dismissed them, while Madame Coqueur in return apologized for having troubled him, calling him her friend, and saying that her first impulse had been to come and tell him the fatal news. "It is a very annoying business," Rougon whispered to Dupoisson, when he returned to the ballroom with his face still pale. "It is all that idiot Gilles Quin's doing," replied the prefect, shrugging his shoulders. The ball was still going on merrily. In the dining room, a part of which could be seen through the open door, the mayor's assessor was stuffing the 3 daughters of the conservator of rivers and forests with sweetmeats, while the colonel of the 78th was drinking punch and listening attentively to the cutting remarks of the chief surveyor of bridges and highways, who was munching sugared almonds. Monsieur Kahn, near the door, was repeating to the president of the civil tribunal the speech which he had delivered in the afternoon on all the advantages of a new railway line, and round them stood a group of grave-faced men, the controller of taxes, the 2 justices of the peace, and the delegates from the consultative chamber of agriculture and the statistical society, all with gaping mouths. Then around the ballroom, in the glow of the chandeliers, the dancers revolved to the music of a waltz which the band blared forth. The son of the receiver general was dancing with the mayor's sister. One of the public prosecutor's assessors was with a girl in blue, and the other with a girl in pink. But one couple excited particular admiration, that composed of the commissary of police and the headmaster's wife, who slowly revolved in a close embrace. Vilquin had hurried off to array himself irreproachably in black dress coat, patent leather boots, and white gloves, and the beautiful blonde, having forgiven him for his tardy arrival, was now nestling against his shoulder with languishing eyes. Vilquin threw his chest forward and brought the motion of his hips into strong prominence, a vulgarism which seemed to delight the spectators as if it had been something very tasteful. And as the pair revolved round the room, they all but came into collision with Rougon, who had to step back to the very wall to let them pass him in a whirling cloud of tarletan spangled with golden stars. This ends Chapter 10, Part 3. Chapter 11, Part 1 of His Excellency Eugene Rougon by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 11, Part 1. In Council at Saint-Cloud. Rougon had at last succeeded in obtaining the portfolio of Agriculture and Commerce for Delestan. One morning, early in May, he went to the Rue du Colisée to fetch his new colleague, for there was to be a ministerial council at Saint-Cloud, where the court had just gone to reside. "What? Are you coming with us?" Rougon exclaimed in surprise, as he saw Clorinde taking her place in the landau, which was standing in front of the steps. "Yes," she answered with a laugh. "Yes, I'm going to the council too." When she had arranged the flounces of her long gown of pale cherry-colored silk, she added more seriously, "I have an appointment with the Empress. I am treasurer of a society for assisting young work-girls in which she is interested." In their turn, the two men took their places. Delestan sat down by his wife's side. He had with him a brown morocco portfolio, which he kept upon his knees. Rougon sat opposite Clorinde and carried nothing. It was nearly 9:30, and the council was fixed for 10, so the coachman was ordered to drive as quickly as he could. To make a short cut, therefore, he went along the Rue Marbeuf and thence through the Chaillot district, which the demolishers were already ripping up. There were deserted streets fringed with gardens and wooden shanties, steep winding passages and little neglected squares, planted with sickly-looking trees. It was a strange patch of the great city, a medley of villas and cabins, basking on a hillside in the bright morning sunshine. "How hideous it is here," said Clorinde, lying back in the landau. Then, half turning, she glanced at her husband, at first gravely, but afterwards, as though she could not help it, she began to smile. Delestan, with his frock-coat buttoned round him, was sitting primly erect. His handsome, thoughtful face and premature baldness, which gave an appearance of great height to his brow, attracted the attention of the passers-by. Clorinde noticed that no one looked at Rougon, whose heavy face seemed to be asleep. Presently, in a sort of maternal manner, she pulled her husband's left wristband forward a little, as it had slipped back inside his sleeve. "What were you doing last night?" she then asked of the great man, as she saw him yawning behind his fingers. "I was working very late," he said. "There were a lot of tiresome things to see to." There was another pause, and Clorinde began to study Rougon. He yielded unresistingly to the slight jolting of the carriage. His frock-coat was strained out of shape by his broad shoulders, and his hat was badly brushed and bore marks of old rain-stains. He reminded Clorinde of a jobber from whom she'd bought a horse a month previously, and a smile, with which was mingled a touch of contempt, appeared upon her lips. "Well," said Rougon at last, feeling somewhat annoyed by Clorinde's prolonged scrutiny. "Well," she replied, "I'm looking at you. It isn't forbidden to do so, is it? You're not afraid that I shall eat you, are you?" She spoke these last words with a provoking air, showing her white teeth. Rougon, however, began to joke. "I'm too big for that," he said. "You wouldn't be able to get me down." "Oh, I don't know that. If I were hungry," she gravely answered, after apparently considering her appetite. The landau was now reaching the Porte de la Muette. Here, on emerging from the narrow streets of the Chaillot district, the horizon suddenly spread out over the light verdure of the Bois de Boulogne. It was a lovely morning, and the distant turf was steeped in golden light, while the young leaves on the trees rustled gently in the warm air. They left the deer park on their right, and took the gravelled avenue leading to Saint Cloud. The landau now rolled on without a jolt, as lightly and softly as a sledge gliding through the snow. "How nasty those streets were," said Clorinde, as she lolled back. "Well, we can breathe here and talk. Have you any news of our friend Dupoisson?" "Yes, he's very well," Rougon replied. "And does he still like his department?" Rougon made a vague gesture, not wishing to give her any definite reply. She was aware, however, that the prefect of Deux-Sèvres was becoming a source of some trouble to him on account of the severity of his administration. Without pressing the point, she began to talk of Monsieur Kahn and Madame Coureur, and finally, with a touch of mischievous curiosity, she asked Rougon about his visit to New York. Then she broke off to say, "By the way, I met Colonel Jobelin and his cousin Monsieur Burchard yesterday. We talked about you. Yes, we talked about you." Rougon still kept silent, with his shoulders bowed. To rouse him, Clorinde began to speak of the past. "Do you remember our pleasant little evenings in the Rue Marbeuf?" she inquired. "Now you are so busy that we can't get near you. Your friends complain about it. They say that you are forgetting them. I'm always quite frank, you know, and conceal nothing. Well, to tell the truth, they say that you are deserting them, my dear fellow." At this moment, the carriage, which had just passed between the two lakes, encountered a brougham on its way back to Paris, and through the window of the latter vehicle a glimpse was caught of a sulky-looking face which hastily withdrew, as if to avoid the necessity of bowing. "Why, it's your brother-in-law!" exclaimed Clorinde. "Yes, he's not very well," replied Rougon with a smile. "His doctor has ordered him to take morning drives." Then he suddenly threw off his reserve and began to talk freely, while the landau sped along beneath the tall trees of the gently curving avenue. "What would you have?" said he. "I can't give them the moon, however much they may cry for it. Take Boulanger, for instance. His dream is to be Minister of Justice. I have tried to effect the impossible, and have sounded the Emperor on the subject, but I can't get any answer. I fancy, however, that the Emperor feels afraid of him. Well, that isn't my fault, is it? Boulanger is first president of the appeal court. That really ought to satisfy him for the present. And yet, you see, he actually avoids bowing to me. He's a fool." Clorinde had lowered her eyes, and her fingers were playing with the tassel of her sunshade. She now made no attempt to speak, but let Rougon talk on freely. "The others," said he, "are almost as unreasonable. If the colonel and Bouchard complain of me, they do wrong, for I have already done too much for them. I say that for all my friends. I've got a dozen millstones about my neck. Till they've got the very skin off my body, they won't be satisfied." He paused for a moment, and then resumed with a good-natured laugh. "Well, well, if they really needed something more, I would give it to them. When a man has once opened his hands, it is impossible for him to shut them again. In spite of all the unkind things my friends say of me, I spend my time in asking favors of all sorts for them." Then he touched Clorinde's knee to force her to look at him. "Well now, about yourself," he continued. "I'm going to talk to the Emperor this morning. Is there anything that I can ask for you?" "No, thank you," she answered dryly. And as he still persisted in his offers, she grew a little vexed, and accused him of reproaching herself and her husband with the few services he had already rendered them. They would not trouble him in the future, said she. "I manage my affairs myself now," she added. "I'm big enough to get on by myself, am I not?" Meantime the carriage had emerged from the Bois. It was now passing through Boulogne amid the clatter of several heavy carts which were jolting along the high street. Delestan had been silent ever since the start, keeping his hands upon his morocco portfolio, and apparently absorbed in momentous thoughts. However, he now bent forward and called to Rougon amidst the uproar. "Do you think that His Majesty will keep us to déjeuner?" Rougon made a gesture expressive of doubt. Then he exclaimed, "We do generally have déjeuner at the palace when the council is a long one." Delestan fell back into his corner and once more appeared to be absorbed in a very serious reverie. Presently he bent forward again to ask, "Will there be much business before the council this morning?" "Perhaps so," answered Rougon, "but one can never tell beforehand. Several of our colleagues, I fancy, are going to report on certain important matters. For my own part, at any rate, I intend to raise the question of that book about which I am in dispute with the licensing committee." Footnote. "What book is that?" asked Clorinde eagerly. "Oh, an idiotic publication, one of those volumes which are got up for circulation amongst the peasantry. It is called Friend Jacques' Evening Chats. It is a mixture of socialism, witchcraft, and agriculture, and there's even a chapter on the advantages of trades unions. Briefly, it is a very dangerous book." The young woman, whose curiosity did not seem quite satisfied, turned to her husband as if to question him. "You are over-severe, Rougon," said Delestan. "I have looked at the book, and have found some good matter in it. The chapter on the advantages accruing from the association of labor is very good, I think. I shall be surprised if the Emperor condemns the ideas contained in it." Rougon was about to reply hotly, and opened his arms with a gesture of protest. But he suddenly restrained himself, as though he did not want to discuss the matter further. And instead of speaking, he glanced at the country through which they were passing. The landau was now halfway across the bridge of St. Cloud. Down below, the pale blue river was flowing sleepily, shimmering in the sunshine, the rows of trees along the banks being vigorously reflected in the water. Above and below steam climbed the sky, so whitened by the limpidity of springtide that scarcely a touch of blue could be seen. When the carriage stopped in the courtyard of the chateau, Rougon alighted first and offered his hand to Clorinde. But the young woman would not avail herself of his proffered support. She sprang lightly to the ground, and as he remained there, still holding out his arm for her acceptance, she gently tapped his fingers with her parasol, saying, "Didn't I tell you that I was big enough to manage by myself now?" She seemed to have lost all her old respect for her master's huge hands, which she had so often held with disciple-like submission, so as to drain away a little of their strength. Doubtless she now fancied that she had weakened him sufficiently, for she no longer displayed as of yore any adorable cajolery. She, in her turn, had acquired influence, and was becoming a power. When Delestan had got out of the carriage, she allowed Rougon to go on before them, and whispered in her husband's ear, "I hope you won't try to prevent him from getting into a tangle with his friend Jacques. It will give you a good opportunity of not always appearing to say the very same as he does." In the entrance hall, before leaving Delestan, Clorinde gave him a careful glance, and was worried to see one of the buttons of his coat hanging a little loosely. Then, while an usher went to inform the Empress of her arrival, she smilingly watched Rougon and her husband take themselves off. The ministerial council was held in a room near the Emperor's private study. In the center stood a large cloth-covered table, surrounded by a dozen armchairs. The high windows admitted a bright light from the terrace of the chateau. When Rougon and Delestan entered the room, they found all their colleagues already assembled there. with the exception of the Minister for Public Works and the Naval and Colonial Minister, who were on leave of absence. The Emperor had not yet made his appearance, and for 10 minutes or so the ministers chatted together, standing by the windows and about the table. 2 of them had scowling faces, and so cordially detested each other that they never exchanged a word. But all the rest were talking amicably and easily, till serious matters should demand their attention. Paris was just then much interested in an embassy from the extreme East, the members of which wore fantastic costumes and indulged in the most extraordinary modes of salutation. The Minister for Foreign Affairs related a visit which he paid to the chief of this embassy on the previous evening, and while speaking with due regard of his position as head of a diplomatic service, he contrived to indulge in some light sarcasm at the envoy's expense. Then the conversation turned upon more frivolous matters, and the Minister of State furnished some particulars respecting the condition of a ballet girl of the opera house who had narrowly escaped breaking her leg. However, amidst all this apparent unrestraint, the ministers remained alert and distrustful of one another, wording certain of their sentences with extreme care, recalling at times half-uttered words, keeping a watchful lookout even as they smiled, and suddenly becoming serious as soon as they noticed that they were being observed. "Then it was a mere sprain," said Delestan, who took a great interest in the ladies of the ballet. "Yes, a sprain," replied the Minister of State. "The poor girl will simply have to keep her room for a fortnight. However, she feels very much ashamed of herself for having fallen." A slight stir now caused the ministers to turn, and they all bowed. The Emperor had just entered the room. He stood for a moment leaning upon the back of his armchair. Then, in his low, deliberate voice, he asked, "Is she better?" "Much better, sire," replied the minister, bowing again. "I heard about her this morning." At a sign from the Emperor, the members of the council took their seats round the table. There were 9 of them. Some of them spread out papers, while the others sat back in their chairs and began to examine their nails. There was silence for a while. The Emperor seemed unwell, and with lifeless face he slowly twisted the waxed ends of his long mustache. Then, as no one spoke, he appeared to recollect something and remarked, "Gentlemen, the session of the Corps Legislatif is about to end." The budget, which the Chamber had just voted in 5 days, was the first subject which engaged the attention of the Council. The Minister of Finance mentioned the desires which the reporter of the Chamber had expressed. For the first time, indeed, the Chamber had indulged in criticism, and its reporter had asked that the sinking fund regulations might be properly carried out, and that the government would in future content itself with the supplies as voted, without constantly applying for supplementary credits. Moreover, some members of the Chamber had complained of the little weight which was attached to their observations by the Council of State, and one of them had even gone so far as to claim for the Corps Legislatif the right to prepare the budget. "In my opinion," said the finance minister, concluding his remarks, "there is no ground whatever for such claims. The government always observes the greatest desire for economy in preparing its budgets, and so true is this that the committee of the Chamber has no end of trouble to effect a paltry saving of a couple of millions of francs. Still, I think it would perhaps be advisable to postpone the application for 3 supplementary votes of credit which we contemplated making. A transfer of funds will provide us with the necessary money for the time being, and matters can be put straight later on." The Emperor nodded assent. However, he hardly seemed to be listening to what was said. There was a blank, listless look about his eyes as he sat gazing at the bright light which was streaming through the middle window in front of him. There came another interval of silence. All the ministers followed the Emperor in nodding their approval, and for a moment or two only a slight rustling could be heard. The Minister of Justice and Keeper of the Seals was turning over some leaves of manuscript. At last, when he had consulted his colleagues with a glance, he began. "Sire, I've brought with me a memorandum relating to the creation of a new nobility,
As yet it consists merely of some rough notes, which I thought it would be advisable to put before the council before proceeding any further in the matter, in order that I may profit by any hint. Yes, read it, interrupted the emperor. You are quite right. Then he turned so as to look at the minister while the latter read the memorandum. He seemed more animated now. A yellow light had come into his gray eyes. The court was at that time extremely interested in the scheme for a new nobility. The government had begun by submitting to the Corps Legislatif a bill which punished with fine and imprisonment anyone who might assume any title of nobility without being entitled to do so. It was a question of giving official sanction to the old titles and of thus preparing the way for new ones. However, this bill had given rise to a heated discussion in the chamber. Some deputies, though enthusiastically devoted to the empire, had protested that a nobility could not exist in a democratic state. And when a division was taken, 23 votes had been given against the bill. The emperor, however, still clung to his dream, and he himself had suggested some very comprehensive ideas to the Minister of Justice. The memorandum commenced by some historical references. Then the projected scheme was detailed at length. Titles were to be conferred for different kinds of public service, so as to make the new honors accessible to all deserving citizens, a democratic arrangement which seemed to fill the minister with great enthusiasm. Then a draft of the proposed decree was set out, and when the minister came to the second clause of it, he raised his voice and read on very slowly. The title of Count shall be conferred upon the following persons after 5 years' service in their respective functions or dignities, or after we have bestowed upon them the Grand Cross of the Legion of Honor, namely, our ministers and the members of our Privy Council, the cardinals, marshals, admirals, senators, and ambassadors, and such of the generals of division as shall have held a chief command in the field. The minister paused for a moment and cast a questioning glance at the emperor, as if to ask whether he had omitted anyone. His Majesty reflected, with his head slightly inclined towards his left shoulder. I think we must include the presidents of the Corps Legislatif and the Council of State, he said after a pause. The Minister of Justice nodded approbation and hastily made a note on the margin of his manuscript. Just as he was about to resume his reading, he was interrupted by the Minister for Public Education and Worship, who wanted to call attention to an omission. "The archbishops," he began. "Excuse me," interrupted the Minister of Justice dryly. "The archbishops are to be merely barons. Let me read the whole of the decree." However, his papers had got mixed, and he spent some time in looking for the next leaf. Rougon, who sat there with his elbows spread out and his thick neck sinking between his broad peasant shoulders, was faintly smiling, and as he turned round, he caught sight of his neighbor, the Minister of State, the last scion of an old Norman family, likewise indulging in a quiet smile of contempt. A significant glance passed between them. The parvenu and the nobleman were evidently of the same way of thinking. "Ah, here it is," exclaimed the Minister of Justice at last. "Clause 3. The title of baron shall be conferred, firstly, upon such members of the Corps Legislatif as shall have been honored 3 times with the confidence of their fellow citizens. Secondly, upon members of the Council of State of 8 years' standing. Thirdly, upon the first President and the Public Prosecutor of the Supreme Court, upon the first President and Public Prosecutor of the Exchequer Court, upon the Generals of Division and Vice-Admirals, upon the Archbishops and Ministers Plenipotentiary, after 5 years' service in their respective offices, or if they have attained the rank of Commander in the Legion of Honor." And so the minister read on. The first presidents and public prosecutors of the appeal courts, the generals of brigade and rear admirals, the bishops, and even the mayors of the chief cities of first-class prefectures were in their turn all to be made barons, but on condition that they had served in their respective offices for 10 years. "Then everybody will be a baron," murmured Rougon. At this some of his colleagues,
who affected to consider him a very ill-bred man, assumed grave expressions, so as to make him understand that they thought his remark in very bad taste. The Emperor, however, did not seem to have heard. "Well, gentlemen, what do you think of the scheme?" His Majesty asked, when the Keeper of the Seals had finished his perusal. They all hesitated, waiting, as it were, for a more direct question. "Monsieur Rougon," resumed the Emperor, "what is your opinion?" "Well, sire," replied the Minister of the Interior with his quiet smile, "I cannot say that I think very favorably of it. It is exposed to the greatest of all dangers, that is to say, to ridicule. I am afraid that all those barons will merely raise a laugh. I say nothing about more serious matters, such as the sentiment of equality which is so much in the ascendant at the present time, or the vanity which such a system would tend to develop." But when he had got thus far, he was interrupted by the Minister of Justice, who seemed greatly put out, and began to defend himself as though a personal attack had been made upon him. He said that he was a middle-class man himself, and the son of a middle-class father, and was quite incapable of attempting anything to impair the principles of equality held by modern society. The new nobility was going to be a democratic nobility, and this expression, democratic nobility, seemed to convey his idea so perfectly that he repeated it several times over. Then Rougon briefly replied, still smiling and unruffled. But the Minister of Justice, a little, lean, dark man, at last began to indulge in somewhat offensive personalities. The Emperor, meantime, held himself aloof from the dispute, and with a slight swaying of the shoulders, again gazed at the sunlight streaming through the window in front of him. However, when the voices of others finally grew so loud as to interfere with his sense of dignity, he murmured, "Gentlemen, gentlemen," and after a pause he added, "Monsieur Rougon is perhaps right. The scheme is not quite ripe yet. We shall have to consider if it cannot be put upon another basis. We can see to that later on."
This ends Chapter 11, Part 1. Chapter 11, Part 2 of His Excellency Eugene Rougon by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Vicitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 11, Part 2. Then the council took some minor matters in hand. The newspaper Le Siècle became the subject of a deal of talk, for it had just published an article which had given great offense at court. A week never passed without those about the Emperor entreating him to suppress this journal, which was the only republican organ still in existence. His Majesty, however, was personally inclined to be indulgent towards the press, and often amused himself, in the secrecy of his study, by writing long articles in reply to the attacks which were made upon his government. An unacknowledged dream of his was to have a newspaper of his own, in which he might publish manifestos and engage in polemical discussions. However, he that day decided that a warning should be addressed to the Siècle. Their Excellencies now thought that the council was over, as was evident from the manner in which they sat on the very edges of their chairs. Indeed, the Minister for War, a general who looked very much bored, and who had not spoken a word during the whole sitting, had already taken his gloves from his pocket, when Rougon leant heavily on the table. "Sire," he said, "I desire to speak to the council of a conflict which has arisen between the licensing committee and myself with respect to a book which has been presented for authorization." The other ministers thereupon ensconced themselves in their chairs again. The Emperor turned towards Rougon and with a nod authorized him to continue. Rougon then entered into details. He no longer smiled, his good-natured expression had quite vanished.
He leant over the table and, sweeping the cloth as it were with a regular mechanical movement of his right hand, he stated that he had determined to preside at one of the recent meetings of the committee in order to stimulate the zeal of its members. "I pointed out to them," said he, "the views of the government as to the improvements it was desirable for them to effect in the important branch of the public service with which they are entrusted. The colportage system, I told them, would be a source of grave danger if it were allowed to become a weapon in the hands of the revolutionists, and should prove a means of reviving political discussions and ill will. So it is the duty of the committee," I said, "to reject all publications which might foment afresh such passions as are unsuited to the present time. It ought, on the other hand, to encourage those healthy works which teach the worship of God, the love of one's country, and gratitude to one's sovereign." The other ministers, although very cross at being thus detained in council, felt constrained to bow approvingly on hearing these last words. "The number of pernicious books increases every day," continued Rougon. "They form a rising flood, against which we cannot take sufficiently energetic steps for protecting our country. Out of every dozen books that are published, 11.5 are only fit to be thrown into the fire. That's the average. Never before have wicked sentiments, subversive theories, and antisocial monstrosities of all kinds found so many exponents. I am occasionally compelled to read certain publications. Well, I tell you." At this moment the Minister for Public Education ventured on an interruption. "Novels," he began. "I never read novels," retorted Rougon dryly. His colleague made a gesture of virtuous protest, and rolled his eyes in a shocked sort of a way, as though he also repudiated all reading of novels. Then he explained himself, saying, "I merely wanted to remark that novels are an especially poisonous food offered to the unhealthy curiosity of the people." "Doubtless," replied the Minister of the Interior, "but there are other works quite as dangerous. I am speaking of those cheap treatises which disseminate among the peasantry and the working classes a heap of false social and economic science, the most evident effect of which is to seriously disturb weak brains. A work of the kind to which I am alluding, Friend Jacques' Evening Chats, has just been submitted to the committee for consideration. It is the story of a sergeant who comes back to his native village and holds discussions with the schoolmaster every Sunday evening in the presence of a score of laborers. Each discussion is upon a different subject, such as new systems of cultivation, trades unions, and the great part which the producer plays in society. I have read this book, to which one of the clerks called my attention, and it seems to me to be all the more dangerous since it veils its baleful theories beneath a pretended admiration for the imperial institutions. No one can be deceived by it, however. It is clearly the production of a demagogue. And so I was extremely surprised when I heard some members of the committee speak of it in eulogistic terms. I have discussed certain passages of it with them, but apparently without convincing them. The author, they have assured me, has even offered a copy of the book for your Majesty's acceptance. On that account, sire, I thought it right, before taking any active steps, to ask for your opinion and that of the council." So saying, Rougon fixed his glance on the Emperor, whose shifty eyes at last settled on a paper knife which was lying on the table in front of him. His Majesty took up the knife and began to turn and twist it while murmuring, Yes, Friend Jacques' Evening Chats." Then, without committing himself any further, he glanced to the right and left of the table. "You have perhaps seen the book, gentlemen. I should be very glad to know." Then he stopped again. The ministers glanced furtively at one another, each hoping that his neighbor would speak and express an opinion. The silence, however, continued unbroken, and the feeling of constraint increased. It seemed clear that none of them had even known of the existence of the book. At last the Minister for War took it upon himself to express by a gesture the general ignorance which prevailed of the publication in question. The Emperor twisted his mustaches, showing no sign of haste. "Well, Monsieur de Lestang, have you anything to say?" he eventually inquired. Delestang was restlessly moving on his chair, as though a prey to some inward struggle. This direct question seemed to decide him. However, before speaking, he glanced involuntarily towards Rougon. "I have had the book in my hands, sire," he said. He checked himself, feeling that Rougon's big grey eyes were fixed upon him. But then, observing the Emperor's satisfaction, he began to speak again, though his lips could be seen quivering slightly. "I regret that I find myself in disagreement with my friend and colleague, the Minister of the Interior. Certainly the publication in question might be less sweeping in some parts, and insist more than it does upon that prudent deliberation with which all really useful progress must be accomplished. Still, Friend Jacques' evening chats seems to me to have been conceived with most excellent intentions. The hopes which are expressed in it for the future evince no hostility to imperial institutions. On the contrary, indeed, they are what the legitimate expansion of our institutions may lead us to expect." He paused again. Notwithstanding the care which he had taken to turn towards the Emperor, he could not shake off the consciousness that Rougon was sitting on the other side of the table, leaning on his elbows and looking at him, pale with surprise. Generally speaking, Delestang's views were identical with those of the great man, and so the latter had a momentary hope that a word from him might bring back his erring disciple. "Well now," he exclaimed with a frown, "I'll just give you an example. I'm sorry I haven't brought the book with me, but I can give you the substance of a chapter which I remember very well. Jacques is speaking of two beggars who go through the village soliciting alms from door to door, and in reply to a question from the schoolmaster, he asserts that he will show the peasants a way by which they will never have a single poor person among them. Then follows a very elaborate system for the extinction of pauperism. It contains the whole communistic theory. Surely the Minister for Agriculture and Commerce cannot approve of that chapter." Delestang summoned up all his courage and looked Rougon boldly in the face. "You are going too far in saying the whole communistic theory," he replied. "It merely struck me as being an ingenious exposition of the principles of combination." He'd been searching in his portfolio as he spoke. "I've got the book here," he added. Then he began to read the chapter under discussion. He read it in a low, monotonous voice, and his wise-looking face assumed an expression of extraordinary gravity at certain passages. The Emperor listened with an air of deep attention. He seemed to particularly appreciate the more touching portions, in which the author made his peasants speak in a strain of childish stupidity. Meanwhile the ministers were quite delighted. What an amusing affair! There now was Rougon abandoned by Delestang, whom he brought into the ministry solely that he might have someone to rely upon amidst the unexpressed hostility of his other colleagues. The latter were often indignant with him for his constant arrogation of power, that craving for authority which impelled him to treat them as though they were mere clerks, while he himself assumed the position of His Majesty's private adviser and right-hand man. And now he was on the point of finding himself completely isolated. This fellow Delestang, thought the others, was a man to be well received. "There are perhaps one or two words," muttered the Emperor, when Delestang had finished his perusal. "But really, taking it all together, I don't see anything. Eh, gentlemen?" "It's quite innocent," chorused the ministers. Rougon made no reply to His Majesty, but seemed to bend his shoulders. When he returned to the charge, he singled out Delestan for his attack. For several minutes a contest went on between them in short sentences. Handsome Delestan grew warlike and indulged in cutting remarks, while Rougon's anger also gradually rose. He for the first time felt his authority giving way beneath him, and springing all at once to his feet, he addressed himself to the emperor with vehement gestures. "Sire," he said, "it is a petty matter, and the book will be authorized, since your Majesty in your wisdom declares there is no danger in it. But I must warn you, sire, that it would be perilous to confer on France 1/2 of the liberties which are claimed by this friend Jacques. You summoned me to power under terrible circumstances. You told me that I was not to attempt by any untimely moderation to reassure those who were quaking with alarm. In accordance with your command, sire, I have made myself feared. I believe that I have obeyed your slightest instructions and have rendered you the services you expected of me. If anyone should accuse me of excessive severity or of abusing the power with which your Majesty has entrusted me, such an accusation could only come from an adversary of your Majesty's policy. Believe me when I tell you that society is as deeply disturbed as ever it was. In the few weeks that I have been in office, it has unfortunately been impossible for me to heal the diseases which are preying upon it. Anarchical passions are still fermenting among the lowest strata of the people. I do not wish to lay this festering wound bare to you, or to exaggerate its horror, but it is my duty to remind you of its existence, so that I may put your Majesty on your guard against the generous impulses of your own heart. For a moment it was possible to hope that the energy of the sovereign and the solemnly expressed will of the nation had swept all abominable periods of public baseness away without possibility of revival. Events, however, have shown what a mournful error this was. In the name of the country, sire, I beseech you not to draw back your powerful hand. The danger does not lie in the possession of excessive authority, but in the absence of repressive laws. If you should draw back your hand, sire, you would see the scum of the people bubbling up. You would at once find yourself overwhelmed by revolutionary demands, and your most energetic servants would soon be at a loss how to defend you. I venture to press this upon you strongly, for the dangers of the morrow would be terrible. Liberty without restraint is impossible in a country where there exists a faction which is obstinately bent upon denying the fundamental basis of the government. Many long years must elapse before your Majesty's absolute power is accepted by all, before it effaces from men's memories the recollection of old struggles and passes so far beyond the pale of discussion that it may be discussed without danger. And outside the principle of despotic power, vigorously exercised, there is no safety for France. On the day when your Majesty may consider it your duty to restore to the nation the most harmless of its liberties, on that day your Majesty will be committed to everything. One liberty cannot be granted without a second, and then comes a third one, and everything is swept away, both institutions and dynasties. It is like an implacable, devouring piece of machinery. First, the tip of the finger is caught, then the hand is drawn in, then the arm, and finally the whole body is ground to pieces. And sire, since I have ventured to express myself so freely on this matter, I will make this further remark. Parliamentary rule once destroyed a French monarchy. Do not let us allow it to destroy an empire. The corps législatif ventures to interfere too much as it is. Do not allow it any share in directing the sovereign's policy. To do so would only give rise to the most vehement and deplorable discussions. The last general elections have once again testified to the country's gratitude, but nonetheless, no fewer than 5 candidates were elected whose disgraceful success ought to serve as a warning. Today, the all-important question is to prevent the formation of an opposition minority, and what is still more important, is to take care not to provide it, if by chance it should come into existence, with weapons which might enable it to contend against the constituted authority with yet greater impudence than now. A parliament which holds its tongue is a parliament which does some work. As for the press, sire, it is turning liberty into license. Since I entered the ministry, I've read the reports carefully, and every morning I am filled with fresh disgust. The press is the receptacle of nauseous leaven of every kind. It foments revolutions. It is an ever-burning fire which serves to kindle great conflagrations. It will only become useful when we have brought it under our authority and can use its influence as an instrument of government. At present, I say nothing of other forms of liberty, such as the liberty of combination, of public meeting, or of doing anything a man likes. These, however, are all respectfully asked for in a friend Jacques' evening chats. Later on, they will be demanded. That is what I am afraid of. I hope that your Majesty will fully understand me. It is necessary that France should for a long time yet feel the weight of a hand of iron. He went on in this strain for a long time, defending with increasing energy the way in which he had used his authority, sheltering himself beneath the principle of plenary power, wrapping himself round with it, covering himself with it, as it were, like a man who would avail himself of his armor to the fullest extent possible. And in spite of his apparent excitement, he retained sufficient coolness to keep a watch on his colleagues and to note the effect of his words on their pale, fixed faces. Then all at once he abruptly ceased speaking. There was a rather long interval of silence. The Emperor had again begun to play with his paper knife. His Excellency the Minister of the Interior takes too black a view of the situation, at length said the Minister of State. In my opinion, nothing threatens our institutions. Order is perfectly maintained. We can trust with confidence to His Majesty's great wisdom. Indeed, it is a lack of such confidence to show fear. Certainly, certainly, murmured several voices. I will add, said the Minister for Foreign Affairs, that France has never been more respected by Europe than she is now. Everywhere abroad His Majesty's firm and dignified policy is regarded with admiration. The opinion of the chancelleries is that our country has entered for good upon an era of peace and greatness. However, none of the ministers cared to attack the political program defended by Rougon. They all looked at Delestan, who understood what was expected of him. He began to speak, and compared the empire to an edifice. The principle of authority ought certainly not to be shaken, said he, but there is no necessity for systematically shutting the door upon every public liberty. The empire is like some great place of refuge, some vast and magnificent edifice whose indestructible foundations have been laid by His Majesty with his own hands. He is still engaged in raising its walls, but the day will come when his task will be finished, and he will have to think of how he can crown his edifice, and it is then— Never, interrupted Rougon violently. The whole thing will topple down. The Emperor stretched out his hand to stop the discussion. He was smiling and seemed to be awaking from a reverie. Well, he said, we're getting away from current affairs. We will see about all this later on. Then, having risen from his seat, he added, It is late, gentlemen. You must have déjeuner at the chateau. The council was now at an end. The ministers pushed back their chairs and stood up and bowed to the Emperor, who was slowly retiring. All at once, however, His Majesty turned and muttered, A word with you, Monsieur Rougon, I beg. Then, as the Emperor took Rougon into the embrasure of one of the windows, the other ministers thronged round Delestan at the farther end of the room. They congratulated him in subdued tones, with nods and becks and wreathed smiles, quite a buzzing of murmured praise. The Minister of State, a man of very shrewd mind and great experience, was particularly flattering. He had an idea that it was lucky to have a shallow-pated fellow for a friend. Meantime, Delestan bowed with grave modesty to all the compliments lavished upon him. "After all," said the Emperor to Rougon, "I won't speak to you here. Come along with me." And he thereupon took him into his own study, a rather small room where the furniture was littered with books and newspapers. Then, having lighted a cigarette, he showed Rougon a small model of a new cannon lately invented by an officer. The little weapon looked like a child's toy. His Majesty affected a very kindly tone and tried to convince the minister that he still possessed his favour. Rougon, however, divined that an explanation of some sort was coming, and he wanted to have the first word. "Sire," he began, "I am well aware of the violence with which I am attacked by those who surround your Majesty." The Emperor smiled without saying anything. It was true, however, that the court had again put itself in opposition to Rougon. He was now accused of abusing his power and of compromising the empire by his harshness. The most extraordinary tales were circulated about him, and the corridors of the palace were full of complaints and stories which echoed every morning in the Emperor's study. "Be seated, Monsieur Rougon, be seated," His Majesty at last said, in a good-natured way. And then, taking a seat himself, he continued, "People are always dinning things into my ears, so it is perhaps best that I should quietly talk them over with you. What is this affair of a notary at Niort who died after being arrested? A Monsieur Martineau, I think?" Rougon quietly entered into particulars. This Martineau, he said, was a man who had very gravely compromised himself, a Republican whose influence in the department might have led to great danger. He had been arrested, and he had since died. "Yes, that's just it," replied the Emperor. "That's the tiresome part of the matter. The opposition papers have got hold of the story and relate it in a very mysterious fashion, and with a reticence which is calculated to have a most deplorable effect. I am much distressed about it, Monsieur Rougon." However, he said no more on that subject, but sat for a few moments puffing at his cigarette. "You have been down to De Sèvres lately, and you were present at some ceremony there, were you not?" he presently continued. "Are you quite sure of Monsieur Khan's financial stability?" "Oh, quite so!" exclaimed Rougon, and he launched into a series of explanatory details. Monsieur Khan, said he, was supported by a very rich English company. The shares of the railway from Niort to Angers were at a premium on the Bourse. The undertaking had very fine prospects before it. The Emperor, however, seemed incredulous. "I have heard a certain amount of fear expressed," he said. "You could understand that it would be very unfortunate for your name to be mixed up with a catastrophe. However, since you tell me that there is no reason for fear—" Then he again broke off and passed to a third subject. "Now, about the prefect of De Sèvres. He is very unpopular, people tell me. He appears to have thrown everything into confusion down there. I hear, too, that he's the son of a retired process server, whose strange vagaries are the talk of the whole department. This Monsieur de Poissat is a friend of yours, I believe." "One of my best friends, sire." As the Emperor now rose from his seat, Rougon also got up. The former went to a window and then came back again, puffing out a little cloudlet of smoke. "You have a good many friends, Monsieur Rougon," he said, with a meaning look. "Yes, sire, a great many," the minister frankly replied. Evidently enough, the Emperor had hitherto merely repeated the gossip of the chateau, the accusations made by those who surrounded him. He was doubtless acquainted, however, with other stories, matters which were unknown to the court, but of which he had learnt from his private agents, and in which he took a yet livelier interest, for he reveled in the spy system, in the secret maneuvering of the police. He looked at Rougon for a moment, while a vague smile played about his face. Then, in a confidential tone, and with a somewhat playful air, he said, "Oh, I know a good many things, more, perhaps, than I care to know. Here is another little matter now. You've taken in your offices a young man, a colonel's son, who has not obtained the bachelor's diploma. It is not a matter of any importance, I am aware of that, but if you only knew all the fuss that is made about such things. Little things like these put everybody's back up. It is really very bad policy on your part." Rougon made no reply. His Majesty had not finished. He opened his lips as though he were going to say something, but it was apparently something that he found rather difficult to express, for he hesitated for a moment or two. At last he stammered, "I won't say anything to you about that usher, one of your protégés named Merle, I think. But he gets drunk and behaves insolently, and both the public and the clerks complain of him. All this is very annoying indeed." Then he raised his voice and concluded somewhat bluntly, "You have too many friends, Monsieur Rougon. All these people do you harm. It would be rendering you a service to make you quarrel with them. Well, at any rate, let me have the resignation of Monsieur de Poissat, and promise me that you will abandon all the others." Rougon had remained quite impassive. He now bowed and replied in a deep, meaning voice, "On the contrary, sire, I ask your Majesty for the ribbon of Officer of the Legion of Honor for the Prefect of Deux-Sèvres, and I have several other favors to solicit." Then he took a memorandum book from his pocket and continued, "Monsieur Bejoin begs that your Majesty will be graciously pleased to visit his cut-glass works at Saint-Florent when you go to Bourges. Colonel Jobelin desires an appointment in the imperial palaces. The usher Merle calls your Majesty's attention to the fact that he has gained the military medal and desires a tobacco agency for one of his sisters." "Is that all?" asked the Emperor, who had begun to smile again. "You are a magnificent patron. Your friends ought to worship you." "No, they do not worship me, sire. They support me," Rougon replied with his blunt frankness. This retort seemed to make a deep impression upon the Emperor. Rougon had just revealed to him the whole secret of his fidelity. On the day when he might allow his credit to stagnate, on that day his credit would be killed, and in spite of scandal, in spite of the discontent and treason of his band, it was his only possession and support, and he was obliged to keep it sound and healthful if he himself wished to remain unshattered. The more he got for his friends, the greater and less deserved the favors that he lavished on them, the stronger he became himself. He added very respectfully and in a very meaning tone, "For the glory of your Majesty's reign, I hope from the bottom of my heart that your Majesty may long preserve about you the devoted servants who helped you to restore the empire." The Emperor no longer smiled. He took a few steps about the room with downcast eyes and pensive air. He seemed also to have turned pale and to be trembling slightly. Presentiments occasionally affected his mystical nature with great force, and to obviate the necessity of any immediate determination, he decided to drop the subject. He again assumed a kindly demeanor, and referring to the discussion which had taken place at the council, seemed even inclined to think that Rougon was right, now that he could speak freely without any danger of irrevocably committing himself. The country, said he, was certainly not yet ripe for liberty. For a long time to come, an energetic hand would be necessary to guide matters with resolution and firmness. Then he concluded by once more assuring the minister of his entire confidence.
He gave him full liberty of action and confirmed all his previous instructions. Rougon, however, thought it necessary to add another word on the subject. "Sire," he said, "I could never allow myself to be at the mercy of malevolent gossip. I stand in need of stability if I am to accomplish the great task for which I am now responsible." "Monsieur Rougon," replied the Emperor, "go on fearlessly. I am with you." Then, bringing the conversation to a close, he stepped towards the door, followed by the minister. They both went out and crossed several apartments on their way to the dining room. Just as they were reaching it, the Emperor turned round and again took Rougon aside. "You don't approve, then," he asked in an undertone, "of that scheme for a new nobility? I should have been very glad to see you support it. Study the matter." Then, without waiting for a reply, he added with that quiet stubbornness which formed part of his character, (Footnote: "There's no hurry. However, I will wait for 10 years if it be necessary." After déjeuner, which lasted scarcely half an hour, the ministers went into a small adjoining drawing-room where coffee was served. They remained there chatting for a little while, standing round the Emperor. However, Clorinde, whom the Empress had kept with her all this time, came to look for her husband, with the easy manner of a woman who mixed freely with politicians. She shook hands with several of the ministers. They all clustered round her, and the subject of conversation was changed. However, His Majesty began to pay the young woman such marked attention, and kept so close to her, that their excellencies thought it discreet to take themselves off by degrees. Opening one of the glass doors which led on to the terrace of the chateau, 4 of them went outside, and these were speedily followed by 3 others. Only 2 remained in the room to keep up an appearance of propriety. The Minister of State, with a pleasant, cheery expression upon his aristocratic face, had taken Delestan in tow, and was pointing out Paris from the terrace. Rougon, likewise standing in the sunshine, also became absorbed in the spectacle of the great city, looming like a mass of bluish cloud on the horizon beyond the great green carpet of the Bois de Boulogne. That morning Clorinde was looking very beautiful. Clumsily dressed as usual, with her gown of pale cherry-colored silk dragging over the floor, she appeared to have slipped into her things in all haste, as if goaded on by some strong desire. She laughed with the Emperor, and her whole demeanor was very free and unreserved. She had made a conquest of His Majesty at a ball given by the naval minister, which she had attended in the character of the Queen of Hearts, wearing diamond hearts about her neck and her wrists and her knees. And ever since that evening she had remained on very friendly terms with Napoleon, jesting playfully whenever he condescended to compliment her upon her beauty. "Look, Monsieur Delestan," the Minister of State was saying to his colleague on the terrace. "See yonder on the left. What a wonderfully soft blue hue there is about the dome of the Panthéon." Then, while Delestan gazed admiringly at the prospect, the Minister of State cast furtive glances into the little drawing-room through the open window. The Emperor was bending forward, and was speaking with his lips close to the young woman's face, while she threw herself back with tightly strained breast as though to escape him. Nothing could be seen of His Majesty from outside save an indistinct profile, the tip of an ear, a long red nose, and a heavy mouth half buried beneath a quivering moustache. His cheek and eyes were glowing, whilst Clorinde, who looked irritatingly fascinating, gently swayed her head like a coy young shepherdess. In spite of all the unpleasantness at the council, Rougon returned to Paris with Delestan and Clorinde. On the journey home, the young woman appeared anxious to make her peace with him. She no longer manifested that nervous restlessness which in the morning had impelled her to choose disagreeable subjects of conversation, but even occasionally looked at Rougon with an air of smiling compassion. When the landau, passing the Bois de Boulogne, now steeped in sunshine,
rolled gently alongside the lakes. She murmured with a sigh of enjoyment, "What a lovely day it is." Then, after a moment's reverie, she said to her husband, "Tell me, is your sister, Madame de Combelot, still in love with the Emperor?" "Henriette is mad," replied Delestan, shrugging his shoulders. But Rougon intervened. "Yes, indeed, she's still in love," said he. "People assert that she actually threw herself at His Majesty's feet one day. He raised her and advised her to be patient." "Ah, yes, indeed," cried Clorinde gaily. "She'll have a long time to wait." This ends Chapter 11, Part 2. Chapter 12, Part 1 of His Excellency Eugene Rougon by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 12, Part 1. Defection. Clorinde was now reveling in a fluorescence of fantasy and power. In character, she was still the big, eccentric girl who had scoured Paris on a livery-stable hack in search of a husband. But the big girl had developed into a woman who calmly performed the most extraordinary actions, having at length realized her long-cherished dream of becoming a power. Her everlasting prowlings in out-of-the-way neighborhoods, her correspondence which inundated the four corners of France and Italy with letters, her continued contact with politicians, into whose intimacy she managed to insinuate herself, and all her erratic schemings, full of gaps and illogical as they were, had ended in the acquirement of real and indisputable influence. She still indulged in strange eccentricities, and propounded wild schemes and extravagant hopes, even when she was talking seriously. And when she went out, she still took her tattered portfolio with her, carrying it in her arms like a baby, and with such an air of earnestness that people in the street smiled as she passed them in her dirty, draggling skirts. However, she was consulted now, and even feared. No one could have exactly told the origin of her power, which seemed to come from numerous distant and invisible sources now difficult to trace. Folks knew nothing but a few scraps of gossip, anecdotes that were whispered from ear to ear. There was something to mystify one in the young woman's strangely compound character, in which wild imagination was linked to common sense, which commanded attention and obedience, while apart from all mental attributes, there was her magnificent person, in which perhaps lay the true secret of her power. It mattered little, however, upon what foundations Clorinde's throne was reared. It was sufficient that she did reign, though it were in a whimsical, erratic fashion, and that people bowed down before her. This was a real period of power for the young woman. In her dressing room, amidst a litter of dirty basins, she contrived to centralize the power of all the courts of Europe. She received information, even detailed reports, in which the slightest pulsations of governmental life were carefully noted, before the embassies did, and without anyone knowing whence her news was derived. As a natural consequence, she was surrounded by a court of bankers and diplomatists and friends who came to her in the hope of obtaining information. The bankers showed her particular attention. She had enabled one of them to gain 100 million francs in a single haul by merely telling him of an approaching change of ministry in a neighboring state. Truth to tell, however, she disdained to employ her knowledge for purposes of gain, and she readily told all that she knew, the gossip of diplomatists and the talk of the different capitals, for the mere pleasure of hearing herself speak, and of showing that she had her eyes upon Turin, Vienna, Madrid, and London, as well as on Berlin and St. Petersburg. She could supply endless information concerning the health of the different sovereigns, their amours and habits, the politicians of the various states, and all the scandals of even the smallest German duchies. She judged statesmen in a single phrase, jumped from north to south without the slightest transition, spoke as carelessly of the different countries of Europe as if they had been her own, as if indeed the whole wide world, with its cities and nations, had formed part of a box of playthings, whose little cardboard houses and wooden men she could set up and move about as she pleased. And when at last her tongue ceased wagging, and she was tired of chattering, she would snap her fingers, as though to say that this was quite as much as all these things were worth. For the time being, amidst her many tangled schemes, there was one very serious matter which excited her warmest enthusiasm, and on which she tried her best to keep silent, though occasionally she could not deny herself the pleasure of alluding to it. She wanted Venice. Whenever she spoke of the great Italian minister, she referred to him familiarly as Cavour. Cavour, said she, did not want it, but I want it, and he has understood. Morning and night she shut herself up at the embassy with Chevalier Rusconi, and tranquilly lounging, throwing back her narrow but goddess-like brow, as if in a sort of somnambulism, she would utter scraps of disconnected sentences, shreds of revelations, a hint of a secret interview between the emperor and some foreign statesman, a projected treaty of alliance, some clauses of which were still under discussion, a war which would take place in the coming spring. On other days she became excited and angry, kicked the chairs about her room, and knocked the basins over at the risk of breaking them. On these occasions she looked like some angry queen who had been betrayed by imbecile ministers, and sees her kingdom going from bad to worse. And with a tragic air she would stretch her bare majestic arm in the direction of Italy and clench her fist, exclaiming, "Ah, if I were over yonder, there would be none of this folly." However, the worries of high politics did not prevent Clorinde from engaging in all sorts of other businesses, in which she seemed to get quite lost. She was often to be found sitting on her bed with the contents of her large portfolio spread over the counterpane, while she plunged her arms into the papers, distracted and crying with irritation. She would be unable to find anything amidst such a chaos of documents, or else, after long hunting for some lost batch of papers, she would at length discover it behind some piece of furniture, or amongst her old boots or dirty linen. When she went out to conclude any particular piece of business, she generally contrived to involve herself in 2 or 3 fresh affairs on her way. She was forever rushing about to all sorts of places, lived in a perfect whirl of ideas, a state of perpetual excitement, while beneath her lay the mazy depths of mysterious, unfathomable intrigues. When she came home again in the evening, after a day's scouring of Paris, tired out by climbing so many flights of stairs, and carrying in the folds of her skirts an odor of all the strange haunts which she had visited, no one would have guessed 1/2 of the errands that she had been engaged upon. And if anyone happened to question her, she only laughed. She herself did not always remember what she had been doing. It was about this time that she had the extraordinary whim of engaging a private room at one of the great restaurants on the boulevard. The house in the Rue du Colisée was so far away from everything, she said. She wanted a place in some central position, so she turned the private room at the restaurant into an office. For 2 months she received there all who wanted to see her, simply attended by the waiters, who had to usher in persons of the highest position. Great functionaries, ambassadors, and ministers presented themselves at the restaurant. Clorinde, entirely at her ease there, made them sit down on the couch, damaged by the supper parties of the carnival, while she herself remained in front of a table, the cloth of which was always laid, strewn with breadcrumbs and littered with papers. She camped there like a general officer. One day, however, when she did not feel very well, she calmly went upstairs to the top of the house and lay down on the bed of the maître d'hôtel, who usually waited upon her, and she could not be induced to go home till it was nearly midnight. Telestan, in spite of everything, was a happy man. He appeared to be quite ignorant of his wife's eccentricities. She was now completely master of him and treated him as she liked, while he never made the least complaint. His natural temperament predisposed him to this kind of servitude. He found far too much happiness in the secret surrender of his authority to attempt any revolt. In the privacy of their domestic life, it was he who rendered Clorinde all kinds of little services. He hunted about for her lost boots, or went through all the linen in the wardrobe to find a chemise that was not in holes. He was quite satisfied with preserving a serene appearance of superiority when he was at other people's houses. The unruffled air of loving protection with which he then spoke of his wife almost won him public respect. Clorinde, having now become all-powerful at home, had decided to bring her mother back from Turin. She intended, she said, that Countess Dalbi should henceforth spend 6 months of each year with her. She seemed to be suddenly overwhelmed by an outburst of filial affection. She threw a whole floor of the house into confusion so as to install the old lady as near as possible to her own apartments. She even provided a door of communication between her dressing-room and her mother's bedchamber. In Rougon's presence especially, she made an excessive parade of her affection, indulging in the most exaggerated Italian expressions of endearment. How had she ever been able, she wondered, to resign herself to such a long separation from her mother, she who, before her marriage, had never left her for an hour? She accused herself of want of heart. But it was not her fault, she protested. She'd been forced to yield to other people's advice, to give way before pretended necessities, in which even now she could see no force. Rougon remained quite unmoved by this rebellion. He had altogether ceased to lecture her, and no longer attempted to make her one of the most distinguished women in Paris. In former times she'd filled up a gap in his life. But now that he was in the forefront of the battle with 14 hours' work to get through every day, he gave little thought to love and passion. Nevertheless, he continued to treat her with an air of affection, mingled with that kind of contempt which he usually manifested for women. He came to see her from time to time, and then his eyes would occasionally gleam as in the days of old. She was still his one weakness, the one woman who perturbed him. Since Rougon had gone to live at the official residence of the Minister of the Interior, where his friends complained that they could no longer see him in intimate fashion, Clorinde had thought of receiving the band at her own house, and it had gradually become a custom for the others to go there. To mark more plainly the fact that these receptions took the place of those in the Rue Marbeuf, she fixed the same evenings as Rougon had chosen, namely Sundays and Thursdays. There was this difference, however, that in the Rue du Colisée the guests remained till 1 o'clock in the morning. Clorinde received them in her boudoir, as Delestan still kept the keys of the big drawing-room for fear of it being damaged by grease spots. And as the boudoir was a very small apartment, Clorinde left the doors of her dressing-room and bedroom open, so that, very frequently, the friends were to be found crowding together in the sleeping chamber amid a litter of feminine finery. On Thursdays and Sundays, Clorinde usually made a point of hastening home early so as to get through her dinner in time to receive her guests. But, in spite of all her efforts to remember these evening receptions, she twice forgot all about them and was taken quite aback on finding a crowd of people in her bedroom when she returned home after midnight. One Thursday, towards the end of May, she got home at the unusually early hour of 5. She'd been out on foot and had preferred to walk all the way from the Place de la Concorde in a heavy fall of rain, rather than pay 30 sous for a cab. She was quite soaked when she reached the house, and she went straight to her dressing-room, where her maid, Antonia, whose mouth was smeared with jam, undressed her, laughing merrily the while at the stream of water which poured from her mistress' clothes onto the floor. "There is a gentleman come to see you," said the servant presently, as she sat down on the floor to take off Clorinde's boots. "He has been waiting for an hour." Clorinde asked her what he was like. The maid, with her greasy dress and unkempt hair, and her white teeth gleaming in her dusky face, remained sitting on the floor, The gentleman, she said, was fat and pale and stern-looking. "Oh, it must be Monsieur de Rutlinger, the banker," cried Clorinde. "I remember now. He was to come at 4 o'clock. Well, let him wait. You have the bath ready for me, haven't you?" Then she quietly got into the bath, which was concealed behind a curtain in a corner of the room, and while in it, she read the letters which had arrived during her absence. Half an hour went by when Antonia, after leaving the room for a few minutes, came back again and said to her mistress, "The gentleman saw you come in, and would very much like to speak to you, madame." "Oh dear, I'd forgotten all about him," cried Clorinde. "Come and dress me quickly." However, the young woman showed much capriciousness over her toilet that evening. In spite of a neglect with which she usually treated her person, she was occasionally seized with a sudden idolatry for it. At these times she would indulge in the most elaborate toilet, even having her limbs rubbed with ointments and balms and aromatic oils of a nature known only to herself, which had been bought at Constantinople, so she said, from the perfumer to the seraglio, by an Italian diplomatist, a friend of hers. While Antonia was rubbing her, she threw herself into statuesque attitudes. This anointing made her skin white and soft and beautiful as marble. One of the oils, of which she herself carefully counted the drops as she let them fall on to a small piece of flannel, had the miraculous quality of at once effacing every wrinkle, and when this business was over, she would commence a minute examination of her hands and feet. She could have spent a whole day in adoring herself. At the end of 3/4 of an hour, however, when Antonia had slipped some wraps over her, she suddenly seemed to recollect her visitor. "Oh dear, the Baron!" she cried. "Well, never mind, show him in here." Monsieur de Reutlinger had been patiently sitting in Clorinde's boudoir, with his hands clasped over his knees, for more than 2 hours. He was a pale, frigid man of austere morals, the possessor of one of the largest fortunes in Europe, and for some time past he'd been in the habit of thus dancing attendance upon Clorinde twice or thrice a week. He even invited her to his own house, that abode of rigid decorum and glacial strictness, where the young woman's startling eccentricities quite shocked the footman. "Good day, Baron," Clorinde exclaimed as he came in. "I'm having my hair dressed, so don't look." An indulgent smile played round the Baron's pale lips. After bowing with the most respectful courtesy, he remained standing quite close to her, without a quiver of his eyelids. "You've come for news, haven't you?" she asked. "Well, I've just heard something." Then she got up and dismissed Antonia, who went away leaving the comb stuck in her mistress' hair. Clorinde was doubtless afraid of being overheard, for laying her hand on the banker's shoulder, and standing on tiptoe, she whispered something in his ear. As he listened to her, he nodded his head briskly. "There," concluded the young woman, raising her voice. "You can go now." But the banker took hold of her bare arm and brought her back towards him to ask for certain explanations. He could not have been more at his ease if he'd been talking to one of his clerks instead of to this beautiful woman in deshabille. When he left her, he invited her to dine at his house on the following day. His wife was very anxious to see her again, he said. She accompanied him to the door, but all at once crossed her arms over her bosom and turned very red as she exclaimed, "Good gracious! I was actually about to go out with you like this!" She now began to scold Antonia for being so slow. She would never get finished, she cried. And then she scarcely gave the girl time to dress her hair, saying that she hated being so long over her toilet. In spite of the time of the year, she insisted upon wearing a long robe of black velvet, a sort of loose blouse, drawn in at the waist with a red silk girdle. Twice already a servant had come to tell her that dinner was served. However, as she passed through her bedroom, she found 3 gentlemen there of whose presence no one had had the slightest idea. They were the 3 political refugees, Signori Brambilla, Starorino, and Viscardi. Clorinde, however, showed no surprise at meeting them. "Have you been waiting for me long?" she asked. "Yes, yes," they replied, gently nodding their heads. They had arrived before the banker, but had remained extremely quiet, for political misfortunes had made them taciturn and reflective. They were seated side by side on the same couch, all three lolling in much the same position, with big extinguished cigars between their lips. But they now rose and clustered round Clorinde, and a rapid muttering in Italian ensued. The young woman seemed to be giving them instructions. One of the refugees took notes in cipher in a pocketbook, while the others, appearing much excited by what they heard, stifled slight cries with their gloved hands. Then they all three went off in single file, with quite impenetrable faces. That Thursday evening it had been arranged that several of the ministers should confer together on a very important financial matter. When Delestin went off after dinner, he told Clorinde that he would bring Rougon back with him, at which his wife made a little grimace, which seemed to imply that she was not very anxious to see her whilom master. There was as yet no positive break in their friendship, but the young woman showed an increasing coldness towards Rougon. Towards 9 o'clock, Monsieur Kahn and Monsieur Bejoin arrived together. They were the first of the band to put in an appearance, but were soon followed by Madame Coureur. Clorinde was found in her bedroom, stretched upon a couch there. She complained of one of those extraordinary and unheard-of troubles which suddenly came upon her every now and then. She must have swallowed a fly, she said, while drinking, for she could feel it flying about inside her stomach. Draped in her long black velvet robe, her shoulders supported by 3 pillows, she nonetheless looked superbly beautiful with her pale face and bare arms, recalling indeed one of those reclining, dreaming figures which sculptors portray on monuments. At her feet was Luigi Pozzo, gently twanging the strings of a guitar. He had deserted painting for music. "Sit down, won't you?" she said to the others. "Please excuse me. A wretched little insect has got inside me somehow." Pozzo went on twanging his guitar and singing in a low voice, with an ecstatic expression on his face, as if lost in a reverie. Madame Coureur wheeled a chair up to Clorinde's side, and Monsieur Kahn and Monsieur Bejoin, after a little searching, also succeeded in finding seats. It was not an easy matter to do so, for the 5 or 6 chairs were hidden beneath a litter of dresses and petticoats, so that when Colonel Jobelin and his son Auguste arrived 5 minutes later, they had to remain standing. "Little one," said Clorinde to Auguste, whom she still treated quite familiarly in spite of his 17 years, "go and bring 2 chairs out of my dressing-room." These were cane-seated chairs, with all the varnish worn away by the damp linen which was constantly hung over their backs. The bedroom was lighted by a single lamp with a shade of pink paper. There was another in the dressing-room, and a third in the boudoir, which, seen through the doorways, seemed to be full of dusky shadow, as though merely illuminated by a night-light. The bedroom itself, with hangings of a tender mauve that had now turned to a pale grey, was full of a floating haze, in which one could scarcely distinguish the rents in the coverings of the easy-chairs, the dust marks on the furniture, and the big ink-stain on the middle of the carpet, where some inkstand had fallen with such force that even the wainscoting was splashed. The bed curtains had been drawn, probably in order to conceal the untidiness of the bed, and amidst this hazy gloom there rose a powerful scent, as though all the bottles and flasks in the dressing-room had remained uncorked. Clorinde obstinately refused to have any of the windows open, even in warm weather. "What a nice scent you've got here," said Madame Coureur complimentarily. "Oh, it's I who smell so nice," the young woman naively replied. Then she began to talk of the essences which she obtained direct from the perfumer to the sultanas, and even held her arm under Madame Coureur's nose. Her black velvet blouse had got a little disarranged, and her feet, in their little red slippers, showed below it. Pozzo, languid and intoxicated by the strong perfumes which she exhaled, was tapping his instrument gently with his thumb. However, after a few minutes, the conversation turned of necessity on Rougon, as was invariably the case every Thursday and Sunday. The band seemed to come together for the sole purpose of discussing this one everlasting subject. Its members felt an ever-growing rancor against the great man, a craving to relieve themselves by ceaseless recrimination. Clorinde no longer had any trouble to set them going. They always arrived with a fresh burden of grievances, ever discontented and jealous, actually embittered by what Rougon had done for them, and burning with a violent fever of ingratitude. "Have you seen the fat man today?" the colonel asked. Rougon was no longer the great man. "No," said Clorinde, "but we may see him here this evening. My husband persists in bringing him to see me." "I was in a cafe this afternoon where they were criticizing him very severely," the colonel continued after a pause. "They say that his position is very shaky and that he won't last another 2 months. Monsieur Kahn made a gesture of contempt. "Well, for my part," he said, "I don't give him 3 weeks. Rougon, you see, is not cut out for governing. He's too fond of power and gets intoxicated with it. And then he strikes out right and left and treats people with revolting harshness. During these last 5 months, he's been guilty of some most monstrous acts." Yes, indeed," the colonel interrupted. "All kinds of injustices and unfairnesses and absurdities. He abuses his power. Most certainly he does." Madame Coqueur said nothing, but expressed by a gesture her opinion that Rougon's head was not particularly well balanced. "Ah, yes, indeed," said Monsieur Kahn, noticing the gesture. "He hasn't got a well-fixed head, has he?" Then Monsieur Bergeron observed that the others were looking at him and felt called upon to say something. "No, Rougon's not at all an able man," he remarked. "Not at all." Clorinde lay back on her pillows, gazing at the luminous circle which the lamp cast on the ceiling, and letting the others talk on. When they paused, she said, with the intention of starting them again, "There is no doubt that he has abused his power, but he asserts that the things with which people reproach him were done for the sole purpose of obliging his friends. I was talking to him on the subject the other day. The services which he has rendered you—" "Rendered us! Rendered us!" they all cried furiously, and they went on talking all together, eager to protest against such insinuation. However, Monsieur Kahn shouted the others down. "The services which he's rendered me? That's a fine joke. I had to wait 2 years for my railway grant, with the result that the prospects of a scheme, once very brilliant, have suffered considerably. If he's such a friend of mine, why doesn't he come to my assistance now? I asked him to obtain the Emperor's sanction to a bill authorizing the amalgamation of my company with the Western Company, and he told me that I must wait. Rougon's services to me, indeed. Well, I should like to know what they are. He's never done anything for me, and he can't do anything now." And I, do you imagine that I am indebted to him for anything?" cried the colonel, breaking in before Madame Coqueur could speak. "He surely doesn't take any credit to himself for that Commander's Cross, which had been promised to me for 5 years and more. He's taken Auguste into his office, it is true, but I bitterly regret now that I ever let the boy go there. If I'd put him into business, he would have been earning twice as much. That wretched Rougon told me only yesterday that he would not be able to increase Auguste's pay for another 18 months. That is the way he ruins his credit for the sake of his friends." At last, Madame Coqueur also was able to relieve her feelings. "Did he mention my name?" she said, bending towards Clorinde. "I never asked that much from him, and have yet to learn the nature of his services to me. He can't say as much with regard to my services to him, and if I liked to talk. But no matter, I certainly asked him for a few favors on behalf of my friends. I don't deny that. I delight in being of use to anyone. But I must say that everything he has had a hand in turns out badly, and that his favors seem to bring ill luck. There's that poor Herminie Bilcock, an old pupil of Saint Denis, who was wronged by an officer, and for whom Rougon procured a dowry. Well, the poor girl came to me with a dreadful story this morning. There's no chance of her getting married after all, for the officer has absconded, taking the dowry with him. And you understand me. Anything that Rougon has done at my request has been done for others, and not for myself. When I came back from Coulanges, after the settlement of my brother's affairs, I wanted to tell him of the tricks that Madame Martineau had been playing with respect to the division of the property. I wanted the house in which I was born as part of my share, but the wretched woman contrived to keep it herself. Well, do you know what was the only answer I could get from Rougon? He told me 3 times over that he couldn't trouble himself any further about the miserable business. This ends Chapter 12, Part 1.